I am muted. Whoops. Good morning. How are we doing? Come in, everybody. You all's in here. Got Grackle. Good morning, Grackle. D's, my local ice beans. 2-bit dork from Jet. Blackymato. Leonard, welcome in. Good morning. Oop, my. Hold on. No, I'll say hi to everybody and then I'll go get my coffee. MDH. Good morning. Shadow.
Everything is C computer tilde.
Everything is computer. Everything's computer. True. Turtle Messiah, welcome in. Good morning. Mumbles, how are you doing? Totally. Everything. Totally, welcome in. The process of looking for a new job since things are a bit uncertain. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Turtle. Or I think you actually, did you tell us that? Did you tell us that? It's good. It's morning for me. My stream title says Saturday morning ice bean. Okay. All right. Hold on. Let me get my coffee. All right. I missed. Yeah, no, 11 a.m. is morning. It's not even 11 a.m. Oh my god. Someone's got the zoo. Yeah, how we doing? Do you see it? Do you see him? Look at him go. Yes? Did y'all hear the squeak? Jeez. Sorry I missed all the streams lately. Oh, you're fine, MDH. Hey, Young, welcome in. That cat. I heard a gobble. Yeah. He does gobbles. No rave time? Oh, that actually reminds me. We need less, 7 TV emotes? Okay, totally. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna put a pin in that for just a second. Morning, Nair socks. I'm crawling back into bed, not dealing with it. That's fair. It's probably gonna be me tomorrow. I'm gonna be quite honest. So I have I created another emote set show called The Shadow Realm. I think what might be a good, hold on. I created a thing called a shadow realm. If you want to start, like, if you want to add a 7TV emote and you have to replace one to do it, just stick that one in the shadow realm. If that makes sense. I created the border. Oh, that's what that. Well, okay. Here's my thought though, and we could use the border crisis. But my thought was to deport first and ask questions later. You know what I mean? I did see your set. I did see your set. I heard the vine boom. Yeah, I was too late to do the vine boom, but can I be in charge? No, Turtle Messiah, you cannot be in charge of the trains. I think that would be a like, the optics are already horrible enough, okay? Without me putting a German in charge of the trains. Hey, Ties and Wine. Wait, what did I miss? I vote for Yamato Agony. Okay, we need Yamato Agony. We do need Yamato Agony. No way. So today we're gonna be doing our normal content suggestions, okay? I don't think I'm gonna try gaming today. Because we need to catch up on our content. As we all know, it takes me approximately 3 years to get through like 10 things, you know? Someone explained to me the Squidward voice comparison. Okay. I believe the statement was that Leonard sounds like Shadow, but with more honk in his voice. Shadow with the whole, you gotta play Expedition 33. Honk. Yeah, no. Yeah, Hong Kong, motherfuckers. I did not make that comparison. That comparison was made to me. But I do see how both of y'all have a very similar, like, cadence. He approves it. I condone it. I did not originate with it. I second that. There you go. Hey Shai Halud, welcome in. But yeah, like, I mean, they just sound similar, that's it. Now, the Squidward thing, I have no idea, okay? I don't really see the Squidward thing. Is that maybe related to the honk? Because you know how he has a very, like, nasal voice? Maybe that's what people mean when they say honk and not the other thing that I'm maybe thinking about. Convenient Estelle, welcome in, good morning. Why are there memes about my hair? I don't know where are these hair memes coming from? I didn't even see. I have not seen hair memes at all. Also, Ties and Wine, that alerts thing is in the works because I made a bunch of alerts but didn't upload most of them. So if you see stuff that's deleted, then obviously it's been deleted, but like, I didn't delete any of the ones that weren't already.
Hello.
Thanks for the 70 bits. What does Leonard's hair look like? Okay. What's his face? What's that boy's face? Who's it? I think, oh, here we go. This is who I compare Leonard to all the time. I'm trying to find a picture with, like, the hair that I want. Where is he with the long hair? Oh, here we go. Leonard is most like Adam Driver to me. Like, yeah. Yeah, similar faces. When he has long hair, we look alike. Yeah, the short hair obviously not so much, but like the like this is pretty spot on. Racist Adam or Star Wars Adam? Is there a racist Adam? This is Adam Driver. Oh, is there another Adam Driver? What?
I just had a box full of geckos and I made them all fuck. How weird is that?
See what I mean? See what I mean? Thank you for the 252 ties of wine. I hear no honk. I'm getting Vosh vibes. Okay, we need... You know what? We need... What we really need is... I need to find... my clip manager. That's what I need to find. Compared to me, there's a honk. Okay, here. Let's do... Leonard.
The first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna put them all in a camp. The second thing we're gonna do is we're gonna turn on the gas.
Oh no, Tuna, no! Tuna, no! Hey, thanks for the bits, Crackle, 190 bits. Okay, here you go. How do I make this? Okay, here.
Gaming racists. Mentally unstable gaming racists, dude. That's what we are in chat, okay? All of us in this community are mentally unstable gaming racists.
I have booba and I shake them on the screen. Give me a follow.
Yes, there is. 69 bits. That's Chris right there. Thanks for the 69 bits, Tyson. Why? Alright, do we still need, I'm trying to find something. I'm trying to find something that's like 41. Oh, I don't know that it... No, I'm sorry, Cho. I don't think I set anything up for 41 bits, but thanks for the 41 bits. I don't think I think I set it so that I would accept wait, hold on. Did I miss something? Bribes? Yeah, I don't think I set up anything for under 50 bits. Oh no, MTH. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. I
So,
appreciate it.
any news on the possible Japan trip? Icebeonum.
No, MDH, well, first of all, the trip is up in the air, because of, like, the work thing, for one. But the second thing is, I don't feel comfortable flying right now. Beans is on the no-fly list, I knew it. No, hold on, why am I so quiet? I should be a bit louder. Okay, hold on. Can you not? I don't feel like...
I'm a Mia, I'm a pedophile.
Okay, hold on, I see. Grackle, thanks for the bits. Sorry, I know it's dead air. Leaving the country and then coming back in, shit, yeah, that shit might be bad. No, it's not me, honestly, it's Mr. Beans. Like, it's not me that I'm worried about. Like, I mean, I'm worried about me in, like, a certain, I am worried about me to a certain degree, but, like, I'm way more worried about Mr. Beans because, I mean, his status isn't as solid as mine, you know? That's really it. Like, and you know, like, I just, you know, I don't know. It's not looking great. Already, like, Mr. Beans has to sometimes leave the country for, like, work stuff, and it's already worrisome without it being, it's already worrisome without it being, like, you know, trips for like pleasure, you know what I mean? But that's really it. I still plan to come back at the end of August. I'm white and was born in the US, I should be okay. Then can't believe I even think of that shit. Yeah, absolutely no. I understand. I mean, I think that, like, you know, so far, because I've been trying to keep up with it again because I kind of have to, but, like, I think that, like, so far, most of the people who have been targeted, and I'm talking about US citizens, I think I said this before, so I won't harp on it too much, but, like, most of the people that have been targeted are people who are, like, you know, obviously they have green cards or whatever, but they've also had some kind of, like, criminal history or, like, some charge. So even if it was, like, expunged or what, like, even if it was, like, you know, they've done their time, their probation, whatever the hell else, like, even if they've done that, they're still on the list to be targeted by ICE. So right now it doesn't seem like they're going after, like, the combination of the very specific combination of, like, has a green card but is here legal, like, has never had any, you know what I mean? But I still don't feel, yeah, I just don't want to bank on that, like, escalation not happening, you know? It doesn't mean that we're running away or anything, but, like, I don't know if I got... No, Garcia didn't. Ties and Wine, also welcome in. Oh, wait. Ties, you were here. X-Rox came in. Hey, X-Rox. It's not about... With Garcia, it's not about his criminal... It's not about anything criminal. It's the fact that he entered in illegally. Or, like, technically speaking, he entered the country in illegally. He was then granted asylum. But then, after that, that's really it. Like, you know, he was granted asylum, but that doesn't matter, right? Because the fact of the matter is he entered illegally. I'm not justifying it, by the way. I'm just saying that, like, that's the reason he was targeted. I need to read up on his case in the following. Yeah, I mean, like, okay, like, for Garcia, I think that, like, when it comes down to it, it's like he needs due process just like everyone else, right? Like, and I think it was, you know what, actually, I should probably find the. I actually saw this. It was a CNN thing where, I think it was whoever the anchor is, the woman anchor on CNN, Caitlin, I think something, was interviewing Garcia's lawyer, right? And she was asking her questions, and she was asking her questions, for example, about, like, Garcia's, like, you know, alleged domestic violence stuff, you know? And for a lot of the things, Garcia's lawyer was like, that's not relevant, you know, because you need due process. Like those things we can't talk about those things until we address the fact that like this man was denied due process, you know. And I was like, on one hand it was, you know, at first I was like, you know, oh, she could have at least answered some of these things, but then you know, I think the answer is, I think like ultimately I thought, look, no, actually, you know what, the lawyer is right. It doesn't matter, like you know, it doesn't matter, and in any case, even if the lawyer did like provide more information, it's not gonna change anyone's mind, right? Like, it's not gonna change anyone's mind as to whether he did or did not do those things. So, why are we still talking about this? The fact of the matter is, he needs his due process, period. Did you see Stephen Mello say they're actively looking into suspending habeas corpus? Yes, I did see that. I did see that. Yeah, it's not, but yeah, I've just been on edge. So I'm sorry, MDH, I know that was all off of your question. But I'll let you know if it does end up happening, I'll let you know. Otherwise, we'll meet up in August, you know. They haven't done that since the Civil War. Oh, I'm doing the thing now too. I'm doing the thing too where I read chats twice. Hey, I platinumed. Are you still going to the Avril concert? Yeah, I'm going to Avril concerts in, like, you know, I'm not, yeah, Avril concerts is in my state, so I don't even have to travel, you know what I mean? So that is still that. Oh man, that's happening. That's coming up. Oh hey, that's next month. Damn. Now that I think about it, it's actually been it's actually a really cool, like, it's been a cool couple of days. So I don't really even think of it as being like almost summer. Like your room, you should give Gus some pointers. Okay, listen, man. Gus is new to this, okay? He doesn't have the gamer lighting set up and the, you know, the shelf with useless trinkets on it, you know. Also, like, Gus is I feel like, you know, this is something that I remember thinking about, like, whenever I was kind of slowly developing my stream concept, concept. And I remember thinking at first that, like, I would have to be really, like, minimalistic, like, you know, like Vosh, for example. You know how it with, you know, like with streamers like Vosh, and I say Vosh because that's who I was watching at the time, right? Watching. It's super minimal. They have, like, literally just, like, their camera, the chat, that's kind of it. You know what I mean? But that only makes sense if you are super content focused. Like, you know, either it is entirely the personality, or it's like whatever the content is that you're actually doing. When you have a more, like, vibes based, or like a comfy streamer, whatever, like, you can get away with a lot more, or it's not even a you can get away. In fact, it's probably way more beneficial to have, like, a kind of more elements that tie stuff in together, you know? So, Gus. Hey, Gus. Thanks so much for the raid. Hey, welcome in, Gust Raiders. What are we calling y'all? Gusters? Gloggy fans? Welcome in, Gloggy fans.
Hello. You.
Gust bunnies? Oh my gosh, Gust bunnies! Gust bunnies! Oh my, thanks for the 70 bits. It's such a good emote. It's my only female Unix one, I realized, but it's such a good one. Well, welcome in, Gust fans, if y'all want to stick around. We're just going to be doing some content, like just some reacts today. So if you want to click on that link, the icebeans link, then you can be counted as part of my viewers. I wish I had more emotes. Oh my god, Gust. I'm working on them. I'll probably work on them today, actually, like, on stream. Unfortunately, I'm waiting on someone! Oops. We need to introduce Gust to the concept of the soundboard that he controls. Like, he needs the Vine Boom at hand. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the power of Gust with an actual soundboard? Don't show him a stream deck. I have one? Oh, okay. Well, no, you have a soundboard that plays like... You have a soundboard, but... I mean, you have a soundboard that the audience controls. I'm talking about the one that you control. I use it all the time? What do you mean? Nope. Really? I control it too? When have you ever used a sound? I have never heard you use the soundboard. Hey, Ford the Perfect, welcome in. But yeah, iPlat, to kind of finish up, I think Gust can, like, Gust's setup right now is, like, you know, his setup is fine. His setup is perfectly fine. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm sure people are going to Gust to see his, like, beautiful face, you know? But also, like, he can get away with not having a whole lot of, like, background shit, you know? Because most of the time, they're going there for his content.
Bill Gates came, Bezos came, Mark Zuckerberg came, they all came.
They all came numerous times. And he plays videos? Well, this is cap, dude. I've never seen you use your soundboard. I was just joking, the setups don't matter, the streamer does. Yeah, the streamer, no, I think okay, ultimately I think the streamer does matter the most. If you have a shit streamer and a really good setup, then there's kind of no point, right? Banning iPlat next time he comes to the stream. Ooh, iPlat! Spirit Box, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Gust, you should get a sponsorship from L'Oreal. Gust needs like a hair product sponsorship, you know what I mean? Like, Gust always has, like, the great hair. How do you think I play the Oblivion music? Okay, you know what? Okay, you got me there, Gust. Okay, okay, hold on. You did get me there. Okay, you're right. You do have that soundboard. It's just that I think I've only ever heard you play the Oblivion music off of. They will pay for your e-boy bedroom. Oh, that's such a weird phrase. I have the Stream Deck MK2. Ooh, okay. Wait, hold on. Is that the little one, MK2? Okay, I think that's the one I have. I think that's the one, this one. I think I have the same one. I don't think it's the classic because does your one look like this on the back? I mean, I know that's version 2. Oh, I see. It's better than yours, icebeans. Look at this man, like fucking. Wait, MK2. What's the difference? Have you bought the Ubu yet, icebeans? Oh my, Turtle Messiah, I'm so tempted. I'm so I shouldn't. But okay, but look at this shit. Okay, hold on. Cat. Wait, what would I even do with it? Where is this? Where is Turtle Messiah? Oh, I need to go find all the people. Oh, here we go. Alright, where's the uwu? Alright, look at this cute little oh, okay, hold on. Also, you've sent me a link. Oh, wait. Okay, hold on a second. You're talking about the... Oh, I see. I see, Gus. You're talking about the one with the knobs. Okay. Yeah. Okay, cool. How do you like that one? I mean, I don't think I would get that one because I already have, so I bought this MIDI... I got this MIDI controller for Christmas. And this is what I use for, like... my volumes for like various things. So I don't think I would ever buy like the I don't think I would ever want to get the bigger Stream Deck, right? Because I mean essentially I have like all these fucking knobs and all these sliders on there, so why would I need like the and like for the most part I've set up my Stream Deck so that, you know, I can do I mean, I've set it up with a bunch of different pages and stuff. Show him how you change the music volume? Yeah, basically like this. I like that it's Bluetooth too. You know what I mean? I think the number one issue with the Stream Deck is that it's wired. You know what I mean? Like, if they had a version of the Stream Deck that was Bluetooth, that would be so fucking amazing. Because then I would be able to, like, use it in real life, like when I'm cooking or whatever. You know, when I'm doing cooking streams, that would be so crazy. Also, welcome in, Brain Dead. How are you doing? Is the cable too short or something? No, it's not that the cable is too short, Shai Halud. It's it's that I mean it really is that just like even this right now, even just to show you, it's at the end of the the cable. And that's also partly because of the way that I've routed it through everything, you know? Because I've kind of tried to do some cable management in the back there. But the utility is lower because of cable issue. Yeah, exactly. Versus this, like, I mean, it's Bluetooth. Now, because it's a like kind of like a cheap Chinese like whatever, I had to fiddle around with like actually setting up setting it up, you know, because it's not like Stream Deck, where Stream Deck has that fancy application where you can do everything, set it up. This one was more tricky. I had to use like a MIDI, because it's a MIDI controller. A Chinese product? Don't tell Trump. Yeah, true, right? Okay, wait, hold on. Before I forget, look at this. Okay, look at this. Look at this little key. Look at this little macro pad. Destroy the PP barrier. Okay. I want it so bad. I want it so bad. Take good care of that stuff, so that it might be the last one once you see Wonder in the Wastelands. It's he? Wait, what do you mean he? What does that mean? H-E? Hall effect? Wait, did I saw bouncy charts? You mean these? Oh, analog switches. Wait, hold on. Okay. Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought that you were talking about the... for some reason, I thought you were talking about the illusion. You know how, like, the grid illusion? Where you see dots in between? I thought you were talking about that for some reason. I don't know what this means. I'm sure this is, like, making some, like, nerds, coom in the chat right now. But, like, but I just want it because it's cute and it's tiny and it's got an ooh face on it. That's what wooding is known for? Oh, really? The Hall effect? The Monty Hall effect. Anyways, I mean, it's not even that unreasonable. Like, you know, I thought it would be like $100 or something. It's like $50. But it's just, I should probably not be spending $50 on the on a macro pad, you know what I mean? You can freely define your own actuation point on a hall. Oh, ooh, oh, okay. Oh, that's kind of good. Oh, that's cool. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense. I did understand the like this thing, the rapid trigger part of it. Like, you can have another keystroke, it will depress if you want. Gotcha. Yeah, I understand. That's very cool. Maybe I just need to look into, like, wooding, like, other, like, the other wooding stuff, right? Not that I actually need any... Like, this is the... Okay, here's the other part of it. Not that I actually need any of this, right? What's the content plan for today? Okay, here, let's focus. Let me focus. You can use them for analog input, like pressing a bit for walking, press more for running in a game. Okay, so content plan. We have a few things. Here's what I want to start out with. Let me pull it up real quick. Okay. I think I want to start with something light and then we'll go into... Actually, we could just start with this. Well, actually no, hold on. I do want to watch this. But do we want to watch this first? See, now you're cooming with us nerds. No. Estelle, I do walk it back. I am a keyboard nerd. It's just that, like, show him how you change. Oh wait, no, this is older. Hold on. Here. I paused this 2 minutes in. I was taking too much psychic damage. We gotta match the Milo. Oh yeah, okay. One last thing before we start. So here, we'll start with the Gappy video and then we'll move on to the more serious video that I'm pretty sure, I think Deez is the one who submitted this. Okay, hold on. But before we start, I have been a bit of a keyboard nutter, you know? It's just that I didn't, it's just that I'm more of the person that, like, once I find my thing, I will stick with that thing for a while, right? And it was partially because I didn't want to fall into the rabbit hole of, like, always buying new shit. You know what I mean? So this was my keyboard for, like, the better part of, like, 5 or 6 years, right? It's an ortholinear, it's a 50% ortholinear, and I have like a couple of like fancy keycaps on them, but like you might notice this keyboard does not have like F keys. They stole my keyboard. Yeah, I remember it was Kono. Was it Kono store or something? It was Kono, right? Why is it so small? Because that's the appeal. So the idea is that you can reach every key without like going too far, like without moving your hands. I had to get used to the I did have to get used to the ortholinear aspect of it, where it's like in a grid rather than like staggered. Also brings the mouse closer, yes. Really the only reason I stopped using this... Oh, ball pit mode? Okay. The only reason I stopped using this was because I was starting to get into like Photoshop and stuff like that, and I was... ball pit mode is on, by the way. You get until the end of this tangent to play with the ball pit, okay? So like I was getting into Photoshop and stuff, and Mr. Beans would like come and help me with stuff, and every single time he would get like really frustrated. Yeah, I needed function. Yeah, quite literally that was the issue. I needed function keys. You shouldn't move your hands at all on a normal keyboard if you know how to type. It's not just that, Grackle, though, like, because here's the thing, right? Because eventually once I started, and the thing is that once I was like, okay, I need a bigger keyboard, I need a more full-size keyboard, I realized, even though I previously had hated full-size keyboards, I ended up getting this massive fucker right here. So this is my keyboard right now. It is a, after shitting on full-size keyboards for like all this time, I ended up getting a 96%. And it's, I don't know if you can tell, but this boy is heavy. This boy is a heavy boy. So the numpad is actually on the left. It's called a southpaw. And I like that because A, my hand is closer to the mouse, and B, I don't really use the numpad I don't use the numpad a lot. So now, like, I actually have the numpad for, like, I've programmed it so that it is more of a macro pad, for most times. But yeah, I could, if I ever had an intruder in here, I could probably brain them with this. No numpad on the left? No, numpad on the left is like, I mean, honestly, and that's the other thing too, is that, okay, here, tangent's almost over. Numpad on the left is good because that's the other thing I wanted to do, was like, train my left hand to do things, you know? Alright. Let's get into this. So, Gappy, friend of the stream, Gappy. Our Gappy McGappishton, okay? He tries Milo, and I don't know if y'all know what Milo is, but it's a drink that's like, it's a milk drink, okay? It's it's not a great milk drink, okay? It's malt powder, basically. It's malt. It's not really. I mean, it's malt. It's a malt. It's like Horlicks. If anyone knows Horlicks. Actually, I don't know if Horlicks is like. Is Horlicks? Oh, it's British. It's okay. There you go. It's like Horlicks, but it's chocolate. So like all the kids liked Milo, you know. Orange juice, true. You all know Milo. You Nestle, yeah, that's fair. But also, like, again, you know, we didn't, like, okay, when we were kids, we didn't give a shit, okay? Milo was the shit. And then I remember having it as an adult, and I was like, what the fuck is happening? What is this? Anyways, he tries Milo, so we're gonna watch that. Apparently it's bad. Apparently, it's bad. I like Milo the drink, I don't know. Nah, it's still great. Maybe I had one that wasn't like stored properly or something. because it was I mean, I didn't have the powder. I had like one of those packets. And maybe it wasn't stored properly. It was definitely not great, I guess. Okay, anyways, let's get into it.
To celebrate, we're taking a shot, okay? Of
What?
this Milo.
A shot. You don't open it like that. Gappy, please, just get a spoon. Why you got a can opener? Oh no. Oh no. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna be honest. I never actually, now that I think about it, I never actually drank Milo like from a powder. I only ever drank Milo from packets. Wait, so actually I don't know what this is. Oh wait, no, these are one of those tins. Why has he got a can opener? Oh no, it's not a can. Oh no, it's a tin. It's a tin with a lid.
Warm milk here.
Gappy, why is there a
Why
can
is there
opener?
A can opener? Because I have to open the fucking can you sent me. What do you mean, why is there a can opener?
He knows how to. Oh, no. Gappy, no. No. He just went in with it. Bro just went in. Just pull it open.
Get a spoon and open the lid. Oh, I already broke my spoon earlier in the stream.
He knows. He's playing Dom. No, he is playing Dom. I saw that. Gappy, Gappy, my man. Gappy. You knew what you were doing, okay? You knew. Here, what? This is the, we got... Yeah, no. I'm calling sus on this, okay? I saw your little fingies, okay? I saw your little fingies grabbing at it. I saw... See, he knows what is happening.
Can opener.
Look at it. He knew what was happening. Oh, I've seen this guy before. He was in Wendy's or something, ordering every dessert on the menu and eating it in diabolical ways. Yes, you are correct. Also, okay, real quick, we do need that Yamato Agony. But I can't find like the original picture because it was on my laptop. So if somebody still has that picture, send it to me, or we'll put it up as an emote. Because I think we need that. We need Yamato Agony right now. It was the Chili's. Oh my god, he's just...
Get a spoon and open the lid. Oh, I already broke my spoon earlier in the stream.
Yamato was very pleased with all the stickers.
This is such a hard can to...
I'm not an American, I just know... Oh, yeah, you're fine.
Chat, this will be important for the push-ups. I'm about to go for a push-up world record on stream. Why is it so hard to open?
It's because you can't get purchase on it because it's not a freaking can. Broke his spoon, so 1 spoon total in the house? Yes, I believe so. I could be wrong.
And...
Oh my god, dude. This is so sad. Rip Milo can.
Wait, oh my god, it works like a lid. Like I can put stuff, I can like cover it, and I can also like use it to push shit out. There we go. It's off. All right.
Oh, you know what's funny? Look, he even went through the oh my god. I don't know what this is. I don't know if this is actually called this, but I've opened tins of like tins of like crackers before, and as soon as you open it, like it's like the like one of the tins of crackers that I buy from Sri Lanka will say like pierced diaphragm, So I don't know if it's actually called a diaphragm. What I do know is that the tin foil that's used for this like the diaphragms or whatever, like the seal, will like it's a much stronger foil, and Talos loves playing with that. Like if you like turn it into a ball so that all the sharp edges are in, like Talos loves the shit out of it because it makes like a way better sound than regular foil, and he loves it. It's great. All right.
Chat. Satannail13 sent me the Southeastern Milo drink. For my Indian homies, apparently it's like Horlicks.
We give him giant paper
I don't have a
bags.
spoon.
Wait, what do you mean for my Indian homies, it's like Horlicks? Your Indian homies have this. What do you mean? Lily Cat in his last days, he's not doing well. I'm sorry to hear that, Mumbles. I'm sorry. Horlicks is British. Yeah, Horlicks is British. No. Horlicks is British, but that means that... Wait, hold on. I plat. Horlicks is British, but that means by definition that, like, India and Sri Lanka also have Horlicks. Like, I grew up with Horlicks, you know what I mean? Like, people didn't... My family didn't buy Milo powder. They bought Horlicks powder because everybody in the house drank Horlicks, you know? As opposed to just the kids drinking Milo. You know what I mean? Forgot about the slave trade. Slowy point. True.
How much? I have a
Well,
cup of
about the
warm milk
colonialization,
here.
right?
It says put 6 teaspoons and stir.
Oh no, what is he gonna
I
do?
have something to stir it with. Oh my god, wait. Okay, we can MacGyver something here, okay?
Oh no.
Let's put some Milo in here.
No, what's he doing?
I'm gonna put it this way just so you guys can see it.
That is his only cup, by the way. And he doesn't wash. Okay. Is he doing the seasoning thing? Is that what he's doing? No spoon? No convenient Estelle. He broke his only spoon. He broke his only spoon. It's gonna be all bitty. Oh, he's just lazy.
And then we're gonna stir it, okay?
Oh, okay. Oh my Christ, what the shit? Oh no, is that a Heinz mayo packet? Wait, hold on. We need to enhance, okay? We need to go back. Is that it is mayo. Oh no! Use a pen, a pencil, a ruler! How is this man 58, father of 2?
Ooh, it's changing color. It's changing color. Ooh. I don't have a spoon. They're actually all waiting to be washed.
Oh, okay. So it's... Oh god. What?
I don't have a spoon. They're actually all waiting to be washed.
Okay, also, wait a second. Hold on. Hold on a second. I just realized. Is this just... What's he put this in? It's just water? Did he heat up the water? Did he heat up the water, or is this... He heated up milk? I don't think I mean, maybe in the uncut version he says what it is. But, you know.
Come on.
I mean, it does...
Chat, not everyone's rich enough to have, like, hundreds of spoons.
Brother,
okay?
what are you stirring
Super
with?
microplastic, it's fine, okay? Take a look at this.
You know what's funny is that he could have probably used his finger and done a better job than with a fucking mayo packet, right? You don't have to make it hot? Yeah. I mean, you know, I guess you're not wrong. I think, you know, okay, you know what? I'm gonna be honest. I think I'm really only, like, cringing at it because I think that it's, like, room temperature. Because it would be banger if it's cold, and it would be banger if it's hot. If it's room temperature, though, ugh. You want to make a paste with a small amount of milk, then add the rest and stir. How similar is it to Nesquik? It's pretty similar. The filth on the outside of the mayo packet from everyone touched it that adds flavor. Yeah, that's chocolate powder. It's like chocolate malt powder, yeah. I use boiling water to make the paste. You know what's funny is that I don't think I've ever made it... okay, I'm gonna be honest, it's been a while since I've made, like, anything like Horlicks or whatever. that's like with a paste. But I guess I didn't actually know that's what you're supposed to do. I would have probably done the same thing and then just like stirred the shit out of it. Or I would have put it in my like milk frother, you know? Because that will like stir it pretty well and heat up the milk or whatever at the same time. If we made hot Milo, we just warmed it from cold. Gotcha. Milk frother is better. Malty, say, yeah.
Ooh, chat. Gappy toast in chat.
It doesn't-
Okay, I barely stirred it. Okay.
Oh no, he's putting it back. Oh no, what's he doing? Oh, see, this is what I mean by like okay, look, I love milk, okay, but like this just looks so I'm thinking of room temperature milk, dude.
Why is it spilling everywhere? Okay.
Did you just put mayonnaise in your drink? He's
Look at that
washing the
guy.
room with Horlicks. Oh, what's he doing? Dude, get a goddamn spoon. What the fuck,
Chat.
Gappy? Well, apparently, his spoons are
Can we
waiting
get
to be
Gappy
washed.
Toast in chat. Can we get a Gappy toast
Okay,
in chat?
at least he has at least.
For everybody who submitted a Pokemon for the egg lock, and to another amazing.
I'm
egg
not
lock
toasting
in the
to
future,
this.
okay?
Hell no, I'm dying.
Cleanliness of one deserve. Don't influence the comment cards.
How
okay?
hard is it to wash a spoon?
Let's.
Acriel, that is a question that will never be answered. It takes like 5. Yeah, I could not tell you. Hey, if you don't have, you know, if you don't care that much and you know the spoon is not that dirty, you could just even like fucking rinse it. Hell, use the other end. You know? Use the other end. Use a pencil, like Wumbles was saying. Someone needs to post the Gappy sink pic. Actually, you know what? No, hold on. Hold on. You know what? Hold on a second. Actually, Turtle, you might be right. You know what? You actually might be right there. If his sink is still like that, then no, I wouldn't trust anything that comes out of that sink. Never mind. I take it all back. No.
Get a toast.
You need soap, buddy.
A toast to a finished egg lock, alright? Blink!
Blink.
Bro, it tastes like nothing.
Also, hold on a second. Did they say 6 teaspoons? Is that what you're supposed to put in? Is 6 teaspoons for 1 cup of milk? I just realized that he said that. I just realized that that was what he said. And I just realized. Oh. No. 200 mLs, that's like what, 8 ounces? Oh, it's a little less, okay. And 2 teaspoons, 2.5 teaspoons, okay. 2 to 4, okay, yeah, alright. Why did he say 6 then? 3 heaped teaspoons. 6 sounds like, you just eyeball it. See how it ends up floating on top? Oh no. Why wouldn't they say 2 teaspoons is a mystery? Because typically speaking, Greco, most, especially if you're like Southeast Asian or I guess British, right? Like you're just gonna have a lot more teaspoons to make like your breakfast drinks with. Like you use teaspoons for, like tea, you know? So like all tea instructions, wherever you find tea instructions, it will always be in tablespoons. Not in tablespoons, it'll be in teaspoons. Morning, Rezi. Did he say if his milk was skimmed 2% or whole? I didn't see him talk about his milk at all. I didn't even know that it was milk until like somebody said that it was milk. I think the video started this is obviously a cut from the Daily Good Dose of Gappy channel, by the way. Shout out. This is a channel that's made by our friend Female Unix. And she does a banger job of these, so you should definitely go like and subscribe. But yeah, so anyways, let's keep going.
I don't taste shit. There's no flavor. It just tastes like put more in?
Put more in. Oh no. I can't.
Let me
I
use this
can't.
thing here. I'll use it as like a scraper.
Bro, you know what? He could actually use that fucking diaphragm as a, like, tool at this point. Oh no, now he's putting too much in! Oh no, I'm like kicking. He's using a foil. Actually, Akriel, I give him credit for
It's
that
not
one,
mixing.
okay, at this point. The mayo packet again, let's go!
It's not mixing. It shouldn't matter if I use a spoon or not.
wait, somebody said... Wait, I saw something.
It shouldn't matter if I use a spoon.
Undead, fuck this. I want my timeout.
Or not. It really shouldn't matter. Are you using a Taco Bell packet? No, I'm using a Hertz mayo packet right
Oh,
here. Okay?
hurts? Did you just say
Okay,
hurts?
What if I use?
Did you say hurts? God damn it, Gabby.
Oh wait, do I have something here? I don't have any utensils here. What do I grab a fork?
Oh my... Oh, ooh.
This is the
Oh no. Y'all see this? When he drinks it, it's gonna pick up the little bits that is sticking to the side. This man has literally never known a woman. Why does the cup look like an unclean toilet bowl?
only thing that isn't currently set for washing, okay?
Oh,
I'll
okay.
use the tip of
Wow.
this, okay?
Wow. Oh my god. Yes. I'm thoroughly disgusted. Okay, you know what? Wow, this is an upgrade. This is actually an upgrade. I almost said a slur.
Yeah, it's
Well,
barely
it's no, but okay, but hold on a second. It's on the other side. Okay, compared to the yeah, just say mine is icebeans. Just use the other end of spoon. Yeah, exactly. You know what? You know what? This is actually an upgrade. Like compared to everything that he's done so far.
I didn't know silver to speak of. They're all being washed right now.
That's wooden, Gappy?
Why
Wait,
can't
what's
you mix it? Can you not mix it with a wooden spoon? Can you mix drinks with a wooden spoon? Yes, you can mix drinks with a wooden spoon. Okay, so we're fine.
Indian Asmongold. Oh no.
This isn't a bit. Guys, I'm not Asmongold. Don't start calling me brown Asmongold. Okay.
Why
Guys,
the fuck did
AI
you Google
guy
that?
told me so. It's gotta be real. Is your water even hot? It's milk and it's warm, okay?
There you go. Oh god, I can't be. This is.
Alright, chat, let's go. One last toast, okay? A toast to a fun stream. Look at that. Oh, you guys can't see it. Look at that drink.
He's lost
Cheers,
like
okay?
he's lost at least like a third of the milk at this point. Gappy's room is not nearly as cursed as Admiral Gold. Yeah, it's funny because it's true. Yeah, no. Okay, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm quite sure that a good chunk of Gappy's like you know, the disgusting parts are a bit. I'm sure that his pad is like a bachelor pad, you know, but like I don't think it's any more gross than like a normal bachelor pad. You know what I mean? There is the possibility that somebody might visit his house and find some pretty like big skeleton in the closet there or something, but I wouldn't say that, like, in general, I don't think he's, like, dead rat alarm level. He does keep saying Leonard's place was a hole. Well, Leonard's place was, like, a basement that just had spiders in it. That was kind of it. It was a bit of a deep nest, okay? It was a bit of a deep nest situation. But like, you know, it wasn't like, this is the thing though. This, I guess my point is, I didn't attribute that to Leonard. You know what I mean? I attributed that to, it's a basement. Yeah, exactly. A basement that you paid 700 a month for. Exactly. Like, to be clear, Leonard's place, the ceiling was like an inch above his head. Okay, let's just be completely real. If Leonard was in this apartment, it would have not been like that. That's what I'm saying. Leonard is fossorial confirmed. So it was a crawl space, not a basement. Acreal? I don't know. What is who is fossorial? Oh, but like an like a digging, like an underground animal. You know what? You're not wrong.
Gappy toast.
For being as tall as he is, I could totally see it. Oh my gosh. Oh, look at the spill.
Gappy's toilet after a good day. I'm sorry. That's why I spat the drink out. Sorry.
Oh God, Gappy.
Stop.
Gappy, you're turning into Cobra.
I don't,
No.
I'm trying to eat right now. Okay. It tastes very cocoa-y. Oh my god, it's all over my shirt! Ew! Oh, ew, come on! It's all over my shirt now!
What did you expect? Bro,
Ugh.
damn, drank the backwash? No joke, you spilled it all?
Honestly, it tastes pretty average.
Gappy JFS?
It's no Horlicks. Horlicks hits way harder. I would score this a 6 out of 10. It's above average for sure,
Oh,
okay?
God. Okay, also, wait a second. I'm just realizing. You know what I'm just realizing? What's this? Is that his, like, mouse pad? Like, the pad? Do I want to know? Do I want... Oh, that's old lore. That's his milk. No, Acreal. I thought it was his milk mess until he starts cleaning it up. Look at it. It doesn't go away. It's a soda stand
Honestly,
that
it
ate the
tastes
desk a
pretty
few years
average.
ago.
It's no Horlicks. Horlicks hits
Look.
way harder. I would score this a 6 out of 10. It's above average for sure, okay? I'm sure with way warmer milk, it's even better, all right?
Look, where he was cleaning went over this area. If it were like this is something that was there prior to this. He had a big gulp or something and the bottom leaked all over the desk. Oh, so his desk is so stained. Yeah, no, I'm legit horrified that is always there. Okay. A soda stain. Oh, did he just like, oh, it leaked and then it just like ate into the wood. You know, I would... Okay, listen. I know Gappy probably doesn't think about this too much, okay? I'm guessing that this is like one of those those MDF type, I guess it's called MDF. You know how like there's like a layer on top and then there's just like the IKEA like the IKEA style filling particle board, exactly. I feel like especially when you have like a chip like that just then collects like moisture and germs and shit. That's not great, right? Sir, no. You may not. No, you may not. No, towels. Hold on. Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I need to just... I think I need to switch. The popped leg, dude. I cannot with the popped leg. Hold on. Is his name Adolf? No, it is not. But we do call him Shittler. Do call him Shittler. Oh, he's so majestic. So majestic. He looks so mad. He's so mad. Hi. You're being very good. Probably because I'm okay, my cat would be pissed if I tried that. Yeah, so he is, he does sit. I do need to teach him more tricks. He does know, like touch, you know, so he'll touch like, and I'm working on him standing, you know. But hey Omni, welcome in. But also he does like he is much more tolerant than like a normal cat, and I think it's because he basically learned it from, well, okay, for one thing, we basically like held him quite a lot when he was a kitten, and he never really learned like to scratch, if that makes sense. Like he won't bat at you unless he's really mad, and like I always know when to like back off from whatever I'm doing before he gets like truly mad, because I don't actually like, I want him to be able to bat obviously if he needs to, but I just want him to not need to. You know what I mean? He already bats at like when he fights with with Hermes, then obviously he knows how to fight. But like my oldest cat takes a long time to get to a point where he will actually swat at you. Yeah, but I guess my point is that neither of them get to that point when you're just holding them, you know? And I want to keep it that way, and like and so that's why I actually did the thing where I like made him do a little dance. Because I'm kind of getting him used to okay, listen, okay. This might sound mean, but I'm getting him a little used to like doing a little dance. Cuz I want him to like be okay with it, you know what I mean? And so far he hasn't been like, he doesn't ever really get uncomfy kitty time. Okay, we just did kitty time, but we'll do another. Hey, Carlos. Hi, buddy. Okay, this is what I call the what Mr. does up the cat. That's how we pick them up. I don't know if that's actually how you're supposed to pick up a cat. Well, I guess, you know, but usually like by the time we pick them up, they're like purring, you know? Um And then after that, we can, like, do this. And obviously, Talos will have a time limit that he'll stay like this, even when squished, you know? And usually he does okay. That's like sign number 1. Okay, okay. Ice Beans out here just stroking her cat. I'm sorry, I know this is a tangent, but...
Why can't I get a date, guy? I never said I can't get a date. If I wanted to get a date, I could get a date tomorrow, okay? I literally could get a date tomorrow. It's time. Sorry, need a chaser.
Huh? What? Oh, okay, you know what? I guess if you don't like the taste of... I don't know, I guess if you don't like the taste of it, then... Yeah. Yeah, but Diet Coke is a... Diet Coke is a poor choice of chaser, I'll say that much. Where's Gappy taking his date? Can you imagine Gappy takes chat on a date? He probably would do it too, right?
Please watch this. Opening a Milo tin, Aussie style tutorial. Bro, fuck that. I'm not using a spoon like a barbarian to open it. Fuck that, dude. That's awful.
Wait, he didn't get it.
No, I don't get to use my knees for push-ups. Oh, yeah, it's still weird. What? Why the fuck would you need a spoon? It should, like, self-open.
Wait, what do you mean it should self-open? Wait, what does that mean, Gappy? Wait, Gappy, what does that mean? Gappy, what does that mean? Wait, what does that mean? It should self-open? What do you think, like a pop tab? Like it was gonna be a pop tab? You know, this guy just needs... Okay, look, he just needs the tins. Next time, just send him the tin that has the plastic lid on it, okay? Just don't... He legitimately needs a babysitter. He needs a babysitter. Okay, also before I move forward, I'm just gonna go give these treats to Hermes. Because I know he heard the clink of the treat jar, and he's probably wondering where his treats are. Oh hey, Mr. Braindead, thank you so much for the gift sub. Mumbles. I appreciate it. Okay, hold on. Also, I realized I do actually have one of these tins, and it is actually unopened. So here, we'll finish the video first, because otherwise I'm never gonna fucking get through this. Okay, alright.
Alright, chat, it's time. I am going to do push-ups, okay?
Oh no.
We got this.
What's he doing? Why is he doing this? No! Gappy, no!
No TDF distractions.
2 max? No, that... That is not a push-up. Wait! Click the link. Ooh. Wait, what is... Hey, Maruzzi! Hold on, I will click your link. Hey, that's actually not bad. Look at him go. Holy shit, he's doing it. Click the link, it is relevant. Wait, hold on. I know this is very dramatic. Also, Krail of Xanth, welcome in. Gappy, by the way. How do people ask for sex? Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Oh my god, no. Oh. Eligible bachelor right here, guys.
That's fine. That's gotta count. That's gotta count.
Want
What
some
do you
fuck?
mean?
Hey, Testy, welcome in.
That was not one. What do you mean? I went down.
Okay, they weren't the best form. They weren't the best form, but he did them. He did them. He did do them. You know, I honestly was scared for a second there. The little twerking that he did, I thought that those were gonna be the push-ups, gonna be real. That was a high note he just hit with his voice. He did.
You didn't get halfway to the floor? My head went to the fucking ground, you fucking idiot! Okay, I'll do it again.
Clippers?
I don't know what the fuck you mean.
Do 10
okay?
push-ups right now, icebeans.
Kinda
I'm
ruin the
concerned
music
about you
with that
for.
shit.
No, I'm not
Like,
doing
turn
push-ups
on the
today. You
voice,
can't
see?
make me do it.
You have to touch your chest to the ground. Okay.
Did I ever show you the Courage the Cowardly
Wait,
Dog,
I'm
Gappy?
tired. This is
Maybe?
unfair.
Run,
This isn't
Beans.
fair. I'm tired now. Okay.
Why have you been sleeping on Gappy V content? Oh brother. Oh no, Mr. Brain Dead. You prepare for your brain to actually be rotted, okay? Icebeans says diamond push-ups. I can do diamond push-ups, yes. They're obviously harder. But I remember doing them. I remember doing them on stream at one point. But yeah. That's fucking impressive. No lie. Diamond push-ups are hard though. I can do like 10 I can do, when I say I can do, what I mean is like I can do 10 push-ups like, you know, at a moment's notice, you know, without being too out of breath or whatever. Diamond push-ups are gonna be harder, you know. Like, I'm saying without any warm-up or anything like that, you know what I mean? Are they hard or they just... Oh wait, that's the definition of harder. Yeah, I mean, it's just because of the way that your hands are, I think. But I'm also I'm very out of shape compared to what I was before. So, you know.
I gotta take off the...
Is he gonna do the twerk again? Okay, no, he didn't do the little twerk. That was very funny though earlier. Oh, look at him go. See? That's not the worst. Come on, he's actually doing them now. Look at them. Look at him go. This is actually very impressive.
That's right there.
Good job. Good job.
Boom.
Good job, Gappy. He did 3 too. He did 3.
That's 3.
He had his butt up the last
God. Okay.
Good job, Gappy.
Fuck. Oh my god.
It's not hard if you breathe in going down. Well, yeah, brain dead, but...
Dude, my cup looks like a landfill. Oh my god.
It's hard if you don't do them, if you're not used to them. Come on. Oh my Christ. Oh, Gappy. What he truly is a national treasure. Quick Gappy clip. I was right, he did more push-ups than Leonard. Wait, did Leonard do push-ups on stream?
There is no crime called cannibalism. It's called desecration of a corpse, okay? I've always wanted to try it, though. There is no crime called cannibalism. It's called desecration of a corpse, okay? I've always wanted to try it, though.
How far away does this man live from, like, a pig farm? I think people... I think maybe it would be prudent to find out. I wouldn't put it past him to try this on stream. Would it surprise you if he has a pig? No, I think we'd know about it if he had a pig farm, you know? What? No, I can't eat a corpse. Oh my god, I cannot, dude. Oh no. What did he want to try? What? You know, I'm just gonna move on. We're just gonna move on. We're gonna move right past it. Like what Saku says, we're just gonna move right past it. What part of that? You could if you were hungry enough. Oh yeah, sure, of course you could if you were hungry enough. Let's be honest. Look, okay, if I was hungry enough, has anyone watched that movie, The Society of Snow? Yeah, I mean, I'll do it if I have to, you know. Like, okay, so it's actually a very good movie. It's called The Society of Snow, and it's about the it's about a real life situation. Society of the Snow, sorry. And it's about the story of this, like, I think they were like oh yeah, here we go. It's a Uruguayan rugby team in 1972, where like they crashed in the Andes mountains, and basically had to like survive by eating their dead. And it's like a thriller story, right? But it's a really great movie. I very highly recommend it. It's it's disturbing, but also that's because of the, you know, know the story, don't know the movie. The movie is great, and the story obviously is like very like great as well. They basically like they crashed in a valley, and like so they weren't able to be seen by like rescue planes and shit like that. And then I think finally a couple of them made it out. Most would say the story's tragic, not great. Well, the reason that it's great is because of like the way that they like survived, and also like, you know, how they did end up getting out, right? Yeah, and also like when you say great, it's not always great doesn't always mean good. It can mean amazing. Did you hear about the Sri Lankan man that killed a Brazilian girl in Japan after she posted on social media, Japan is the safest country? What the fuck? And okay, you have a link for that? Okay, also, not that Gappy's ever gonna watch this, okay? But does anybody know these? Any of my Asian homies in the chat? This is a Sri Lankan brand. Or I guess actually is Malibin Sri Lankan, or is it just like South Asian? I mean, it like, you know, it obviously it's obviously written in it's just cheese crackers. South Asia isn't I understand that, Chodle. But okay, Gappy, this is how you actually open a tin that has this lid. You don't shove a fucking can opener into it. You just grab like a spoon or some kind of thing with an edge, right? And you just slide it in there and you pop it open. Like this. Slide it in there, pop it open. Easy. Oh, okay. Actually, yeah, this is literally it, okay? Look, it says to open, cut round diaphragm with any sharp instrument. It is a Sri Lankan company? Nice. I mean, you can stabby. I personally like to keep as much of it intact as possible because, like I said, again, I don't know if y'all can't see this, but Talos is sitting very patiently right now because he's heard the sound. He's heard foil, and now he's patiently waiting. That is a lot of work for some crackers. I mean, they're pretty good crackers, so like, you know, you're not storing sewing implements in your crack can? Oh no, oh, convenient Estelle. You bet your butt that I will as soon as I'm done with all of these. As soon as I'm done eating these, then yeah, absolutely, right? Like these are fucking great. These are amazing. I'm probably gonna have some right now. But here, this. I'm just gonna fold in the oil ASMR. Do they taste like Cheez-Its? Cheez-Its are a little bit more tangy than these. These ones are, they call them tangy Cheez-Its. But they're a little bit more like creamier, I would say, than, like a tiny bit more creamier than Cheez-Its are. Sorry, Cheez-Its are more tangy than like Malibu cheese. These are called cheese bits. Sorry, I'm still trying to hide the. I'm trying to hide like the. I'm trying to turn in the edges so that he doesn't like cut his little mouth. Are you too weak to crumble foil? No, it's not that, Grackle. He requires a very like if it's too crumpled. Then it doesn't make the fun noise when it's batted around on hardwood floors. I'll say that as far as my cats are concerned, the number one place with this, number one problem with this apartment is that it's not a hardwood floor, and so it doesn't make fun skittering noises when, like, you throw stuff for them. Okay, you can't see. Damn it, you can't see. You gonna bring it back to me, buddy? Here, hold on. Me too. I don't want to change. I don't want to change much. See if I can't get a bit more. Are you in the mood? No? Okay then. All right. Oh no, you dumb fuck. How are you gonna get it over there, you dum-dum? Did I help him out? Do you need help? Carlos has black shorts like this guy curl. He does need it. See, if this were hardwood floors, he would be going fucking. He would be doing zoomies around the house like Hermes would. But as it were, he's only mildly interested, which is kind of unfortunate. You know what I mean? Now he'll still go play with it because he likes the sound. There you go. He'll still go play with it because he likes the sound that it makes. I don't know how the fuck I ended up with this cat, dude. he like balls of foil, but not like, I mean, he'll play with like regular balls of foil, but what I don't like about the regular ones is that he'll start like, eventually he'll start chewing into it, and then it just like kind of starts falling apart, and I don't want him ingesting foil. With this one, this is a much stronger foil. And I know he doesn't shred it, you know? Will he attack paper bags? He will... they'll go into bags, but Hermes is the bag and box guy. Like, he's the bag and box guy, you know? Beans is showing her support for Australian Labour with the lights in the back. Never mind, support over in shambles. Oh, it's bag. Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna get some water, and I'm gonna get a little bowl so that I can put my cheese bits in, and then we're gonna watch this next video, which is a longer one, but I think I'm gonna work on some of my art while we do it. Okay, we're gonna do a classic Ice Beans react. But yes, thank you very much for the Gappy tries Milo. I have an Aberrn preach you will enjoy. Do you we'll do the depending on which one it is. I just want to see which one it is, because I do think I want to let's do this. We'll do this one first, and then we'll do the ABBA next, okay? Just so that we get at least this one off of the list. I have been wanting to watch this. Okay, so water. I'm gonna take a quick bio break, and then when we come back, we're gonna do this. So hang tight. Also, if you're not in the Discord, come hang with us in the Discord. We're never watching my video about digging holes. No, we will. I promise. We're actually working through the content suggestions. Actually, hold on. How long is that one? How long is that one? I just want to see real quick. Where's my content? A video about digging a hole. Oh, okay. Yeah. How long is it? Depending on how long it is, it's 27 minutes. Okay. You know what? Like, let's see how I feel after the... No, I think we should try to get through all of it. It just depends on how long I take for these things, you know? If we don't do it today, we will do your whole digging a hole video tomorrow. Okay, I promise. Alright, okay, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Or, you know, you can go get your snackies and, like, your coffee and whatnot. Be right back.
I just had a box full of geckos and I made them all fuck. How weird is that?
Hello. You.
Hey! Solemn Raiders, welcome in. How are you doing, Solemn? Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Everyone check out King Solemn. King Solomon the Libtart. He streams on weekends mostly. Weekend mornings. Mornings for... obviously mornings for, like, Americans. And later in the evening for, you know, for everybody else. But, if y'all want to hang out with us, we're about to do a video about that's called The Art of Justifying Evil from Dark Matter 2525. A pretty old name, actually. So if you want to click on that link, you'll join our viewers. Don't tell me Beans went for Oganark? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, no. Oh shit, did I not actually bring the... I didn't actually... Oh, God damn it. I did get water, but hold on, I didn't bring my crackers over. Just to be clear, well, what crackers I'm referring to. Okay. We're also gonna be working on my art, okay? Okay. Let's get through this. Let's try to get through this. Okay. Mad Lad, apparently gifting a sub to, so I guess Mad Lad, likes, crackers enough to give a sub to Love Crackers. Nice try, Mad Lad. Thanks for the sub, buddy. So yeah, this is a name we have not heard in a while, right? I'm going to, again, I am going to be doing my art real quick. And let me just show you what I'm working on. Art. Large. This is what I'm working on right now. I am also working on Gus emotes, don't worry. We'll have the... I'll try to get them done for, like, tomorrow's stream, actually, if I can manage it. I'm still doing the color on them, but, let's actually just, show you what it's... This is gonna be our new Yippee emote. This is what it's gonna basically look like. Oh wait, does it not show on stream? Okay, hold on. Oops, sorry. There you go. Sorry, I had it on studio mode. Alright, Solemn. Have a good night, dude. I'm in big trouble. So I'm just adding color to it now. It's gonna be our Squishborb emote. So that's what I'll work on the side here. But obviously we will be watching this. I'm just gonna have it up there so you can still see what I'm working on. I figure that, like, Dark Matter is more of a listening... We're probably gonna be listening to him way more than we are watching, right? But yeah, let's dial it. Let's dial in. Whoa. Ooh.
I want to talk to you a little bit about how people justify violence.
I also don't know if I've ever seen the man. I've only ever seen that, like, his voiceover shits, right? Okay, alright.
How that relates to the problems of evil and suffering. And how that manifests in modern day conflicts like what's happening in Gaza. In order to do that, I have to repeat myself on a few points because I want them consolidated in a single video. So if you've heard me speak about those things before, please bear with me because I do have some new things to say as well. See, there's something that religious people have to do that non-religious people don't. You know what it is? See, the world makes sense to the non-believer as it is. It requires no further explanation than what nature itself tells us. Non-believers have that luxury. Religious people, however, have to tell themselves stories to make sense of the world. That's because their beliefs don't align with the reality we witness on a daily basis. So they need the stories in order to reconcile the discrepancies. Think of it like a translator.
Oh, hold on.
Religious people
Sorry.
don't speak the language of reality. So religion translates for them, which is a disadvantage as far as discerning truth, because much is lost in translation.
Okay, hold on. I need to go back a bit and maybe have the captions on for a second because I need
truth
to.
Translates the language of reality.
Wait,
he said people don't speak the language of reality. So religion translates for them, which is a disadvantage as far as discerning truth, because much is lost in translation.
Now listen, I'm an atheist, but like I don't know that I agree that they're completely disconnected from reality. I think that there are certainly parts of religion that can be disconnected from reality, and so therefore, like, then create that translation problem that he's talking about. And maybe he'll get into those specific things in general, but I don't know that like that applies across the board to the same extent. If that makes sense, you know? Stories aren't exclusive to, yeah, I mean that's kind of it, convenient as Stell, but also like I think he's more referring to like thought patterns and like just the general structure of how you see the world and like what you value and stuff like that. So I think that's maybe, yeah. Let's say let him cook. I mean, I understand, I get what he means, but like I don't know if I agree to the extent that he's taking it. That's it.
So remember that it's all about stories and language. Those two things shape perception. That's how a religious person can think that they're living in such a magical world with God and the devil constantly interacting everywhere, and how they can believe demons and angels are all around them, while a non-religious person just sees the mundane, normal, natural world as it is. For instance, the general unfairness.
Okay, hold on. No. Okay, this is the problem. Oh boy. Oh no. Oh, we're running into it right away. Okay, just because you're not religious doesn't mean that you have no barrier between you and the truth. Right? You just don't have the religious barrier between you and the truth, right? Oh no, okay. Hold on. You just don't have the religious barrier. You still have... Oh no, okay. Okay, hold on. Oh, I didn't need to do that.
And injustice of the world makes sense to the non-believer. What we see in reality perfectly fits with what we should expect to see. Pain evolved because organisms that can detect injury act accordingly for their own protection and are thus more likely to perpetuate the species. Pain caused the fear of injury, resulting in organisms working to avoid it. Nature's incentive structure. There's no mythology required. That's just how it happened, as all the evidence indicates. That's why the distribution of suffering cares not about who does or does not deserve to experience it. Deserves got nothing to do with it.
Okay.
I don't deserve this. To die like this. Deserves got nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, that much is true. But see, this is exactly like the issue with taking that stance that like the religious have a barrier that the non-religious don't. It's not that the non-religious doesn't experience the just world fallacy. They absolutely do. They just absorb it in a different, or they absorb it and they express it in a different way. That's it. That's literally it. You're still susceptible to the just world fallacy. It's just that you might not have it as explicitly as a religious person because you don't have like that religious, it's not, I mean, it's just not pre-installed, or it's not like you don't actively, you use those, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Also, this is for people who just came in, this is dark matter. This is not this is not Wash. This is Dark Matter 2525, who is well known for his for like this video. Oh, these videos are like, this is like what he was known for. This was like Reddit atheism. That's what he was known for back in the day. Obviously, you know, now I think he still does those, but I don't know if he like, I don't know if he does these videos anymore. I think it's more of like these kinds of videos. He's a meme. Is he a memer? I don't know if I would call him a memer. He was more of the, I think he did do like, the memes. Like, he did the style of, atheism videos that like, reduce them, like, reductio ad absurdum, like, you know, where you reduce something and make fun of it because you're reducing it. Like, that's the style of videos that he would do, right?
The problem with those facts is that they're only the hows. But people crave whys, even when there is no why. And that's because people create whys by doing things for specific reasons. So they project this intentional behavior onto nature itself. That desire for non-existent whys to be answered is what causes human beings to conflate hows with whys. That causes us to anthropomorphize nature, which is, of course, the true origin of God and religion, the anthropomorphizing of nature. It is far simpler, far less romantic, and far less appealing than the religious stories that make us out to be special. Pain and suffering is a purely cold and mechanical process. If you don't put enough oil in your engine will suffer for it. The check oil warning light will turn on. Well, for us, our warning light is a pain signal, which is variable depending on the severity. It's all natural machinery. And that's why these mechanisms will go through their motions regardless of extenuating circumstances. In other words, breaking a bone is going to hurt and continue to hurt, regardless of factors like how much of a good person you are, or whether the pain has done its job of informing you and you know not to use your arm. It doesn't matter. It's still going to continue to hurt. There's no intelligent force behind the pain signals, so the pain will continue even when it's no longer necessary. That's just a result of millions of years of evolution. It makes sense. In nature, there is no justice. In nature, the sick and the young are hunted first. Just getting a drink of water can result in a painful death. Justice has a specific, recognizable pattern, but no such pattern emerges in nature. Blameless babies suffer and die, and that is the result of just the pure, cold, uncaring mechanics of nature at work. It's all explainable, all observable. The most noble, charitable, and selfless person can suffer in agony for years until they die, while the greediest, most corrupt, and contemptible person can live a life of decadence and luxury until they pass away comfortably in their sleep at a ripe old age. To add insult to injury, both of these people can have completely distorted self-awareness, and all the people around them can be just as mistaken as they are.
Wait, Grackle, what does that have to do with Grackle, what does that have to do with it? Like, I think that's what he's maybe acknowledging, is that nature doesn't care, right? Like, that's the point. That nature doesn't care. I am proof that good things happen to bad people. I mean, I think that's what he's saying, is that, like, good things can happen to, like, there's no justice in, like, how, like, good things happen. Because you could have a person who is wholly undeserving of their good fortune end up with good fortune, right? Society isn't set up to be nature on purpose. Yes. I mean, society is, to a degree, it is to counter certain things of nature. Yeah, I agree with that. But even so, we don't counter all the things that nature throws at us. Right? That's what he's saying. It still isn't the case that, like, a good person necessarily gets a good life. Like, that's not how our society is set up. And so, yeah, in the sense that we try to protect our sick and our weak and our old and our young, but, like, you know, that's not always how, that's not how society's always set, our society's always set up, and even if it is set up that way, sometimes it doesn't work. Or in certain cases, it doesn't work a lot of the time, or whatever it is. You know, it depends on the system. Yeah, he's speaking to I think, yeah, I guess that's the other thing, too, is that he's speaking to, like, the natural state of things, not necessarily yeah, exactly.
The selfless person may very well feel like they are not good, like they're inadequate, causing them to feel depressed and unfulfilled, and others may look down upon them for their lack of apparent accomplishments, thereby reinforcing their negative self-esteem, even if their impact is quite meaningful. Meanwhile, the greedy person may feel like they are supremely benevolent and a vital pillar of the community, making them feel quite happy and fulfilled, and others may even look up to them and their ill-gotten gains as commendable accomplishments, thereby reinforcing the greedy person's distorted sense of self-worth, even if they actually had a net negative impact. This extremely unfair and unjust world is exactly the type of world that would be produced from a nature that is rooted in survival and taking advantage. It is not the world that would be produced by a supremely powerful and benevolent God. To even attempt to make sense of that so that they can keep their God belief, people tell themselves all kinds of stories. As I said, stories and language shape perception. We invented
Okay. So basically, okay, hold on. I think I understood his point, but I want to go back a little bit. Just to see if extremely unfair and unjust world. Okay, hold on. You know what? Actually, sorry. I want to just very quickly look at that point again.
nature that is rooted in survival and taking advantage. It is not the world that would be produced by a supremely powerful and
Okay, yeah. So basically he's saying, like, our world...
benevolent God to even attempt to make...
Yeah, okay. He's basically saying our world could not have been, like, by that virtue of that be... And it could not have been created by a benevolent God, and we tell each other stories to, like, justify why that is still the case, even though we say that the God is benevolent. Like, we say, oh, it's free will, or we say that it's the sin of man, and so on and so forth. He's one of those atheists who doesn't acknowledge free will. No, it's not that he doesn't acknowledge free will, Grackle. I think, if I may be so bold, I think that he basically would say that, like, the story that we say, that, like, the story that Christians will say, that, you know, it is our free will to, like, be rejected, like the whole Apple story, you know, that is a story that we tell ourselves to explain why God has abandoned us or whatever, you know, that why God isn't in our lives anymore, why we sin and why everything else, right? Lamp boobs. I love God so hard. Oh my gosh. Welcome in. The world he's describing that we live in is made by man, not God. Wait. Yes. But, like, hold on. The world, yes. But that's the problem too, right? Christians have to explain why we aren't living in a world that is made by God. That's the problem. And I mean that both, like, literally and also culturally, right? Has anyone considered that Jesus is, like, way cool? Free will is why. Well, see, that's the problem though, Grekel, is that he's saying that even the concept that we have of free will is that is a construct that has been created by us. Like, that is a concept that has been created by us. And in that sense, at least I could be wrong about how he's using that word, but, like, we're using that story to say this is why God isn't, like, down here with us, interacting with us, being benevolent, why we sin, why we die, all that stuff, right? Jesus is my homeboy, we skate hella ramps, there you go. Yeah, free will is a label we have given to the story we tell ourselves about our lives. Exactly, that's what he's saying. Yeah, alright.
sense of that so that they can keep their God belief. People tell themselves all kinds of stories.
Okay, I know. Sorry.
As I said,
fine. I'll
stories and language shape perception. We invented many stories throughout history to explain it. From our fall in the Garden of Eden to God's desire for us to have free will to a grand, mysterious plan that will make sense of it all in the end. Each of these stories are grotesquely immoral in their own unique ways. Thus, they often instill in religious people a way of moral reasoning that is conducive to atrocity. That's the danger of coming up with ways to justify the unjustifiable. Unlike the non-believer who knows that there's no justice in nature. Attempting to justify the unjustifiable is part of the injustice, part of how people see bad as good and good as bad. The stories and language don't just shape perception, they distort it. The first story...
Okay. Again, I don't I understand he's positioning he's positioning his entire argument as like religious people have this issue and non-religious people don't have this issue, so I'm not going to keep pointing it out, I think, because it's going to get repetitive. But I highly disagree with this notion that just because you have a non-believer who has either never grown up with this installed with them or has had it and has come out of it, that doesn't mean that you are just as susceptible. That doesn't mean that you're not susceptible to that fallacy. So again, I'm just gonna leave it there. Hopefully I won't have to say it over and over again. I just don't like that, because I think that even... Oh my god. Of course this is actually great, because I'm actually writing my next video is probably going to be about cognitive dissonance, and like specifically like this, you know, specifically this idea that I'm pointing out right now, where it's like you do not want to be in this position where you think that you're above it, or that you're not susceptible to something just because you don't share this weakness, or like you don't have this like fallacy, like, you know, you are going to be just as susceptible. Well, you're going to be susceptible, maybe not just as susceptible, but it can backfire on you, etc. Okay, all right, I'm done with the tangent. Welcome in, female eunuchs. How are you doing?
Attempts to blame everyone with inherited...
And yes,
W
Grackle.
icebeans W weakened. What's Q happy?
Thanks for the TTS. I thought your next video was going to be USPS. Yes, Grackle, I've hit a bit of a block on that one, and this one, this cognitive dissonance video, is it demanded to be released first, because I got the idea, and then the next day I had by later that same day I had like most of the script written out. So I think I am going to put that out first. I am still going to release the USPS video, though.
Guilt. This is how the pain and suffering of the world is explained. They tell themselves that our current fallen state was not part of the original design, and that our perfect creator did not intend for us to be this way. As blatantly paradoxical as that excuse is, they tell themselves that we were originally designed not to suffer, but it was we who messed up by disobeying this perfectly good God, and thus ruined paradise for ourselves. As if an omniscient God would not know the result of his creative act ahead of time. Of course he would, which would speak to his intent for us to be precisely the way we are. What's a greater problem for this story than the nature of God, however, is the nature of ourselves. How can you possibly untangle pain from all our other feelings?
Oh no, female eunuchs. Yes, we watched the whole video. Oh no! You weren't here. No, we did watch we watched the whole video. It was awful. It was awful. And I in fact had I had a tin of crackers that opens the same way that his Milo tin was supposed to open. So I did actually do a demonstration of how...
Hello.
Hello, you watched the video without me? Oh no. Thanks for the 70 bits. But yes, it was a great video, okay? W video. Shout out female eunuchs. She runs the Daily Dose of Gappy.
If we were designed to never die or feel pain, then why do we have pain receptors or digestive systems, both of which are integrated into our basic functionality? And why have these traits existed in animals that predate human beings and our alleged disobedience? How would we not immediately overpopulate the earth if nobody ever died? The story attempts to answer the problems of pain and suffering by claiming that they were unintended. But pain and suffering are necessary. The real problem isn't that they exist, it's how they exist and how they manifest in reality in such ways that are blatantly contradictory to any sort of benevolence. Others have mistaken the necessity of pain and suffering as the answer to the problem itself, saying that we cannot appreciate the good without experiencing the bad. And that may be well and good for those of you who have survived your tribulations, but it doesn't do much for those who must endure agony only.
Yo. Thanks for the 1,000 bits, Crackle. Yeah, agony. Agony, right there. Why do you turn volume down on alert? Wait, did I? It was a bit down, wasn't it? I think it might be because they, like, oh, I see why. It's because I'm sorry. Here you go. Well, it should be... Hold on. No. I think it's just because it's not up on my own speakers. There you go.
For agony to result in death. The problem
Tuna
isn't
Chip.
merely that
Oh,
agony
no.
exists. The problem is distribution.
Jesus Christ, Tuna. Who's this fat preacher gone woke atheist pseudo? Wait, Tuna, this is a very classic. This is a very classic fat preacher gone woke atheist pseudo Nietzsche. Okay, like he's been around a very long time, so he didn't go woke yesterday. Okay.
And utility.
Tuna thinking about
A
pears.
relatively
True.
blameless person can experience unending agony, while a horrendously contemptible person lives a life of ease and comfort. Why the discrepancy? Where is the justice? Under naturalism, there's no need for an explanation because it's exactly what we should expect to see in an indifferent natural world. The religious stories, however, make the ugliness of such a reality even uglier by attempting to justify it. They blame the blameless. Perhaps they did something bad in a previous life, they say. Perhaps it's karma, they say.
Oh no.
Perhaps
He's
they're
going into the
paying
point.
for something they've done that we just don't know about.
Going
they
into the
say.
point.
Many try to explain it by saying that none of us are good, even though that doesn't answer the discrepancy itself. Theism takes our human desire for justice in an obviously unjust world and uses it to help construct the idea of an afterlife. Real justice must happen after we die, you see. But that belief only exists because it's unfalsifiable, so it can afford to exist. That's because beyond death is beyond our sight, so it leaves room for us to invent that which we so desperately want to be true. But if life should have taught you anything by now, it should be that the truth doesn't give a damn about what you want it to be. It just is, regardless. That's what makes it the truth. Not a truth, not one of many truths. The truth, period. So make up all the stories you want. Believe the stories others have come up with in the past and recorded in books slapped with the holy label. Believe all you want about what you can't possibly know. But it won't change what is. And if you're old enough to understand my words right now, then you're old enough to have learned that lesson by now. Just
No. Like, no, though. That. Wait. Okay. I don't know if he's missing. Is he missing that, like. Is he missing. Okay, I'm actually actually a little confused as to how he is missing the fact that, like, a lot of these, the truth that he's talking about is is presented a certain way and it's explained a certain way in religion. So, like, the fact that, like, the whole facts don't care about your feelings or whatever, that is explained by religion. And a lot of people who are religious, or for whom, like, this stuff is actually true and not just, like, a set of, like, you know, like, surface level or whatever the fuck else beliefs. Like, this is all explained to them. This is not something that they think about as a, they don't think about it as a problem, right? Or they don't see it as a question that is not, that's why we have that's why we have what we call, like, apologia, or, like, apologist sites or whatever. It's so that it provides people who do question this stuff with an easy way to come back to their religious beliefs. Like, but for the most part, like, a lot of even religious people, I'm not, like, you know, not just religious people, I mean, they think they have the answer. Or they have enough of an answer that it keeps them from questioning more. So I don't understand why he's acting as if, like, I feel like he, of all people, should know that it is not obvious that this is something that is, like, a lot of people don't have cognitive dissonance about this stuff. I would wager, like, most religious people don't think about that kind of stuff, you know? Like, if something happens that means that they, you know, their sense of, like, justice, or that, you know, if they experience cognitive dissonance, there's plenty of mechanisms in place within religion to reduce that cognitive dissonance. So I don't know why he's acting as if it doesn't exist suddenly. Oh my Christ, Tuna. We believe because we want, exactly. Oh
You're
my.
experiencing the general unfairness of life. There's no indication that any cosmic justice is coming. The sooner we recognize that cold, hard fact, the sooner we can concentrate on doing what we can to provide justice ourselves, because there is no justice except for the justice we create. That's what's so scary. It's up to us to take
fair.
full responsibility. The reason that scares me personally is that the world is so filled with scoundrels that bully, cheat, and lie their way into places of authority that I have very little faith in our ability to create any sort of meaningful, lasting justice. How could we, while we're still so very misguided? How could we, while we celebrate fools and scoff at the wise? Should I really be calling the idea of cosmic justice immoral, though? What's so immoral about it? So often I see religious people express the idea that God will make things right in the end. Wouldn't that be nice? All the scoundrels who thought they got away with it all will one day find themselves face to face with the judge that personally witnessed.
Why does he think people are misguided? He thinks it's only the well, okay. To be clear, this you know, this is a lay Reddit atheist channel. So, and this is I don't know if you heard this earlier, Grackle. This is my #1 criticism of him so far, is that he is only talking about religious people and not people who not people who people as a whole who subscribe to this kind of thinking or whatever. Like, he's not directing this at them specifically. He is talking about religiosity and how religiosity plays into this sort of thing. But he's not also, again, this is my problem with it. He's not acknowledging that this is not exclusive to religion. Why are we talking about whether divine justice is immoral? The more interesting question is, why do people desire to be judged after death? I think, well, I mean, I think it's I would say that that's like the just world thing, right? Like, we do have, like, whether you're religious or not, we do tend to want, like, we do tend to want to see the world as being just. And so we will come up with all kinds of excuses to, like, explain away why something bad happens. It's just that, like, religiosity will, like, often emphasize and capitalize on that fallacy, right? But of course there could be other styles of thinking or other connected styles of thinking that isn't, like, religious. I mean, I think his, I mean, I don't even know if that's his, actually, I don't know whether, let me cook.
Them.
I'm waiting for him to stop and say, "One moment, everybody," and then rips a huge fart. Oh my god. Acreal. I'm waiting for him to stop and say, "One moment, everybody," and then he rips a huge fart and then slowly pulls up an empty wine glass and then takes a deep inhale from it before exhaling with satisfaction and continuing his monologue. Does somebody have the Rise Wine time? The Rise Wine emote? I did get a Rhizome sub. I'm very excited, chat. I got both a Rhizome gift sub and a Maya gift sub. I am so excited. This month is gonna be great. This guy looks like Non-Smoker, the streamer. Oh, hell yeah, there you go, Taz Wine. Say what you want about Rise, he has some good emotes. Oh, yeah, no. Excellent, no notes. The one that he has, oh my, okay, sorry. Quick, very tiny, quick emote. Well, it's not the dead one, what is it, Melt? Oh, this one. Oh, fucking perfect, dude. No notes whatsoever. Look at that emote. Oh, it's so great. It's amazing. Oh, it won't show up correctly. It's fine. Alright.
Do every
Cheeks is pretty
evil
good, too.
deed. All the people who suffered so much will be able to finally find happiness
Others?
and fulfillment. Wouldn't that be nice?
Which one?
No. If there were a supremely powerful judge witnessing the scoundrels as they committed their many crimes, then why allow them to do it only to punish them later? Why allow the trauma of the innocent just to manifest a punishment for the guilty? All you're doing is doubling the misery. Why would the supremely benevolent being stand by and watch as the knife goes in, as the trigger is pulled, as the clothes are torn? What value is there in such punishment other than to satiate the bloodlust of the people who were wronged? Why not teach benevolence and goodness? Why not enlighten before crimes are committed? Why allow there to be victims in the first place?
Okay, no, you're right, Leonard. It's literally called Divine Justice is Immoral. Okay, oh, I see what you're saying. Yes. Now I understand what you're saying. And this is, because he's finally also coming to the actual point. So let him finish his point.
So there can be punishments? Why witness the suffering only to promise peace and fulfillment later, rather than removing the suffering and injustice in the here and now? That's easily answered if there is no supremely benevolent force. So what if no justice is coming? What if there is no such God who will offer no such thing? That's what I ask of you right now. And I want you to seriously consider it. What then? What should we do? All too often, the believer will misinterpret the non-believer's skepticism as desire. Rather than seeing the problem logically, they project emotion into the equation and think we don't want there to be a cosmic judge because we don't want to be judged. It's the opposite. We want there to be justice.
Oh, yes, that is the point. Okay, hold on. Okay, yes, yes. We want there, okay, hold on.
In this world, our world. So we refuse to defer to an imaginary character for it. So what should we do? We should do whatever we can to distance ourselves from our unfair origins and make the world a fairer place.
Okay. There's two things here. Okay. One.
Everything's computer.
Everything's computer. Oh no. Oh no. Hey, McFiston. What the fuck is a kilometer? What do you mean? What do you mean, brother? What do you mean, brother?
What the fuck is a kilometer? Eagle, 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 eagle.
Thank you so much for the sub. 15 months, goddamn. Okay, there's two things. Two things here, okay? Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Oh no, no, no. Okay. Here's the thing. Oh, Christ. Okay, yes. What Leonard was saying was correct. Okay. Yes, Christians have answers for literally all of the questions that he just asked. Right? They don't, again, he's basing this argument on like a false premise that Christians don't have those answers. They absolutely do. Okay? They absolutely do. And I'm saying Christians even though he could just literally be talking about like any religion whatsoever. But, let's just assume that he's just whatever, but like, yes, they have the answers already. This all makes sense to them. There is no cognitive dissonance. Okay? That's point number one. Point number two, he's saying want. He literally said the word want. All too often, the believer... Oh my gosh. Wait. All too often, the believer will often misinterpret the non-believer's skepticism as desire rather than seeing the problem logically. They project emotion into the equation and think we don't want there to be a cosmic judge because we don't want to be judged. Okay. I understand and I accept and I agree that, like, the misinterpretation happens. People say, oh, you just think like this because you're angry at God or because you don't want to live a disciplined and moral life. And, for the most part, I would agree that that is not true of, like, non-believers. But, like, that doesn't mean that non-believers don't also want to believe something about the world. And he has literally just said it. Yes, they want there to be... Wait. It's the opposite.
It's the opposite. We want there to be justice in this world.
Yes, we want there to be justice in this world. But that doesn't mean that the way that we enact that justice is by enacting systems of justice that is devoid of religion. And in fact, I would say it's the opposite, because a lot of justice systems were also like religious justice systems, right? Like, I'm not wrong about that particular thing. It's like, I mean, obviously they're not always they're not always like from Christianity, but they involve Christianity or they arose from the church or whatever the fuck else. And it's why Christians will say, like, our justice system based in religion. Hey, Tobes, welcome in. Kilometers is a high score system for Halo. Get the Reddit dwarf who talks like a chubby Batman off the screen. Oh, come on, put a girl on! Japan is very much not religious and has almost no crime and a high trust society. No, Tyson Wayne, I'm not saying that, like, here's the thing. To be clear, I'm not saying that, like, I'm not saying that you can't have morals without religion. Not at all, right? And I acknowledge that. I'm just saying that, like, just because atheists or non-religious people don't have that, like, just because they don't, I'm gonna call it delusion, but, you know, just because they don't have that idea doesn't mean that what they're replacing that wrong idea, according to him, they're not necessarily replacing it with, like, a better one for society or for justice or for our goals of justice. It could be just as bad or it could be worse, because there's nothing actually that stops. There's no inherent thing of being non-religion that in and of itself stops you from believing some other fallacious thing that then results in no justice. I don't know if that makes sense. You can have it. No, you can have it. Oh wait, I got it for you. Wait, what? You can. I'm not saying it's not even possible. It is possible. It's just that, like, you can't assume that just because you take the religious off, that suddenly you'll be capable, or that you would naturally do it without any further guidance whatsoever, right? What are you saying, Toon Chip? Put a girl on. That's what he said. Just a riff on put a girl on. Yeah. I prefer Sharia law. No, I don't want Sharia law. No, thank you. I don't want a predictable and stable world. Wait, convenient to still. No, we want a predictable and stable world. Okay.
World. So we refuse to defer to an imaginary character for it.
Yeah, that is also cringe. I could have a fun convo with you about this idea. Oh, absolutely, Deez. No, go for it. Actually, you know, if you don't want to have it on stream, that's totally fine. We can do it afterwards, like in VC. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, Tuna. Okay, yeah, no, maybe that's a little on the edge there, but okay. Sorry, okay, I did not see that second one. That's a bit odd. Christ. Ay. Yeah, no worries, Deez. I mean, like, yeah, okay.
So what should we do? We should do whatever we can to distance ourselves from our unfair origins and make the world a fairer place. We cannot rely on a god to do anything for us. If life teaches you anything, it should at least be that. Far too many religious people are far too dismissive of this ancient problem that exists for them. They foolishly think it has been asked and answered. They may have even seen YouTube videos with arrogant titles that claim someone got wrecked, destroyed, or humiliated in some debate about it, and thus conclude that it's a settled issue. They hear things like, God wanted there to be free will, and decide, well, yeah, that's obviously it. God wanted there to be free will. Discussion over. Really? Is it? Can you even prove that free will exists? How can you claim that it's because God wanted there to be a thing if you can't even prove that thing itself exists? But if you ask me, the problem is just as persistent even if free will does exist. Because the question then arises, why would a benevolent God care more about the free will of evil people to do evil deeds than the lives and the free will of their victims?
Why would a benevolent God care more about the free will of evil people to do evil deeds than the lives and the free will of their victims? We're back to asking questions that have been debunked, though. That have been debunked, and so therefore are not going to be questioned by religious people. Put the fries in the bag. I don't know if this is the worst camera angle, actually. I don't know. Why wouldn't a benevolent God make everyone slaves is also what he's also asking. Wait, what? Why wouldn't a benevolent God? Okay, here's the thing, Greckle. God... No, I understand what you're asking. Right. Without free will, you'd be a slave and God wouldn't be benevolent, would he? No. I understand what you are asking, right? He gave man free will. Okay, this is kind of going back to like an old argument, okay? So I understand that like this might not go anywhere in particular, but like he gave man free will, and then he also said, and then he also deliberately put like a tree that they couldn't eat, right? And had all the other shit that they could eat. And he said you should not eat from this tree, like he pointed out. And then he punished them for exercising their free will. So there is a problem there, right? Because you're talking about, you're saying not only is he good, but he's also all-knowing. If he's all-knowing, and especially if people say he has a plan for us, he knows what we're gonna do, blah blah blah, then the response that he should have when his creation inevitably uses their free will to do something that he doesn't want, it shouldn't be anger. Because anger is something that happens when you are unpleasantly surprised with the outcome of something. When you are unhappy or you are surprised in a bad way that somebody has done something. He shouldn't feel anger and he shouldn't feel surprised because they're using their free will. So it basically kind of either you're not benevolent or you're not all-knowing. If you're all-knowing, then you essentially set them up to fail, right? That's the problem. You can't be both. I've explained that problem in a very roundabout way, but I hope that makes sense. Hey, Amphibious Orca, welcome in. I mean, I'm not even talking about the slavery part later, right? I know that that's there and that, he endorses it and everything, blah, blah, blah. But, like, I'm just saying, like, from the get-go, there is a problem with the free will stuff. These fine details can just be untrue. It misses the forest with tree. No, but like this is the thing. Tuna. But like the thing is that this is the fundamental of the free will issue, right? Like when Christians talk about the free will, this is where it originates from, and so like this is actually kind of the best place to start to like pick that apart, sort of, so to speak. Like, and I remember having this exact same question for like my youth pastor. I didn't really have a youth pastor per se, but he was the closest thing I had to a youth pastor. Was that like he, the apology that was given to me for that was that he gave us free will so that we would choose him, that we would choose God, we would choose heaven. But like, and for whatever reason, I like accepted that without really thinking about like the fact that that wouldn't be possible. I wasn't introduced to the idea that, like, he shouldn't feel surprise if he is all-knowing. He shouldn't be angry. Why would he be angry? He deliberately set it up so that there was a good option and a bad option, right? Quick call question. Yes, but I am gonna keep it to 5 minutes, okay, Tuna? Just because I know otherwise we will talk for 2 years. There, yeah, get in the green room. Or get on air. I think you should be able to just pop in. I am gonna set a timer for you. Love you, buddy. Don't listen, Tuna is an ex-cat. I'm an ex-cat, right, Testy? Hey, Tuna, welcome in.
What's going on? Also, not ex-Catholic. I'm just every Catholic race mixed together. I'm racially Catholic, but I made it to like college not knowing that people believed God in the literal. I thought that it was all allegorical, symbolical, in the same way that we think of like the Roman and Greek gods, like symbolic representations of some cryptic substrate of divinity. But anyway, this doesn't matter. The whole, okay, to tie up a loose end that you put right before I called in, but it doesn't have to be the whole of the question. My understanding is that with all of the different variations, sure, maybe your variation, your pastor wanted to have this like discussion, this like reaction to like, well, what about the contradictions between the free will premise and the omnipotence presence? And the real thing that people are upset by is the idea that God would set people up to fail. But God does set people up to fail in the Bible all the time. It's like not necessarily like this idea that it's a fair God is the actual contradiction. And I don't think every Christian believes in the idea of a fair God. That's why you have all of these predeterminists who say, yeah, some people are born to go to hell. Some people and that's kind of like there's a rich, and that's not the only explanation. There's a rich bed of cosmological variation inside of Christianity to deal with these questions. And it's just, this is what happens when you have like a puzzle box religion where you set a couple of claims that have contradictions, that they just become fucking thick with weird exception cases. Nobody just goes, you solved the puzzle. We're just going to give up on God that easy.
Well, no. I mean, don't get me wrong, Tuna. I think like that. Look, okay, for at least that pastor, you know, he's dealing like the person who gave me that idea was essentially doing the equivalent of like whack-a-mole, right? Like if I had come up with a different problem, I would have gotten a different answer. Or if I'd even come up with one after the other, there's like, you know, like you said, there's just explanations upon explanations. It's just what he gives me to start with isn't going to necessarily cover all the bases. And in part, it's because he doesn't have to, right? I'm coming to him with a very simple question, technically speaking. And so a simple answer will suffice.
Well, there's also the whole point that why is it whack-a-mole? It's because these finer details of religion are produced precisely by the questions. Most of cosmology is not produced through like an initial claim. There are very few initial claims that as soon as those initial claims under scrutiny and discourse are revealed to have some logical contradiction, then create these finer details of cosmology that are meant to smooth over those contradictions. So what you're actually doing inadvertently, and what every one of these atheists is doing without recognizing, the capital A atheists, is that they are actually part of the project of creating this complicated, neurotic form of Christianity through engaging in discourse with it, rather than recognizing, wait a second, all of this back and forth, this futzing, this, Reddit gotchaism, all it's actually doing is reinforcing the beliefs of the person on the other side, because there is this complicated, rational, if you take the premise as given, like explanation, well, of course, isn't it so coincidental that if there was a God, he definitely would have done things just this way because, well, of course, he works in complicated ways. Of course, he needs to create a rich tapestry of sin and of revelation so that all humans through life can discover the consequences of bad versus good through witnessing it in others and not just through scripture. Like there's all these different like explanations that exist. I'm wondering, and going back to this, the actual question then, and then closure. Why do people not feel above this conversation? Because this is the thing that I've found is my main thought with any atheist that identifies as an atheist, has these conversations. aren't you just talking to a retarded rat? Aren't you just talking to a person who, like, he's saying this entire conversation, you want justice, but you don't understand the means. Yes. You don't respect the person you're talking to. Why are you talking to them as if they were an interlocutor that you like, you're both talking down to the person, yet you're still talking to them. I don't turn around every time I go to the bathroom and have a discussion with the turd floating in the toilet before I flush it down. I move on. I have a decent day with myself instead of going on like a 30-minute diatribe about how Christians are so stupid. I just think it's an embarrassment.
No. Okay. Okay. Also, your time is up, but I hope that you've asked your question though, right? Like the.
That's my question.
Okay.
That's
No. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So
what's the motive?
Yeah. Okay. Well, the motive is, as it always is with these videos in general, one, it is to
by this guy, or is this a genre? Just asking.
What's that?
By this guy, or is this a genre of video?
No, this is a genre of video. This is a genre. It just
genre?
like genre. Wrong. I mean, it's and this guy is known for this specific genre of basically ridicule, right? But beyond that, it's also one of those things, and this is the interpretation that I am more partial to. You know, this guy is obviously doing it sort of the wrong way, in that there is a level of condescension. Like you said, it is a speaking to the turd type of deal, like, because that is the level to which he is ascribing these people's as like worldview. It's to try to convince people to like wake up. It's trying to like put something out there that will inevitably spark it will spark a process of self-extraction. So that's the goal, I would say. Now, whether he does that well, I personally don't think so, even though he's saying something interesting, in the sense he's presenting an argument. I'm understanding the argument. I just think that his argument is being made like in a weak way. So that's why I have criticism for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can see that.
Get your closing argument out. Yeah. Go ahead.
If the main thrust of his argument is going to be so reactive, it's going to be so about picking holes in the structure, and he can call it constructive because he's saying all the things Christianity wants, atheism can do better in the material world, then he has to pick apart the actual actions of Christians in the material world, because there is a bit of a chronically online ism here, believing that Christians are lazy, do nothing, didn't create the material conditions necessary for atheism. It doesn't seem like the right approach, and I think that it's a really long-winded. It seems to be in the same way that the Bible could be critiqued for this thing. It seems like a winding, constant, like it's like you're trying to exhaust a person into believing that you have a point, rather than actually just moving on. And it, like, why not, if you are of the belief that the benefit of atheism is that it is material and that changes the world directly, why isn't he just demonstrating it through action? Would be the most obvious critique to me, rather than doing what Christians do, live inside of this like weird post-scripture thing. But anyway,
and
that's it.
No, that's totally fine. I'll respond. I'll give you the answer though. Basically, it's he. I would say that he does. He's just not doing it in this video. Like, he's probably got like lots of videos that break it all down. But I agree that he's also sitting here and yapping about it, right? But
yeah, I mean, what is it? Reddit r/atheists made a couple of wells in Africa. They have not caught up to the good deeds of the Christian churches worldwide, probably mostly due to the sheer numbers. But it just feels like people like to do the talk and not the walk when it comes to this, like, we are better than Christianity thing. Like, of course you're not as like mentally cooked, but you're not better. You have not done more good deeds. That's just delusional. I don't know. Anyway, talk to you later.
All right.
That's the main thing I was noticing and thought was kind of super annoying. Super annoying. Reddit atheist knuckle dragging fat idiot.
I did not disconnect him. He disconnected. Oh no. Okay, wait. That was a good call. Thank you, Tuna, for calling in. Wait, hold on. Okay, so here's the thing though. Okay, wait, real quick. Ties and Wine, where was your question? Ties and Wine. You had a Ties and Wine? Did you have a Ties? Ties, did you have a question? Okay, but like, here's the thing. It's not about... Okay. He is not talking about good deeds, though. He's not talking about... He's talking about a system of justice. That's not necessarily, like, the same thing as good deeds, right? Like, you know how it is that, like, you know how, like, sometimes leftists will, like, for example, leftist people will critique charity because, like, individual charity is sometimes used as a way to, like, paper over the fact that the system is fucked up. Where, so for example, you can have it where, like, go fund me for this girl who, like, fell down a hole and lost both her arms and legs and then got her, like, head partially eaten by a bear, and now that she raises over $6 million in GoFundMe for her medical bills, and it's like and everyone sits and, like, seal claps it, and it's used to kind of paper over the fact that, like, why wouldn't she have been able to afford the medical care that she needs in the first place, right? So, like, but and that is a very specific, like, I feel like it's mostly associated with lefties. That is a very specific critique of charity. But like, we're not even there yet, I would say, you know what I mean? Like, we're not talking about those things. Well, I guess, actually, no, I guess that's what we are talking about, is more so, or at least that's what I think that he's trying to signal to when he says justice, right? He's saying, systematically speaking, because we as non-religious people don't have this idea about whether, like, why evil happens, because we don't have that idea, we should be able to be better equipped to push forward those justice systems like universal healthcare and blah 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 blah, so that we wouldn't sit around and have to, like, seal clap whenever, like, charity gets somebody something that they need that they would have otherwise been deserving of because they're human and live in a country that's like a first world country and shit, right? So I don't think it has anything to do necessarily about, like, comparing whether non-religious people and religious people donate to charities, because the problem is charity in and of itself is a contentious method of delivering that justice on the base of it, right? So I know people are kind of arguing about that, like, who donates more or whatever, but I don't think it's about that, I don't think it's about good deeds. I think it's about what we actually do to progress those justice systems. Yeah. To a sage, yeah, exactly, Leonard. You summarized it for me. But, like, rave time. Wait, why don't I have rave time? Yapping. I've been yapping. Yes, I'm sorry. For what it's worth, Christ would have advocated heavily for welfare and social spending in addition to charity. Well, Christ, the idea that I have of a Christ figure would have done a lot of those things, yes. But sadly, that is not the version of Jesus we are running with. That version of Jesus didn't get installed. That's why I was yelling at you about the emote slots like 5 hours ago, then I got distracted many times. Oh! You can start calling if you like, if you have time.
In that way, even the free will defense becomes immoral. What would you think of a policeman who stood by and watched as your daughter is raped? And that
Hey,
policeman
Gotaku.
did nothing to stop it because he didn't want to interfere
Oh, you
with
did.
the rapist's decision to rape her.
I'm sorry, what?
And watched as your daughter is raped. And that policeman did nothing to stop it because he didn't want to interfere with the rapist's decision to rape her. The idea of heaven also presents.
Also, Whatsaku, we're watching Dark Matter 2525. And we have many criticisms. Many.
A problem for the free will story, because if heaven is a place with no evil and no suffering, yet you have free will there, then it means that evil and suffering are in fact not a requisite of free will. The free will story also.
Wait, hold on. Sorry. The idea of heaven also presents a problem for the free will story because if heaven is a place with no evil and no suffering, yet you have free will, then it means that evil and suffering are in fact not a requisite of free will. Yes. Technically correct. And I would say that, okay, to that end, when God created the world, it was meant to be basically heaven, right? Right? Like, he had free will, but then he also had the apple tree. That's the contradiction, is the fucking apple tree. Because the idea of being able to put an apple tree that, like, they're not allowed to touch, and then are punished for being touched, that's not heaven anymore. Maybe he wasn't thinking of heaven when he made Earth, I don't know. Eden was, okay, yeah, fair enough. Eden. It wasn't an apple. Was it a pomegranate? I've heard that it might have been a pomegranate. This is the problem with VC funding. The people who choose to do evil are not get. The people that choose to do evil and not get saved aren't in heaven. Is he being ignorant on purpose? No, he's saying that the fundamental problem with heaven. There's a even more fundamental problem in heaven with the idea of heaven. It was a strawberry with the size of a baby. It was just a fruit that's never described. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Nor does a tree exist anywhere, so it's not like we have fruit from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil at the supermarket. Yeah, true. Was it a banana that Eve touched? True. There isn't a fundamental problem. Heaven is a filter. What do you mean heaven is a filter? That's actually an interesting question. Her hand slipped? She just slipped and fell on the fruit. Oh my.
So
welcome in, Alex Prop.
That you cannot make meaningful decisions unless you are free to make the worst of decisions. But that's obviously not true. Why must I have the ability to commit rape and murder to have free will? Even if I were divinely prevented from so profoundly violating someone by raping or murdering them, wouldn't I still be able to use my free will to make extremely meaningful decisions in my life? Like who to be friends with, who to marry, where to live, what career to have, which hobbies to enjoy, what foods to eat, etc. I have managed to live my entire life without raping or murdering anyone, or violating anyone else in any sort of major way. And I've managed to maintain a spotless criminal record, yet I also have somehow managed to make all sorts of meaningful, major decisions throughout my life that did not include whether to commit crimes. What an amazing proof of God it would be if He made it impossible for us to rape and murder each other. And that would make it clear as well how much we are valued. Because right now, a human being can kill another human being just as easily as they can squash a bug.
Okay, but
what does that say about how...
No, again, he's making the mistake of like he's making this mistake of like answering questions that have been No. What is he saying? These are all debunked. These are debunked to the extent of if they answer if a person satisfyingly answers, apologizes for the existence of free will, and they accept the underlying notion that free will means that there is a wrong choice and a good choice, and that somehow this is okay with a all-powerful, all-knowing, benevolent God, then they're going to accept that God would allow people to rape and murder each other. Like, that's like white lit. Yeah. Welcome in, Glitterbell. Welcome in. We are watching a very interesting video. I have many problems with this video, but also like I have more problems with this video than I thought I would. I'm gonna be quite honest.
Hello. You.
Thanks for the 70 bits. If y'all want to sit and watch, we are watching a video that's called The Art of Justifying Evil. It's by Dark Matter 2525, who is a well-known, very old, very classic lay Reddit atheist. Okay, real quick. Also, I'm so sorry, Ties. I think you had a question about... I'm sorry, I know you had a question about... Oh, crap. I forgot. Oh, no. Oh, boy. I'm so sorry. You had a question for Tuna. And I totally forgot to look at it. Okay. If you still remember it, actually, can you ask it in the Discord so that I can answer it? Okay, but God also says that sin is sin and there's little to no difference between sinners to his perspective, so that you're just as bad as a murderer in his eyes, my man. Yeah, well, yeah, that is true. But yes, if y'all want to stick around and hang out with us while we do that, click on that link so that you can be counted as a viewer. Thank you again, Glitterbell. Everyone go check out Glitterbell. She streams in the mornings. Another morning streamer. Okay, I don't know if free will implies that there's necessarily good choice, just that there is a choice. Yes, Leonard, I think what I mean is, when I say yes, no, you're right. I'm just saying that, like free will can exist, but it's not, I'm saying that it's not compatible with the idea of the specific benevolent, like, the specific supposed benevolent, all-knowing God, because in that case, what he did was, he placed a tree with fruit that was wrong to eat, you know? So, like, free will can exist outside of that, right? I mean, I remember arguing, this is when I was like coming out of this, like, religious thinking, okay? But there was this person I distinctly remember arguing with, and I presented, like, the Sophie's Choice. You know, if anyone is familiar with, like, Sophie's Choice. Where it's like, is this, oh, god damn it. What is Sophie's Choice? Is there, like, a summary of the issue? Oh, here we go. Oh, fucking Christ. Okay, basically, it's like, basically, this woman, this is, blah, 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 blah. Where is it? Okay. You know, it's a story about a woman who is forced to choose between her 2 children about which one, yes, thank you, which of her 2 children lives or dies in Auschwitz. If she failed to choose, then both would be killed, right? And that is the classic example of like an impossible choice, and the classic example of like, you know, I would say it's like a failure of like free will, right? And because free will implies that you are free to make the choice, like, or at least this is how it means to me. You are free to make the choice, but like, it doesn't make sense that a good God would say this choice has moral weight to it, and this choice does not, right? It makes sense that there are choices that have consequences, natural consequences, but Sophie's choice is an example of how, like, this woman does not have free will. This woman does not have free will. She does not have free will, and this person was endlessly arguing with me and saying, yes, she has free will. She has free will to pick one of her children. And I was like, no, that's not free will. That's literally you putting a gun to somebody's head and saying, you have to choose between 2 people to live or die. That is not a free choice. And he was like, no, there absolutely is. It's just that she's free to choose, and she doesn't like both of the consequences. Hey, Eager HK, welcome in. Because both choices are bad, that's free, still
What's
free will.
up, fuckers?
No, Greenhorn, welcome in. Yes, both choices are bad, and she is still free to choose. She's free to choose, but it shows you that the person who is making her do that choice is not a moral person, right? Like, the person who is forcing her to make that choice is not a moral person. And in her case, there is no alternative. She has to pick one or the other, or she loses both, right? I mean, according to us, yes. Well, like, Grackle, I know what you just said, but that, like, in this example, in your example, there are other decisions that you can make, not just like Burger King or McDonald's. In this case, it's like you have one or the other, or you lose both, right? It's a choice between 2 options that you cannot live without. Either answer destroys her entire world. They are essentially the same choice. Yes. I mean, yes. I mean, either answer, yeah, exactly. I mean, either, like, she loses, there's no win condition for her. And the fact that there is no win condition implies that the person who's making the choice is not really, like, this is not free will. Like, this is something else. This is, like, this is torture. This is torture, and it's torture with the illusion of free will. Because either way, she loses every time, right? You're making a circular argument? Maybe? I guess, do you want to explain, like, the issue, or... Like, maybe I'm not explaining it correctly. But I guess my point is, though, that he was trying to say that somehow this is still, like, even in that example, like, she has free will. And I'm trying to say that, no, she doesn't. She does not have free will. She's being punished with every turn, right? Like, it's not natural consequences of her choice. The consequences are being imposed on her by somebody else. I am in the green room? Okay. I'm pretty sure you can also just come on air, by the way. Hey, Leonard.
Hello. Okay. So I understand the argument that you're making. It's unfortunately circular, and also one of the things that apologists have a really good answer for.
Oh, really? Okay, go ahead. I'd like to improve it if so, yeah.
So in your example, you're saying the person who is forcing Sophie to make this choice is immoral. How do we define what morality is? We're having a religious argument. So in the context of religion, morality is the word of God, right? God defines what good and evil are.
Okay.
So we can't appeal to the idea that we don't think God is benevolent enough, or that the suffering that is experienced in life is a bad experience for us from our perspective, by saying God is not moral because he's forcing us to make this choice. God defines the boundaries of morality, right? So we can't say that.
According to them, okay.
According to religion, yeah.
Okay.
And so like your argument requires you to then defeat the entirety of the rest of the frame of belief in order to like prove your point.
Oh, I
right?
see what you're saying. You're saying that like in order
You're
to
doing
in
a
order
ton
to
of extra proof work.
Okay,
yeah.
no, in order to make my point land, I would have to first go through and dismantle their idea of morality. Or dismantle.
Yes.
Okay, I understand. Okay, I understand the
Yeah, you
I
have to
understand the
attack the
criticism.
entirety of the structure of religious morality in order to make this argument.
Yeah, okay. That's
Which, like, obviously this guy wants to do, right? Because he's the Reddit atheist. But
yeah. But I'm saying in the
but yeah,
case of my
that's-
friend, I wouldn't like it wouldn't have. I mean, it would have never been like the person, my friend, you know, whoever I was arguing with, like that would have never, because I would have to dismantle all those other things first. Okay, I understand that. But then what's maybe then a stronger way to, if you have one?
Well, like there,
Or do you think it's not
you don't
possible?
attack the morality frame. Like the thing I've been saying from the beginning is that like all of the more interesting questions about religion are still centered around the argument he was making in the introduction about the narrativization of life and our desire to believe in particular kinds of stories. That's like the most useful way to have a conversation about religion, because it's not something that people who are religious can easily argue with or fall back on a religious text for. You're changing the battlefield. You're bringing psychology into the frame now, right? We're all human subjects who are flawed, who have an epistemic perspective. We have to kind of justify why we want to believe the things that we believe. We choose to believe particular things because we want to, right? So if you bring desire into the frame, it changes like the entire context of the conversation. But he's trying to do the like, look, I proved a contradiction in your belief kind of thing, which doesn't work.
Would you mind like just because that what you said about desire is like I think actually a bit more interesting to me than the Sophie's choice even. Could you like rephrase that so that I can kind of absorb it better?
So like going all the way back to what his original thing was when he was talking about stories, is that there's a desire to believe in things like the afterlife or judgment, right? Because we want to believe in a sense of cosmic justice. We want to believe, and then what you end up asking after that is like, why do we want that? Where does that desire come from? Why is it that we want at the end of our lives for somebody to judge our lives? Or why is it that we want there, even after our death, to be some kind of sense of balance, or like it was all worth it, or something like that, right? There are different emotional sort of sources of that desire. And that's like where you start that kind of conversation.
I see.
Because
Okay,
revealing those things is more productive about why the individual believes the particular things they do believe without proof.
Okay, so you're saying that the desire question is actually a better, like it's a stronger place to start the line of questioning, so to speak, because it really okay, all right, okay, that makes sense.
And because it introduces a framing level argument that takes apart all of the messiness of the free will conversation, because you don't have to take a side in free will, right? But from the narrative perspective, it's like I was saying when I came in here earlier, like free will could exist. We don't really know, but it's a story that we tell ourselves. It's like a label that we put on the stories of our own lives and the way that we experience our life. We tell ourselves how much agency we have as the main character in our story. So like the way that we narrativize our own lives, we use free will to describe like our ability to make choices and stuff. It could be real, it could not, but like there's no way we could ever prove it.
Right. Yeah. That's true. Okay, I have just one more question for you, and I think it's a good one that Grackle has just asked.
Sure.
Do you think
I saw that.
Oh, okay. Do you think that Rezi has free will in his choice to be attracted to dolphins?
I don't know. I don't know if free will exists or not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, do you say okay, I see.
He's definitely attracted to dolphins, but I don't know if it's like something that he, I don't know, has some like cosmic sort of agency in, or if he was just he's a product of his environment. He was born to love dolphins. You know?
he went to SeaWorld one too many times.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the nature versus nurture question, like free will versus determinism has a lot of overlap with that conversation. There's no real like answer to that either. There's probably a good mix of both is the real answer to the free will problem. Is like there's probably a good amount of your decisions are sort of predetermined because the frame of your decision is predetermined by the environments that you're in and the experiences that you have, but you have like some degree of freedom to make choices inside of that frame.
Yeah.
Is that really freedom? Like nobody
it's
really
like, knows, yeah.
Yeah, it's like the prison in Game of Thrones with the 3 walls and the empty side and the eyrie. It's like technically you're free. You can just kind of like run out.
Wait. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I forgot that was a thing. Yeah, that's technically true. But yeah, is that for you? Is that
you want fly?
Yeah, you want fly. You know, it is incredibly infuriating that I can't find like a short clip of just that. Like, I want to make the bad man fly. You have to like. There's not just like that one clip. You have to go through like fucking like it's not been made a meme of itself, and I think that is awful and needs to be resolved right away.
True. I'm that way with things because I'm not going to make it myself.
Yeah, I'm not going to make it myself. Like, fuck that shit.
Like, I could just open OBS and clip it, and it wouldn't even be that hard.
Exactly.
But, you know,
no. But I want it already pre-made, and it's not been pre-made, and it bugs me.
It's the same with the Yamato emotes. Like, I guess I could go on and upload Yamato on 7TV on my own page, but I'm like, that's a lot of work.
Oh, I mean, actually, no. If I mean, I can do it. I can do it. I just know that I'm too scatterbrained while I'm streaming to do it, but I'll do it afterwards if nobody else does it. You know?
I will use it in the chat. You know,
yeah, of course,
I'll use the shit out of the emote, but I won't upload it. You know?
Okay. Yeah. Well, thanks for like somewhat clarifying that, like, you know, at least as it relates to me not using that as an example or whatever. I mean, I would rather not get like stun locked in circular arguments like that, but like that makes sense that would actually set me up for a stun lock.
It's less that it's like I used circular as a quick way of kind of describing the phenomenon. It's almost less that it's circular, but just that it kind of goes nowhere.
Yeah. Yeah. That's fair.
Oh fuck, I had a thought like 10 seconds ago. Where did it go? I had a thought about religious conversations like this.
Okay.
And I don't remember what it is.
Well, if you want to hop back in when you do remember it, that's fine.
Okay.
I'll just stay on air and you can pop back in.
Okay.
Thank you, Leonard. Also, welcome in, Interrupter. How you doing? When is next garden stream? Maybe tomorrow. Big news, Pakistan just broke. No way. Really? Trump announces full and immediate ceasefire between India and Pakistan. 13 minutes. Violations reported after India and Pakistan agree to see immediate ceasefire, but then hold on. Between hours, violations were reported. Blasts were heard. They don't say which side. That was hours ago. Which side are you on, Beans? Okay, here, I'm gonna... Actually, I feel like it's too late for me to make my edgy-ass joke now, okay? I feel like too much shit has happened where I can make my, like, edgy joke about what I was saying prior to all of this. I said, okay, so basically the gist of my take was, at the start of this, to be clear... At the start of all of this, my take was basically that I don't know enough about the conflict to be able to, like, you know, pick a side. So I'm just gonna go by, like, cricket rules, which is to say, you know, we shit on India until such time that they are playing against Pakistan, in which case... Actually, no, wait. No, it's the other way around. Wait, hold on. Stop the presses. Stop the presses. Actually, no, that's literally it. No, that's literally it. We shit on India until such time that they are playing against Pakistan, in which case, critical support to India. And it's usually because... It's usually because we as Sri Lankans don't want to play against Pakistanis, okay? We don't want to play against Pakistanis. They more reliably beat us into a pulp. And everybody shits on the Australians, okay? Get fucked. Get fucked. Everyone shits on the Australians because they shit on everybody. Can you say this in an uncharitable, clippable format? I will not. Cricket is like handicapped baseball. You take that back, Grackle. But we have Shane Warne. Yeah, exactly. You have Shane Warne. Wait, is that a bad thing? 3-4 years ago, India and Pakistan were having skirmishes too. World was not sewing about the end of time back then. Yeah, I think that it's kind of gotten worse, though, no? You heard it here first. Fuck Pakistan. No! Like, I guess what I mean is that I feel like right now there's a little bit more attention on it, and I think it's been... No, I'm actually not gonna... I'm not gonna pretend like I know jack shit, okay? I'm just gonna be honest with you. Okay, alright. Let's move on.
Special we are. To me, it says we're purely mechanical beings.
Yeah, pretend it's
just as able to be squished into non-existence
Speaking of
as
squishing.
a bug. So don't be fooled. The problems of evil and suffering are still very much fundamental problems for classical theism. But the worst and most immoral excuse of all is that God may have had good reasons for allowing the evil and suffering that we see. When they say that, it means that the perfectly good God's plan requires serial killers and cancerous tumors, you see.
No!
They don't put it that way because such language ruins the perception, but that's what it means. Would a perfectly good plan of yours demand such suffering and evil? Of course, if we're talking about the God of the Bible.
No. Again, once again, with the things that that Christians can debunk. No, God did not plan for these things to exist in the world. They existed because of the sin of man. Also, Tatuna in the Twitch chat. Hello. Yeah. No.
Bible, then we already know that such evil and suffering can't possibly work for the greater good because the end goal is laid out in the Bible itself. That end being a minority of chosen people getting a privileged position in the afterlife, while everyone else is either tortured for eternity or destroyed. Well, that just looks like an extension of the unfair system of elites versus commoners that we already have here in our unjust world, doesn't it?
Life is cruel. Why should the afterlife be any different?
Okay, but
of course, it takes an incredible.
Okay, but W him using Davy Jones from W on him from using Davy Jones from Pirates of the Caribbean. Fan-fucking-tastic character, okay? Excellent choice of character. But yeah. Let me see. Extension of the... I see what he's saying, though. He's saying it's just just an extension. Okay.
Immoral person to try to justify suffering that way.
I do not.
Ironically, that's one of...
I do not consent to these tentacles. Sorry. Sorry, that's just not my thing.
The major reasons our world is so unfair, because of the very people who expect there to be a great cosmic reckoning.
Have fun, Eager.
We've seen the violence and suffering they've tried to justify.
Thanks for stopping by.
Yes, Slavery happened, but it was a different time and a different standard, they say. As if an attitude like that could have ever changed it. Yes, there were genocides, they say, but look at what was built afterward, Western civilization. Notice the pattern. Atrocity in the name of the greater good. The sacrificing of the people in the past for the people of the future. What if I told you that you and your family have to go into the meat grinder so that some of the people in the future can live a more decadent life? Because that's your argument. Does it sit well with you when it's applied to you and yours? I bet not. But that's the mentality of those who believe they can justify evil and suffering by appealing to an as yet unseen future.
Okay, that's actually not a bad, that is not a bad point. I think that that is actually something that we are seeing more so with, especially as it relates to the more obvious ways that we do this, right? Like when you have where is it? This one. I mean, I literally just talked about this the other day, right? So I'm not gonna like hash it out too much, but like he like this article was about basically these Argentinian Americans who like specifically voted for Trump to get the illegals out, and then their son is now in detention. And quite literally one of the things that they were saying was that hold on. He didn't say he was going to do this. He was going to go after the people who have been here a long time. He said he was going to go after all the criminals who came illegally. Like, this is the justification that they are using to, like, somehow explain away and diminish the bad consequences that they're fine with that having happened to other people. Also, come on, my phone. Jesus. Hey, Bastos, welcome in. And also, no ID avoided. Welcome in. Is this his argument, or is he just reciting something? He's critiquing the idea, right? He's critiquing these ideas. I think that that's true. Like, that's what we're seeing right now, is like, it's the whole like idea of the fucking around and finding out part. It's just unfortunately hard to at least it's hard for me to feel the Schadenfreude, because it like you know, it's them feeling betrayed and tricked is not, it doesn't tell me anything about he doesn't tell me anything. It doesn't tell me anything about their worldview changing. It's just that they happen to now feel the consequences of their actions, and it's applied to them instead of to somebody else. And so before I would even begin to feel better, I would want to see them having empathy for those other people, and not just because their son is in. You know what I mean? You laughed at a guy that got deported who didn't vote at all, who is justifying evil in that scenario. I'm saying that, like, these people have justified the evil happening to other people, happening to criminals who came illegally. They don't mind when those people get arrested, put into detention, taken away from their children without due process and all that shit. They're fine with that. They're fine with that. They're not fine that it's happened to them, that it's happened to their son, because it's their son. You know what I'm saying? No. See, this is the problem, Crackle. I'm not talking about the son. I'm talking about the parents. Like the parents who have had this specific attitude. We're not talking about the son. The son is like almost collateral in this case. Like, oh, not collateral. It is collateral. He is collateral, right? He is collateral. What happened to the parents? What do you mean? What happened to the parents? The parents have had their son taken away from them. The leopard will never eat my face, so it's fine to release it onto the populace. Exactly. And in this case, the leopard ate their son's face, and now they're upset. Right? I'm new here, so I will not take part. Wait, what do you mean? That's okay. Like 40,000 people a year die a year in car accidents, but you plainly understand that banning cars and driving would kill more people. Wait. Hold on, maybe I'm missing. Because this isn't a really argument for anything, it's just saying that one specific thing is bad without qualifying how improvements can be made. Oh, I see, like what he's saying. To be fair, we are like 24 minutes into the video avoided. Sorry. You're fine, you can take part. That's totally fine. Okay, here, let's get
that immoral story they tell themselves is that those who make that
it's an argument he's been building for a little while. Let's to be clear. And I'll link this video here. I'll link this video if people want to watch it. I would probably watch it on like 1.25 speed maybe, but yeah.
Excuse for God, do not stop with God. They also make that excuse for themselves, which you can see to this day. Because it's not just about distant past events like the ones depicted in the Bible. Look at what's happening in Gaza right now. Just merely objecting to what Israel is doing will get you called a terrorist. A terrorist!
I'm on the side of Israel! You're on the side of Israel! Donald Trump's on the side of Israel! And they're on the side of the terrorists!
What do terrorists do? They actively target civilians. They kill children and babies. They do that specifically to instill terror and use that terror to discourage and demoralize, hence terrorism, often with religious justification. That's exactly what Israel is doing right now. Their leaders cite ancient holy texts in which God tells ancient long-gone people to spare nobody, including women, children, babies, and elderly, and in some cases even the animals. And they use those words to justify the killings of today.
You must...
I mean, yeah, he's... okay, now he's actually, okay, I see. I mean, this section is literally called justifying God. Okay, I mean, this is a more pointed criticism that I'm actually, like, more on board with because it's way easier to tie to a specific, like, point in religious text. Like the idea is more strongly tied to like a religious text as opposed to an idea that is universal to humans, like universal to humans. So this actually makes like way more sense of a critique to make. Even if you're not somebody who agrees with this argument, this is a better critique to make than like, oh, religious people have this fallacy and non-religious people don't, right? Like I think that argument was like shittily, like I don't like that. This one at least is like grounded in a specific text and a specific idea of like Yahweh ordering like a total takeover, or smash the idols and burn the altars sort of deal, right?
Remember what Amalek has done to you, says our Holy Bible, and we do remember, and we are fighting our brave troops and combatants who are now in Gaza or around Gaza and in all other regions in Israel are joining this chain of Jewish heroes, a chain that has started 3,000 years ago.
And they lie.
How are the arguments that I'm using be used against? Like, how could they be used against me? I mean, I'm acknowledging that I could be like, but that's kind of my point, though, Grackle, is that just because I'm not religious doesn't mean that I couldn't fall into the same fallacy, right? That's kind of my point.
Lie about what they're doing too, because they understand the backlash and that appealing to their holy texts isn't going to work for everyone.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, hold on. All right. Here, I'll be gracked for 2 minutes. I need to have like a timer. I need to have like a timer that's on screen that's like, okay, you're allowed to be gracked for like, hit the button and then, okay, anyways. Okay. No, I'm not, okay, here, hold on. Let me tell you something, Grackle. I can't laugh at these people really because it doesn't feel good to me, because laughing doesn't, if I laugh it's like it is a bit like junk food, because at the end of the day I am still subject to the exact same possibility as that family is, right? So my Beans use this as an escape route. Yeah, I'll use it as an escape route. Okay. That's not what I'm talking about, though. Like, I understand what I'm talking about is the fact that the parents voted for Trump very specifically so that evil things, in their eyes, evil things would happen to other people and not themselves. And instead of that happening, it happened to them. Or rather, very specifically, it happened to their son, but it's still happening to them because they're having to deal with the fallout. And because it's happening to them, now they're objecting to it, and now they're calling it evil. But the problem is, they're not seeing that it was evil to begin with. Or, even worse, they are acknowledging that it's evil, but what they're saying is it was fine because it was going to happen to somebody else, right? Now, what you are asking very specifically is the function of laughing, which I'm not going to necessarily talk about, because that is a separate question altogether, right? That is a question of how people are coping with the situation that they are in, right? You can't say that they don't actually care about anything because you don't actually know. What you are seeing is laughing. But just because I am not laughing doesn't mean that my response is more valid than somebody else's response. That's all I'll say about that, right? Just because it's preferable to look at or more easily digestible doesn't mean that my response is more valid, right? It's just easier to look at. That's the problem. That's also part of the problem. For me, I'm not saying that I'm not calling anyone's response valid or invalid, because to a certain degree, and this is, by the way, I just try to take this approach altogether. I understand when somebody has a bad situation happen to them or they're told something, there's going to be a period where everything's just going to be fucked up for them. They're going to have a heated response. You give someone bad news, they're going to have an outburst response, right? And unfortunately, we are at a point where some people's outburst response is just how they are. It's turned into an extended trauma response. And I can't say that I blame some of them for it. Just because I have managed to, like, somehow dull, like, the, just because I have, like, managed to dull the actual impacts of, like, the things that are happening to me doesn't mean, like, just because I'm not crying as I go into work every day doesn't mean that that's still not affecting me. You know what I mean? Like, people use that, like, I don't know. That's, I think. Hi, Hyper is waiting. I turned into a heated debate. Yes, you did. Okay, I'm using the escape rope. Here, let's use the escape rope. Where is it? Where is it? Also, I'm sorry I missed the hydrate redeem. I will hydrate right now. Okay, where is this? What is this? Ooh! Ooh! Okay, hold on. Is this what you want to get? Is this what you want to get? This is actually really... Okay, hold on. Tuna, I'm gonna be honest with you. The reason I like this is because of the color scheme. And I mean, it's nice. I would prefer it if there was a knob. I would... And also, again, I'm gonna bring up the fucking... Oh my god! The color scheme's very similar to mine, right? Except that I don't have the grays. I have, like... I don't have any gray on my keyboard. But, like, the function keys and everything, like these keys being colorful, that is definitely my preference. I like that color scheme in general. A bit too retro looking for me. I like retro. I mean, obviously I can't have all the mechanical keyboards in the world. So, like, I'm not gonna be buying, like, keycaps anytime soon, right? That belongs in a museum. You belong in a museum. Okay, let's get back to it. Also, how long? Okay, I guess we're... Oops. I guess this did take a while. It's fine. We're making more or less good time on this, right? There's an old computer in my parents' house, and the keyboard has the spring sound. Oh, yes, the spring. Oh no, ID avoided. There's like, oh Christ, I can't remember the name, but it's like on the old Mac computers, I think, where it's like the spring leaf, switches or whatever. And those are amazing. Like, some people will even harvest those switches from those old computers and put them in, like, new keyboards, which is a bit of a controversial, like, thing to do because you're basically destroying, like, a retro keyboard. There's, like, a whole thing about it, okay? I won't get into it.
Example. This is often how their atrocious actions play out. They recently attacked 16 peaceful medical workers, killing 15 of them, 15 more to add to the tens of thousands already dead. And when the backlash came, Israel's official account was that the medical vehicles approached their troops suspiciously with their lights turned off. But a week later,
I actually hate this
when the
guy's
site
voice.
of the killing was accessible again,
People have mentioned
people
that.
went there to retrieve and bury the bodies. You know what they found there? They found a cell phone among the bodies. And unbeknownst to Israel and their official story, that cell phone was recording before, during, and after those medical workers were killed. You tell me, does it look like their lights were off?
It's just before dawn, and the Red Crescent paramedics and civil defense workers are answering a call to help the wounded near Rafah. Israel's military first said this convoy advanced suspiciously towards troops with the lights switched off. But you can see, these are marked vehicles, and they're wearing reflective uniforms. Then, without warning, this.
Oh god. Okay, hold on. I think it's Noid, not no ID, like avoid the Noid. Oh, okay, gotcha.
The shooting continues for more than 5 minutes.
God damn it.
The paramedic who's
Okay.
filming says his last.
I was gonna say, I'm probably gonna skip through this. I'm gonna be honest. Sorry. Yeah.
No, we see in reality that they weren't. But if there was no cell phone, then the story would be accepted as reality. Not that it matters to those who don't care in the first place. And remember that the standard is already insanely low, where a death sentence can be justified by whether or not a light is on or off. See, this is the status quo during these times in which everything is recorded. We see who is being targeted and killed. We see time and time again that the stories don't match with reality. We're told to reject the evidence of our eyes and ears, as George Orwell once put it. We're told over and over again that it's the terrorists who are being killed. And if you object, well then you are a terrorist sympathizer, or even a terrorist yourself. But the truth is that terrorism is exactly what's being employed against Palestinians. The reason they target medical personnel is for terrorist reasons. It is to literally make them terrified of providing medical attention or aid of any kind, which is why aid works.
Yeah, you had a point and then you just immediately veered off a cliff. I'm gonna let him finish his point, but I mean, I think it's similar criticisms, right? Yeah.
Workers are routinely attacked against international law. It's why they put explosives in beepers without regard for any innocent person who may be killed by them. A clear act of terrorism we would recognize as terrorism if done by Islamists. It is to say that the emergency lights of your emergency vehicles are not going to protect you. So who are the actual terrorists here? And if the international court charges their leaders with war crimes, as they have, then they'll smugly ignore them, come visit America, and be catered to by the President of the United States himself, a kindred spirit in escaping accountability for crimes that would land any one of us commoners in prison. There is no justice except the
again, I personally do try to avoid commenting on Israel-Palestine to begin with, in the sense that it is not my area of expertise at all, and I would just rather not, for many reasons. Not because I don't care, but no, you're fine. But like the beeper thing is one of those things that I can't personally like decide how I feel about. I'll say that's a pretty tough one for me to like eventually kind of. I've heard both like kind of sides to it, but the beeper one's actually interesting. It's an interesting problem that I do want to start something go and now stop. But
and in this case, we are most definitely not creating it. It's all about stories and language. I already told you a lot about the stories religious people tell themselves, but a lot of perceptions are rooted in language too. When people target civilians, they're called terrorists. When certain nations target civilians, however, it's often referred to as collateral damage. Or they'll even say that there are no civilians in the area, even if there are. And that's because if you're in that area, even if it's your very home, then you're classified as a combatant by default. They're all considered compromised. Do they actually know the people they're killing? No. But these are the stories people tell themselves in order to justify evil and suffering. Sometimes people are even killed simply because they've been wronged so much that it's difficult to imagine them not retaliating. So they are preemptively killed before they can do so. Imagine the mere prospect of justice condemning you to die. Trump
okay, wait. You
posts
know what's funny is that I don't know if he would, annoyed. I don't know if he would, considering his beeper take, right? Like he just said, that was a terroristic action. No? Am I reading that wrong? The beep. Oh, okay. I'm stupid. Okay, hold on. I'm stupid. Well, I see what you're saying. Wait, the beepers are. Oh, I mean, okay. I see. So he's criticizing. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm dumb. You're right. For some reason, I was thinking. Ice beans, can I see your beans? I don't have any beans, actually. I'm sorry. Dixon Cider, I'm sorry to tell you this, but I don't actually have beans. I'm sorry. Okay? But welcome in. Welcome to the chat. Oh no, I have never been called out like this. Oh no! No beans! No, okay, hold on. No, wait! No, that sounds like a trap. Say my name 3 times? Okay, yeah, no. Okay, I get it. A cis female streamer? Can we get some primes in the chat for this? Hey, you know what? Hey, listen, okay? If you're enjoying the content, please do, like my... Actually, you know what? Here, we're gonna do this right now. We're gonna do this real quick, okay? We're gonna do this real quick. We're gonna do a quick shill. Did I lick the key? I did not lick the keyboard. Why would I have... Oh, did I click the keyboard? Yes, I did, Tuna, I did. Go subscribe to my channel, please. I'm trying to build up subscribers. If you're on YouTube, like and subscribe, please. And if you're on Twitch, please consider, subbing or throwing your Bezos bucks my way. Whichever you prefer. Only if you can. Scam, no beans, no riz, no bitches. Hey, listen, okay? I can easily get out of this sticky situation by claiming that Rezi stole my beans. Okay? Reservoir has stolen my beans, okay? The reason you see no beans on stream is because of Reservoir. What were your thoughts? I missed them. An employee asked for help. Oh, you're totally fine. I liked it. I like the color scheme. I would have preferred it if it had a knob. You know? Like, I would just like the Southpaw that I have, that you also have, I know. Like, I like these are fine, The layout is great, the number pad not being there is okay as well. Actually, you know what hold on, I realized that it doesn't actually have a function key row. That's fine, I would, he stole the beans and gave them to Nancy Mace, yes, correct. What is your nationality? I'm natively Sri Lankan, but I have been a US citizen since, actually it's been almost, no, actually it's been 10 years as of February. Of course a woman likes a knob. Oh, based Haas. Not only do I like knobs. Okay, wait, I'm not gonna pull up my damn keyboard again, but my keyboard has a knob, and I have 8 knobs on this bad boy right here. What are the random colored circles on for your painting? Is it part of the animation? No, it's not. It's just the swatches that I'm pulling the colors from. So at the end it's just gonna be turned off. That's where I'm just pulling the colors from. Welcome in, Rare Popo. How you doing? Knobs and beans. I'm on the right oh yeah, absolutely. On this channel, are you a gamer or just talk? I do both. gaming is more sporadic. I should be doing more gaming. It is mostly reacts, and I do a bunch of things. I react, I talk to other chatters, I'll bring them on stream and we'll have like a fun like debate, you know. And I do stream. I do also have what I like to call trad wife streams, where I'll do like either cooking or messing about with my plants. Usually I do those on Sundays. I like to play mind games with chats. Are you gobbling them knobs? Actually, it's funny, Haas. I talked about that, but I actually have not yet set up the knobs to do anything yet. And that's because I actually don't have a lot of I can't actually think of like uses for them, if that makes sense. Like I obviously have the sliders, and that's for, you know, the various programs that I use. But hey, if you have suggestions on how I would be able to what I should use, like program the knobs for, I'm like here for it. I just like the sliders for volume because then I can kind of visually see what the level is at any given moment, right? We'll do a config stream. Oh yeah, Tuna. We should. Are you a stay-at-home mom? I am not a mom. Neither am I stay-at-home. The trad wife thing is mostly a joke. Adjust the bass so that you can get that pirate software voice. Oh, wouldn't that be funny? Although, yeah, no, that would be very funny. I can't decide if his voice is like, I know he has an explanation as to why his voice is like that. I don't know if I believe it.
Videos.
Ansi looks so wrong to me. Are you talking about the... Oh, yeah, no. I think you're the one who's wrong, Turtle. What's the other one? Ansi and ISO? I can't deal with that big-ass enter. What are you talking about? Get out of here. Okay, alright, sorry.
Of people being killed by his orders, and the people under his posts cheer it on because they are told that the people in the video were plotting against them. Do they know? Of course not. They just listen and believe. If Congress doesn't declare war, then it's peace, no matter how many bombs you drop, because it's all about stories and language. War is peace. Orwell. All over again. The president can drop bombs and still be the peacetime president. If Hamas kidnaps people, they're called hostages. That's a terrible thing, kidnapping innocent people and holding them against their will. When we do that, however, they're not called hostages, they're called prisoners. There's an inherent
Wait, prisoners aren't kidnapped, they're captured. Word choice shapes perception. Deez recommended this, huh? I like the accusation.
legitimacy to the practice when we do it. Is that because we verify that they are hostile combatants or criminals, and we hold them in good conditions as proper due process takes place? Very much
no. You're not wrong. He did
to an extreme degree. In many cases, we've held innocent civilians for years without trial and held them in terrible conditions in which we torture them, deprive them of food, sleep, and warmth. They become forgotten people, disappeared in the system as so-called terrorists and prisoners, assumed to be convicted when the truth is that they haven't even been charged. It's all in the language. The language they choose makes it okay. If you object, well, then you're a terrorist sympathizer, even if your objection is rooted in traditional American values. Ironically, the threat of your demonization is in and of itself a form of terrorism because it's malicious, personal, political retaliation designed to intimidate and to inflict injury, which is defamation for now, but could turn into something much more if our current political trajectory continues. Terrorism is very old. It was used in America ever since Europeans first landed upon this continent. When I was growing up, the story I was taught was that these settlers fought Indians honorably, that they lined up in formation like gentlemen and sent volleys.
Where is he getting a consensus on the statements he's making? Because I don't think everyone agrees with what he's saying. No, and I'll acknowledge that too. I think I tried to acknowledge that earlier as well. That like this is at least as it relates to the argument he's making, this is a stronger point to this is a stronger example to point towards the overall point that he's making about like justifying evil, but it is still very obviously like a set of opinions about like a conflict that obviously that's not going to be shared by everyone. This is so embarrassing. What do people like this not understand about war? It is about crushing the enemy into dust and bathing their blood. The point is to win. It is an honor. It is a moral purity. It is power. Yeah. But I think that, like, this is one of... Tuna, I'll say that I think he's trying to appeal to, like, how the onlookers are responding to this. And how the onlooker... Like, obviously, the people, as it relates to him, okay? He's saying, obviously, the people who are participating in the war are obviously going to be crushing each other into dust and using whatever tactics they need to do so. But, like, how is the rest of the world framing this, you know? And how, especially, are the people who claim to be of a particular, like, religious or non-religious nature, how are they justifying this, right? Skulls for the Lincoln Memorial? Oh no. Oh Jesus. Christ.
Toward the woodline, where the savages released arrows from concealment like cowards, using guerrilla warfare before there was a proper term for it. But the truth is that the settlers delved into those woods and hunted down not the warriors, but the families of the warriors.
Not just the men, but the women and the children too. I'm sorry. It's what I thought. I thought that immediately. I'm sorry. I know I'm 6 days away from May the 4th, okay? And it's what I immediately thought. I'm sorry, okay.
They were the ones who were targeted. They found their villages, and when the warriors were gone, they burned their
Anakin,
crops
you're breaking
and
my heart.
killed all the women,
You were
children,
the chosen one.
and elderly they could find there. They did that for two reasons. One, non-combatants could not fight back, so the settlers wouldn't have to worry about suffering casualties. And two, they wanted to demoralize and terrorize the natives. That is how we cleared the land to build our nation. A nation built upon a foundation of terrorism.
And the other thing is with the terrorists, you have to take out their families. When you get these terrorists, you have to take out their families. They care about their lives, don't kid yourself. But they say they don't care about their lives. You have to take out their families.
I'm not saying there's anything you can do about that now. What's done is done.
Oh, lead vitamin.
You're not to blame. Unless you try to justify it. Because if you come up with reasons to make it okay in the past, then you're coming up with reasons to make it okay in the present. Sometimes people are baffled when I, as a non-believer, speak out against what's happening to the people of Gaza. They say that they'd oppress or kill someone like me, thereby implying that I should want to do the same to them. The Palestinians, I am told, would not accept me because I'm a non-believer. I've criticized Islam. I've even drawn Muhammad. They would kill me, so I should want to kill them. Well, I don't. I don't believe in pre-crime. I don't believe children need to be killed because of what some people think those children might do in the future, which is a biblical justification. But oppressing them could turn that into a self-fulfilling prophecy, which of course becomes the justification. And that's one of the many problems with sacrifice.
I think the no, but this is like I think what he's referring to is like the whole like Christ. I don't know how to phrase this argument. Let me cook on it a bit.
Sacrificing the people of the
it's not so much the excessive force as it is the it's a way to suppress the or it's a way to counter like the people who like support. I mean, some people conflate this, to be clear, but the support for like Hamas or the support for Palestinians in general is that like, oh, you know, you are X, Y, and Z, therefore why are you like simping for I always say simping, why are you simping for these people? And he's saying like that it doesn't, at least I think he's saying it doesn't matter, right? His characterization isn't a proper defense. His characterization of what is being accused of him, is that what you mean? Uh-oh, what is this? Yeah. Can this guy just look at the camera once and then she looks? No, come on, okay. I don't look at the camera because I don't tend to look at the camera when I'm streaming. Y'all find this incredibly invasive whenever I do this. Credit to Mad Lad. Like like whenever I have looked at the camera, everyone's like, "No, don't look at me! Stop looking at me!" Stare? Yeah, I know, stare. I mean, I actually do have to get used to looking at the camera because when I record like when I record actual videos, then I do want to look at the camera, you know?
Present to justify an unseen future. That's one of the many problems with placing a higher value on the future than the present. There was a time when Christians would have killed me for being a non-believer. Did Christians need to be exterminated in order to solve that problem? Of course not. They didn't need to be killed. They needed to be enlightened. LGBT people are also told to accept it because the people being killed would throw them off rooftops, they say. After all, they're terrorists.
That's the
That's
by the way,
lie.
that's the argument that I've heard, right? Like that's the argument I've heard. But you know.
That's like saying that all Americans believe the same things and think the same way. So we should all be convicted of the same crimes. That's what we're told. And that's the same kind of thinking that made it okay in the minds of terrorists to destroy the World Trade Center, despite not knowing anybody that they were killing, other than the fact that they were in America, so likely Americans, which made them all guilty by their estimation. That's the exact same calculus we use to try to justify the killing of the Palestinians. And if you already believe the story that we're all guilty anyway, then what's the point? You can justify killing anybody that way. We're told that we would suffer by the hands of Palestinians merely because of the words we speak. That would be unacceptable here in America, where we have freedom of speech, you see. That would be unacceptable here in America, where if you object to what Israel is doing, it could get you black-bagged in the street by the government and disappeared. That's what's happening here in America now. And many of those who fancy themselves free speech absolutists will tell you that the Visa card holders don't have the same rights as Americans. You see, that's how they justify it. The Visa card holders aren't allowed to criticize America or Israel.
We gave you a visa to come and study and get a degree, not to become a social activist that tears up our university campuses.
They may have come to this country for freedom and prosperity, but they're not allowed to have it. If they dare object that this country, the country they came to, is not living up to the values it purports to have, well then, by golly, this country will outright prove them correct by black-bagging them in the street for the words they uttered. And if you think I feel safe saying these things right now just because I was born and raised here, then you're sorely mistaken, because the rules are changing on a daily basis. None of us are actually safe. We all need to take steps to rescue our liberty as Americans, because we're losing it. Not that we ever had as much as you may have thought, but we're gradually losing even what we already had. What's scary is that we're losing our freedom by actions cloaked in the idea that we're restoring our freedom. That's the absurdity of it all. We live in a backwards...
I mean, okay, he is cooking on this point. I just maybe wish that, like, I just maybe wish that it was related to anything, maybe. Like this particular section is like it's like a valid critique to have for sure. But I just don't know. I guess I don't know why he's bringing this up. But I'll let him finish.
World in which much of the country is brainwashed to see up as down and left as right, completely broken. That, I believe, is by design, because nobody was ever going to defeat America. The only way to defeat America is to destroy it from within, to pit it against itself. And that's exactly what's happening right now. And the way you do that is with stories and language. With stories and language.
Okay, there it is. A little bit. A little bit, right?
You can justify anything, no matter how much it doesn't match with what is actually happening in reality.
Hey, Mad Lad.
With stories and language, good can become bad, and bad can become good. The innocence of our youths become corrupted as the greedy and the powerful vie for control over our lives. You know how that manifests? You know what that corruption of innocence looks like? I'll tell you, it looks like this. You see, when you're a child, you have imaginary friends. But when you're an adult, you have imaginary enemies.
Oh no! Oh no! What? 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 Mic drop. Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. Hold on.
Imaginary friends. You see, when you're a child, you have imaginary friends. But when you're an adult, you have imaginary enemies.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Yes. I suppose. Okay, listen. Okay, either way, you know, good, interesting video. I mean, it was a good video, even if I don't agree with the a lot of the argumentation. Imaginary enemy. What is this? What's this? Oh, imaginary. Oh, it's a song. Would it be a good bathroom song, or is it too dark for that? Okay. Again, I think. Oh, I kind of. You know what's funny is that, like, I feel like at the end was when he, like, I would have much preferred it if he'd tied in that, like, he went through all of these atrocities, which is not, and, like, I think it's, you know, it's a point that he was cooking. I just wish that he'd tied that to the stories and stuff way better, because that, like, I don't really feel like he explained how, you know, like, this whole Visa card holders aren't allowed to criticize America or Israel. Like, he didn't really explain how exactly it is that we come about to tell ourselves, like, because those are the stories that we tell ourselves, and that's what he's been trying to say all along, right? I just wish he'd made that connection a lot more strongly. It's almost like he saved that just for, like, the last couple lines. I don't know, you know? I can't take this soy shit seriously. I mean, it is very, very soy. I will agree to that. Let's watch this now. Wait, also play it? Okay, here, I will play it, and then, what is this? Oh my... Motherfucking tuna. Let's watch this now. 56-minute video. Brother, do you know that this would take me 12 hours to cover? Do you know that? Are you aware of how stun-locked I get? Huh? Do you know that? Culture is an additional scale of biological organization. This is almost, listen to me, Tuna Chip. I'll tell you something right now. I know it says Tuna Chip in your name, but are you okay? Are you really Panda? Sir? Can you address the allegation that you are secretly Panda, linking me a 56-minute lecture with people's names that I do not know? Classic Panda? Who is Panda? Oh dear. You're gonna get... No, I'm kidding. Panda Chip. Okay, no. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. We will listen to, Deez's song, and I will, listen through my phone. But I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. When we come back, you can't... Oh, you probably can't play that Spotify track if you're on YouTube. God damn it. Actually, Cho... Okay, here's a question. What actually happens if I do that, right? Like, does that mean that the entire video doesn't become monetizable, right? Like, that's what that means? Ball pit mode? Okay, we can have ball pit mode. They'll cut your stream? Oh, you'll get swatted? Oh god, no, I don't want to get swatted. Okay, yeah, no. I've opened that in another tab, so I will listen to that song. They've called CPS. FBI, open up! And then the fucking SWAT team comes in. Okay. Here, I will. I'll just play our regular music, okay? They'll take my cats away? Yeah, Twitch will... yeah, I know that Twitch will not care. Okay. Wait. Delete your Minecraft server. YouTube breaks down your doors and kills your birds. No! Okay, I'll be right back. Be good. I have a treat. Hello. Kitty! It's Hermes! It's Hermes time! Here are the beans that were requested. Would kitty toe beans suffice? Do those count? They should. This Hermes. You being a good. Feet pics of cat. Hey, say sand. Looking. A good boy. He's not super happy about being held, but he takes it. You are heavy. Like, okay, this is happening. I mean, yeah, there are little tail flicks every once in a while, and obviously he's got his ears kind of to the side, you know? But, alright, bud. Ugh. Okay. You should lock your bedroom door tonight to be safe. God damn. Okay. Next. Abba and Preach. But yeah, thank you for that video suggestion, Deez. Okay, even though I disagreed with a lot of it. If you are free after stream today, I'd love to talk to you about it. You know. Absolutely. Where is that Abba and Preach video? Oh, here we go. I found it. He's nuts. Wait, hold on. I actually have. Wait a second.
These nuts. Got him.
Hermes as opposed to his use. Hermes was a good child or the naughty child? Oh, he's the golden child. He is the golden child. I'm not as quick on the draw as I'm not quick on the draw with the others. Like, I really have like 5 sounds that I consistently use, and even then it's kind of like not that consistent, right? The rest of my sounds are like on a soundboard, but it's like on another page, so I don't get there as fast, right? Metal pipe drop? No, I do the vine boom. I do this one. I do this one. I do that one. And then these two I don't really use that often. But like if I do use something, it's usually this, it's this.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer?
I feel like I don't use that one as often. I should probably, like, I don't use, the use case is not enough for me, right? You should get a couple that are less cacophonic. Yeah, I do have this one. But that's only because I say like, oh, like a lot. Wait, what am I listening to? This is the rare chill hop like song that is actually with words, and I hate it. Okay. Beans and ignoring my in-joke is cruel. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Para. What did you say? Welcome in, by the way. Care to guess what my least favorite piece of furniture is? Lamp. Oh my Christ. Parallax, get the hell out of here. Yeah, beans and lamp is furniture. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. It's not. It's not furniture, it's home decoration. Or it's like lighting. Okay. Also, hold on a second. Give me a second. I'm contemplating if there's something that I can eat. Yeah, your cats. I'm not gonna eat my cats. They need to be marinated first. Different. Well, okay. You know what? You know what? Sue me, okay? Sue me. Can't eat the cat without fore. I thought eating the cat was foreplay. Hold on. Wait a second. Hold on a second. Have I been severely mistaken about the... Have I been severely mistaken about the order of operations here? Yeah, you buy lamps at furniture stores. You can buy cushions at furniture stores too. Are cushions furniture? Okay, hold on. I know what I can quickly eat. I know what I can like grab that I can quickly eat. I'm not really in the mood for like a lot of like I'm not really in the mood for like substantial. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab something. All right. Sorry, Parallax. Sorry, buddy. You screwed the pooch with the joke, okay? Screwed the pooch. Sorry. Alright. Tell me your Mothman in few words. I like the, you know, I liked that, I think Rezi has it on his channel that's like there's like a light, like a lamp light or whatever, and then a moth comes up to it and it's like moth arrive or something like that. It's really cute. I'm eating an ice cream sandwich. I hate you all! Alright. Okay. Abba and Preach. Oh god. Is this gonna be more brain rot? I guess we'll find out, huh? Why does this video called Racists Are Bold now?
I live in a country where people are allowed to say what they want unashamedly.
Okay.
We're watching this, by the way, we are not watching Piers, we are watching Abba and Preach, okay? So that means that we're not getting the cringe secondhand, we're getting it, well, I guess it's, no, we're getting it secondhand.
You should be ashamed. Shame is not a bad thing. In what world is it not shameful to look at a young kid, 5-year-old, who can barely talk, and then call them a bunch of slurs? There's a trending story coming out now that some lady who was at a park was slurring. Yeah, was using slurs against a 5-year-old black kid who's autistic, because I guess...
Did you call him the child? Did you call the child the word? It is my own business. You call him Okay, why don't you have the balls to say it right now again?
After the fact, the video went viral. You know, she claimed that her life was being severely impacted by it, so she made a GoFundMe, and it's raised over $500,000.
Yeah.
Okay. People want to draw parallels with another case. There's a lot of stuff happening, but I want to play for you like a Pierce Morgan clip, because like people went online to either defend the lady or go against what she was doing, or the GoFundMe. And this is one of the ladies who was just there talking.
Why would you want to support a white racist?
Because I want to support free speech, and you cannot have free speech in a country.
No,
if you
that's
have...
fine. You can support free speech, but you also have to be accountable for what you say.
Piers on the side of, well, I mean, I guess he can't. Okay, hold on a second. Wait. Let me walk that back a second. I guess he can't really be on the, like, he can't even pretend to appear to be on the side of the people saying the N-word. Right? How bad does it have to be for Pierce to be correct? Well, I'm just saying. I guess he doesn't get any brownie points for that.
She is, I mean, would you use the N-word out of interest?
Yes.
You would?
What?
I'm surprised Pierce doesn't know this, because this girl went viral for doing that. You know, she's one of those people who went viral on Twitter because she's like a white lady who likes saying the N-word a lot.
Everybody I know who's married right now, they're married to broke-ass.
The fact that Pierce
Okay. That... Come on, Grackle. Come on. You know that's not okay, right? It's not leave Grackle alone. That's not okay. Hey, real Adastad. He could tell her that. He doesn't have to try posting. He did tell her that, though. I mean, we're gonna have a talk later. I'm gonna be honest. I can't deal with this right now. I need to look at this. I need to think about this. But like, no, that's not okay to say. Like, or that's not like, I guess it's not a, this is a, I guess this is not something, and even, to be honest, the whole idea of a panel to talk about whether what she said was okay is, in and of itself, you realize, like, a capitulation? No, he did not drop, no, he did not drop an N-bomb. Nobody dropped an N-bomb. But also, like, I don't know if he dropped two. No, shut up, no. I'm not sure I understand and I saw what he said. Okay, why is he arguing this point? What is the specific purpose of the point that is being... Is it just to argue that she should be allowed to say the word and then all that happens is that somebody argues with her? That's what I mean. Like, is this a, if we had a WIC panel on this, which I'm undoubtedly asking, that I don't have a doubt in the world that WIC will probably, if he's not already had an argument on this, then he probably will have a debate on this. like, is this an okay society where we can sit around and say, oh yeah, what is the circumstances of her like being allowed to say the N-word? Nobody's talking about, yeah, Wick would say yes. No, and that's why like, I would very strongly disagree that that is like an okay thing to have a conversation about. If I'm being charitable to Grackle, it is my assumption he's saying he doesn't think her life should be ruined for it, not she should be allowed to say it. Parallax, this is the problem though. Why are people's lives ruined when they say the N-word like that? I'm not talking about just saying it in songs or whatever the fuck else, or having an accidental slip. Literally saying the N-word to a child to their face and then following it up with multiple N-words. You do Wick debates? I've done them in the past, and I haven't been asked to do one lately, but also I come kind of busy. But like, that's not, I guess like it's fine, Parallax. You're being charitable to the take. I'm just trying to fathom in what world is that a take that needs to be debated. Because there is a specific point and purpose for the societal expectation, the societal like phenomenon of having your life ruined over a word. It's not having your life ruined over a word. It is the deliberate racism against a child with a slur for a child. So, yes, we have a specific societal thing in place that like kind of ensures that their life is ruined. Yes, that is the specific point. It is a bad thing to say. You cannot do this to other people. You just can't. It's this, yeah, like, yeah, why we do that. And if you have a problem with that, what is it specifically that you have a problem? That they don't have a path to redemption? Or that you don't think that the punishment was, that you think the punishment was too harsh? Why do you think that the punishment is too harsh? The thing is, being kind of Parallax is the Grackle is a heavy burden that someone's gonna bear it. Parallax, you understand that, like, I am doing that, right? I'm just saying that this is one of those cases that, like, it's kind of... It's not debatable. No, Grackle just like... Grackle's just trying to argue. Grackle basically said that Parallax said, even if we assume the kid stole a diaper, which is what is alleged, that reply is inappropriate. And then Grackle was like, yeah, and he could tell her that he doesn't have to try. He could tell her that he doesn't have to try posting it all over to ruin her life. Like, that is his take. Trying to ruin a mom's life. He said, try to ruin a mom's life for responding to a kid stealing from her. Huge fail. Like, there is being kind to a position, and then there is also like, or there's being kind to a person, but I'm not kind to this position. I'm sorry. Replay the video by 15 seconds. Replay what video? I'm sorry. Oh, this video? Oh, for the context? Hey, Maritzi, welcome in.
And this is one of the ladies.
I want to live in a country where people are...
I'm sorry, I'm assuming you mean this video. I will replay it.
...allowed to say
but also, I am going to... again, after this, I need to move on from this. We just need to finish the video, okay?
They want unashamedly.
Okay, you should be ashamed. Shame is not a bad thing. In what world is it not shameful to look at a young kid, 5-year-old, who can barely talk, and then call them a bunch of slurs. There's a trending story coming out now that some lady who was at a park was
slurring.
Yeah, was using slurs against a 5-year-old black kid who's autistic because I guess
Did you call him the child? Did you call the child the word? It is my own business. You call him. Okay, why don't you have the balls to say it right now again?
After the fact, the video went viral. You know, she claimed that her life was being severely impacted by it, so she made a GoFundMe, and it's raised over $500,000.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, people want to draw parallels with another case. There's a lot of stuff happening, but I want to play for you like a Pierce Morgan clip because like people went online to either defend the lady or go against what she was doing, or the GoFundMe. And this is one of the ladies who was just there talking.
Why would you want to support a white racist?
Because I want to support free speech, and you cannot have free speech in a country.
No, that's fine. You can support free speech, but you also have to be accountable for what you say. She is. I mean, would you use the N-word out of interest?
Yes.
You would.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised Pierce doesn't know this because this girl went viral for doing that. You know, she's one of those people who went viral on Twitter because.
And I'll even argue that I don't think this is by accident. Like that she is on this panel. Like I don't know if I agree. Like. Either she volunteered for this freaking debate or I don't know. It's content, right? It's content. This is the other part of it, and this is why I think like if you're debating, look, don't get me wrong. I'm not like against content or doing shit for content's sake, right? But I think especially in these cases, you have people who literally use this shit as a way to just come on and spew like the most awful shit. Because it's being treated like a position that is acceptable. Like, I don't know, it's like the fucking moon landing panel, right? The moon landing panel is only as funny as like you realize until you realize that there are absolutely people who 100% buy into this stuff. And on one hand, it's like, yeah, we sat and laughed at it, and like, you know, like everyone was like, yeah, hell yeah, brainwash W, blah 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 blah. But like, at the end of the day, that is a problematic panel for me to have been on, theoretically speaking. Like, because I'm giving some validity to the points or some shit like that, you know? Like, I would never ever again go on any panel with that specific man on there, the fucking Jim Bob character. The other one, the one who was just like, oh god, I can't remember, Flow State or something. He is kind of bad, but he's not like, he wasn't good at his argument. He just knew a bunch of them. He wasn't good at them. Right? But to do that with a N-word panel and an N-word panel like this is different, right? This isn't like, oh, can we say the N-word in private? That's different. This is like, are you allowed to slur in public against children and be not canceled for it? This is what I mean. Right? Like, that's what I mean is the legitimacy of this kind of, like, the legitimacy, like, legitimizing this kind of thinking. Okay, I'm gonna...
The white lady would like saying the N-word a lot.
Everybody I know who's married right now, they're married to broke-ass.
The fact that Pierce doesn't know what his guests are
he's
known
on the
for.
other side. He's on the other side.
But no, he brings on the guests.
Even without the slave shit, just called the kid names, I'd want to run out of society. I mean... No, I mean, let's see, like... Depending on what you did, there's like, am I the asshole stories are always full of stories like this, right? Like, oh, was I too harsh against this? You know, this person, blah, 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 blah. Like, and it's those things are, there is way more nuance. Those things you can argue back and forth depending on the situation, on the context, all that shit, right? This one's pretty clear cut that, like, not only was it an excessive response to somebody, which is, you know, to a kid stealing or whatever, or kid stealing, I don't know what it was, but which is in and of itself a bad thing for a kid to do, is to steal other people's stuff, right? But the point is that it was an excessive response, and it also happened to be racially motivated. You know? Am I the asshole for calling a 5-year-old? Exactly.
So he has like people that run through their background and find out what these people are about.
They don't always know.
Well, that's the basics.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. You're perfectly right. He should have known.
Should have known.
But in reality, yeah, whenever you go to these shows, like, they know the gist of it and go. It's not everybody that read all the notes and stuff like that. So
yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but really, this isn't even the bare minimum. Like, if I'm having a topic on racism, and the reason why this girl's known is, it's like not knowing what the Haktua girl's known for when you interview her. That doesn't make sense to me. But
you're 100% right.
I do quite frequently.
You use the M word quite frequently. Well, why? Other than the fact you're a despicable racist, are you?
Some would say I am.
If you use the M word repeatedly, you are a racist, then, are you?
Myron's like, she's hot.
Sorry, but just to be clear, you just said to me you use the N word regularly. In what context? Do you use it with black people?
Yes, if it's appropriate.
When would it be appropriate to use the N word? When would it be appropriate?
Anytime I feel like it.
So you're an unashamed racist.
Correct.
Well, do you understand that makes you a despicable human being?
I guess so. I don't really care. I mean, why are we not talking about Shiloh Hendricks? Why are we talking about?
Well, actually, I think you've moved it on in this debate very quickly to your own.
Wait a second. What is our man doing here, real quick?
Racism, which explains why you've supported her in public and why you've got all these views. You see no problem with a woman shrieking the N-word repeatedly because you yourself are a despicable racist. And you've just proudly admitted that with a smug grin on your face, which is pretty horrifying, actually, for most people to have to watch. And shame on you. You're entitled to do it, and I'm entitled to call you despicable.
Oh, okay, but she don't care. You can repeat it. She don't give a damn. Yeah, there's gonna be people. I'd rather like that. To be honest with you, I know it's maybe gonna be a hot take, but I'd rather see people like that, cause I know what the hell I'm dealing with. And I know what not to deal with that person ever. I know that. They post it. They say it. They like, this what I am, this what I don't like. They're not trying to please people, and then you end up working with them, and then you find out later. And then they've been backstabbing you. No, that person is upfront. I'm not commending what she's doing on how she's thinking, but for my safety and for what I know, okay, that person is a racist. I know how to handle that, which means I'm not going there. I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. I'm not fucking that with someone else's dick. It's just that the racism that we have right now, the racism that we have right now is very, we don't know. It's like, I'm always like, am I sure? It's always speculation. Now I know. It's clear. That person is like that.
So you see somebody racist, and your first thought is, oh, I'm just glad they're open about it?
I'm just glad. It's crazy. There's nothing I can do about it. You know what I mean? But at least they are exposing what they are.
I kind of prefer them to mask off so I know who to avoid, importantly. I would not hit that with another man's dong. Oh my god.
You're not allowed to use that word. Why would you say that? You can't say that. I'm racist. Okay? I'm a racist.
Oh my god.
And did you really serve 4 years, JROTC? I did 5.
What the hell?
Could have done 6.
Better mask off than hood on? Oh my gosh.
They wouldn't let me.
The original is better?
Football game.
What is the
okay?
original?
Kid took a knee during the national anthem, tackled him, okay? Not on my watch. You're not allowed to use that.
Okay. Okay. Oop. All right.
I don't want to have to deal with someone like you don't know you're doing service to someone and you're like, you're interacting with some people and you're like, you're unsure about that person, but you cannot really, I can't pinpoint it.
But you understand that's all you said. All you really just said right now is, I'm glad that she's out and she's saying what she's saying.
I said, at least I'm glad that she's out.
But you've not said anything else about the topic.
I said, I'm not happy that she's doing that. There's nothing much
Okay.
What are you getting at? I'm not understanding.
I just think it's interesting that you're seeing someone who's unabashedly racist and out here endorsing the idea of calling a young kid, a 5-year-old, the N-word a bunch of times. And all you really had to say so far is, I'm glad she's open about it. That's pretty much most of what you said.
Yes, that's pretty much what I said. But I mean, of course, c'est sous-entendu que it's not good. Of course, it's not a great thing. I'm not happy that she did that. It's crazy that she did that, but she did something that's not legal. Legally, you can't do much about that thing. It just goes back to, I'm probably the problem, to be honest with you. Like, it just reminded me of how things were back then and when I was playing it.
Hey, Addicted to Mosh, how are you doing? Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, hey DB, welcome in.
Like,
Akriel knows the lines by heart.
You would encounter these people. Like, you would encounter these people, and you would go in a park. You would be groups apart, and then there would be altercation with people that didn't like you because of the way that you look. At least either not to go to the park or at least fight back. But that's when we were kids. Things kind of change while being an adult, and I wouldn't even know how to handle that. I don't even know how to handle that. I'm happy I know where to stand. That's the thing, is that there's been so many years that you didn't know. You're always like, you're claiming something and everybody's saying like, no, it's not that. And you're like, no, I'm pretty sure it's that. I got signs, but I can't clearly tell you, but it's really the feelings that I got. I'm not saying I'm super happy about what she did. Again, I'm just saying that, well, that's clear. We have that clarified. This is happening. That little boy, it's really unfortunate that it happened, that a little boy has autism. Unfortunately, he's going to be live and you're going to encounter people like that. It's really unfortunate. It's really bad. But you know what? I don't have an answer to this, and I don't even know what to do in those cases. And I don't even know what is the thing. What is the thing to do? What I have to say? Because I've been, after the 43 years.
I agree with Preach. It's a lot easier to combat this shit when you don't have to spend hours trying to prove what you and they already know, that they're racist. Yeah, well. I mean, I think that I agree that it is easier when they reveal their power level, I suppose, but like, okay, but also like, doctor, what the hell does that mean? Is this an example of this being applied correctly? What do you mean when you say that the word racist flung around? Will you care to explain? Saying this.
I hate these filthy neutrals, Kith. With enemies, you know where they stand, but with neutrals, who knows? It sickens me.
It sickens me. Wait, hold on.
This is Zap Brannigan of the good ship, Planet Express ship. I come swinging the olive branch of peace.
Should we trust him, your neutralness? All I know is my gut says maybe. Your neutralness. It's a beige alert. If I don't survive, tell my wife hello.
Amazing. Okay, let's get back.
Of me in my life, I feel like I've been talking about it. I've been on shows. I've been talking about it. I've been talking to people about it, talking against it and stuff like that. I've been doing all these things. Not that nothing is done. It's very slow, and I know all these things take a lot of time. But really, I'm asking you, Dan, what is to be done? You got that person in the park doing that and saying that, which is the police is gonna show up and be like, well, shit, don't do that, or else we're gonna come back and slap you back on the wrist and then leave again. The person is not harassing. the kid. She's just saying blah, 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 blah. When the person came back and confronted her, I saw a bit of the video, she's leaving, and then she keep asking the questions. Like, okay, I understand the confrontation, but there's nothing, I don't feel like there's much more that you could do about that, except what we're doing and what they're doing, talking about it, and after that, people are gonna choose a side. My point of when I'm saying I'm glad she's showing, she's saying it's really just a part of the whole life that I've been through, is I'm happy that shit is clear and I can clearly say, hi, bitch! Okay! I'm not crazy. You are that, you claim that you're that, you're not like trying to hide behind something, you're saying that. So I know that when I see you, you're a giant red flag, I'm not gonna interact with you. But I'm not happy she said that, you know what I mean?
And I guess my point wasn't that I think you're happy she said that. I'm asking you what it is that you feel. What is it you actually think? That's all. And I think now I understand a lot better. I was just saying I only got one glimpse of it, and I get where you come from. I don't disagree.
Sure. It's just that the rest was very, of course, you know what I mean? Duh.
I mean, it's okay to say what's of course, because you know what? Common sense is not common to everybody.
Sure,
and sometimes until they hear it from you, they don't know how you feel. You know? So that's one of them ones where...
When you call everything racist, people just go, yeah, I'm racist, as if the word holds little weight. I mean, I understand what you mean in, like... I understand like the cheapening of the word a little bit, you know? In the way that like I'll say like, oh, everyone's a little racist or whatever, you know, everyone has racial biases, shit like that. But like, I still think that there is a difference between when somebody on Twitch, for example, says like, yeah, like red_racists, right? Like, or if, you know, or like in the case of this guy, right? This guy isn't getting his life ruined over this. And it's because, for the most part, this isn't ruining his life, right? Like him making this TikTok, guaranteed it hasn't been ruining his life. And it's because people know the difference between doing shit like this and calling a child an N-word, right? And or the person who is just owning, like, being racist. When that person says that they're racist, they actually do mean it. If you want to say like, oh yeah, like, I can't call people racist because the only racist that I can, the only time I can use the word is when I'm describing the worst of them. Like, I don't really buy that argument. Gotta be honest. It just doesn't, like, land for me. That's it. Racist has never been an insult to racists, and they don't identify it just because it's been overused. Is that chick on Piers not just owning being racist? Owning being racist is always done in private. The public declaration might be loosened up, but every racist knows who they are. I guess, okay, I mean, I guess it does depend on what you do mean by racism, because, like, again, everybody has racial biases, but, like, how you act on those racial biases, how aware you are of those racial biases, those are the things that kind of change, right? And with this particular lady, she knows that what she is doing is racist. She does it openly and brazenly. Right? She's just saying what gets her money, not gonna lie. I mean, it doesn't, I guess it doesn't matter. She doesn't give a shit, right? I guess
Better to explain the things instead of assuming that people understand it.
You know, I follow trends and stuff like that sometimes, like with the clothes and stuff like that. I like things that look good and that in the moment. I never in my life bought Doc Martens. And my mom back in the days bought me like the low duck martins, and they were not the real
I
ones.
mean, I would say anything for a certain price, anyone would. Yeah, but tuna. Okay, hold on. Tuna. We're not, I don't know, we're not talking about that though. Or at least we're not like, hold on. We're not talking about, okay, hold on a second. Wait. No. Her being, hold on a second. Her being a turbo grifter, zoomer, dumb cunt, if she is, or whatever, if she's saying the N-word because it makes her money, right? What is functionally the difference between her doing it for money or doing it because she believes it? Like, what is functionally the difference? Right? What's the minimum amount to call the child an N-word? Because this is the way that I would see it, okay? This is partially a way that you could see it. Make an offer? Oh my Christ. Okay, here's the thing though. It's one thing if like, okay, hold on a second. If you have like, it's like if I were, I'm trying to think of an analogy. And I don't think I could come up really with... Have you heard her speak? She's very awkward saying racist shit. If we're talking about who I think we're talking about, it's probably worse to do it for money. Are you... Okay, hold on. To be clear, I am talking about this woman here who is... Who is this woman again? No, Shiloh Hendricks raised over though that's the woman who hurled insults. Okay, cool. And then this lady is someone else. I don't know who this lady is. She's not the Shiloh girl? No, I know that. I know she's not the Shiloh girl. She's just some other influencer. They showed her here, right? When they said they should have known who this woman was, because this woman is somebody who says the N-word on her in her media. They did say that at the start of the video, no? I'm trying to find. I mean, I guess y'all get it. Tara something? Okay. And I'm talking about this woman. To be clear, I'm talking about the influencer, not the other woman. I mean, I am kind of also talking about the other woman, but like I recognize that this woman is, if you're talking about grifters, this is the grifter. Right? And so not one thing she says the N-word. Okay. But my point is that what is functionally the difference between somebody who is saying it for money and somebody who is saying it because they believe it and using it like, you know, let's assume that both people are using it in the same kind of context. Like, you know, you're saying things like literally that clip where she was talking about broke N-words. Come on, where's the freaking clip? I'm sorry. I know that I am struggle bussing.
For what you say, she is. I mean, would you use the N-word?
Doesn't know this because this girl went viral for doing that. You know, she's one of those people who went viral on Twitter because she's like a white lady who likes saying the N-word a lot.
Everybody I know who's married right now, they're married to broke ass.
The fact that Pierce,
like, so what is the difference between her and, like, you know, functionally the woman saying it in the park to a child, kind of, you know? Like, no, I'm saying to you, this is, like, fake, or she's putting it on, right? But, like, but all you're saying is, like, how convincing is it? And that's not, I don't think that's a good measure for us to sit, because, like, she's literally saying the word, and she's using it in a context that is racist. So her performance of the word doesn't really make a difference to me. That's what I mean, is that it doesn't make a difference. What I'm saying, okay, Dr. the Man. What I'm saying is there's a growing meta of people saying, yeah, I'm racist as if the word has little value. They don't believe they're racist themselves and just laugh it off when you call them that. Hold on. Dr. the Man, are you implying that prior to this, are you implying that prior to this growing meta, that racist people would care if you called them racist? I'm saying that even racists shouldn't trust her. No, but no, hold on. No, wait. Even racists should see that she's a worm rat who is playing them like a fiddle. Okay, okay, I understand you're coming at this from the point of view of the racists. Okay, I understand that. But, like, what I'm trying to say is that they are indistinguishable because they're, especially the stupid ones who can't see that it is a grift, will, either way, they will use her as a way to legitimize actually being able to say it in real life and essentially utilize, like, that same thing that you talked about, like, oh, she's faking it, as a way to get out of being out of the social consequences of saying it. He should hop on VC for 10 minutes. Okay, Tuna, baby. Oh, Tuna. You guys are saying so dumb. I'm not saying we lay off the gas just because she's only racist for money. No, I understand. Get in the green room. Because I kind of understand your point, but I also kind of don't understand why you're making, like, what is the motivation? Okay, Tuna. You know what? I'll be nice. I'll give you 15 minutes.
15 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh my god. The sweet charity. Okay. This is the point, and it should be very easy and obvious.
Okay.
This one is clearly, we will speak not from the position of the left that we are on or the right that they are on. We are going to talk from a purely neutral position because it's important to recognize tactically strategic. I'm not saying we lay up on the gas pedal because, well, she's not really racist. It's just for the money. That's an obsession with, well, what should we do in terms of critiquing her? You critique somebody for saying something or doing something that you think is bad. You don't do it because of their soul. I'm not a person who believes that it's about divine punishment for the core of their being. What I'm saying is, in many ways, in several ways, this woman is, if I were a right-winger, I would look at her the same way that I look at Milo Yiannopoulos, the same way that I look at, is there some famous, what's the guy who runs Kick? Aiden Ross.
Sure.
I would think of them the same way that I think of Aiden Ross. He's a Jew, and I can take advantage of him and use him. And that is like what they think. I think this woman is getting away with not being seen that way. I'm sure that some people see her that way. But the whole point is, she's not useful. She's genuinely just a waste of their money. She is not a good, well-spoken, agreeable. She's not like so pretty that she's going to make racism cool by being. She is a worm. She's a rat. As soon as she has enough money to be bought by AIPAC, she's going to be pro-Israel. She's nothing. She is the whole point is that she's a glove for whichever hand hands her more money.
No, hold on a second. No, though. Okay. even if I agreed with you, which by the way, I don't, there are absolutely people who are going to be bought, the fact that she's an influencer at all, to any like degree of the word, means that there are people who have bought into this idea, right? That they have taken it hook, line, and sinker. But here's the thing, is like, why, even if I agreed with it, I'm saying that the function of what she's doing is she's allowing it to be more proliferated, and like it just allows it to be like there's just way more instances of it happening where there's no cancellation. Also, Black Yamato, we are talking. Wait, real quick. I will in fact pause the timer for this. Black Yamato, we're talking about the incident of the woman calling the child an N-word. And basically, you know, by extension of that, I guess Piers Morgan did a stream, fucking panel, where he had a woman who was basically open about using the N-word, an influencer, completely different woman, okay? And so Tuna's basically saying she's a grifter. People, even the racists, know that she's a grifter, or some of them do, right?
No, it's I know that some of them do. What I'm saying is that she's so bad at it. She's like, look at what's happening on Pierce right now. She's being embarrassed. She's not able to rhetorically stand her ground. It's important to have it. The correct position is to say, yeah, she's a stupid, racist, dumb bitch in public, but recognize also in private that, well, she's not a real racist. She's not smart. She doesn't have the, if you ask her a question that is not off of her script, if she's not just pulling from her learned lessons, she's not going to do a good job. She's not Lauren Southern, for instance. And even Lauren Southern was not that particularly smart.
No, but you
so
understand.
What's important is let them waste their money paying for an ill-spoken, dumb bitch to be the representation of racism.
Okay, but here's the problem, is that, like, again, yes, people have bought in, but now they have a person that they are rallying behind, and slowly gaining more confidence in their ability to say the N-word without consequences, because then they're just building the area. It's like it is very much like, you know, how, you know, cutting off people doesn't really work anymore in the or, you know, or banning people from like social media sites doesn't really work anymore, because these people will just then go to the corners of the internet where they are accepted and become more radicalized, right? So what I'm trying to say to you is that, functionally speaking, this woman isn't. I don't care that she's a grifter. I would agree with you that she is a grifter, but I don't think that she should be I don't think that she should be disregarded just because she's a grifter. Like,
I'm not disregarding her. I
mean, you're saying that
she's
they
so
should.
bad.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm saying she's so bad at her job that we should count ourselves lucky that they have a black hole that is not giving them any good returns and is just wasting them money and time.
No. I'm saying that but I'm saying that I'm saying that those are still good returns from them. Because every single okay, hold on, wait, real quick. So Eon said she thinks she won watching her on Rhizome talking about how her and Myron own the far left peers. So now, okay, she you know, like, now she and Myron are in cahoots, preaching to their audience like, oh, you know, we won. And now Myron's audience is further emboldened to do this sort of thing. And hers by extension. Do you think that that's not giving them any gains?
Are you making a pun with Myron right now?
Oh,
I don't think that they're making gains.
But that's actually very funny. I'm sorry. Yeah, okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
No,
it's funnier when you did it. Okay, yeah.
No, so I mean, Claire, to me, and this, you know, touched into a bit of a conversation that you were in the room for behind the scenes, but
yeah.
I personally don't believe that the people that are in that are following Myron, for instance, on a podcast are particularly useful people. I think that they're useful when you're trying to get clicks, when you're trying to get people to like donate money to a stream and such, but I don't think that they are politically assembled. I think that they are mostly disengaged people who will be radicalized socially, but they are not the heavy hitters of this thing, and that they are fundamentally not able to cross-pollinate with other people because they don't carry a social positive weight. It is all built off of the black pill, red pill area. I think the manosphere is I think it's much more inert than other people think.
Would you say the same about, okay, listen, at risk of turning this into a whole shit show, I'm just gonna ask you this question and then we're gonna move right past it, okay? Would you say the same, would you say the same about, for example, like lefty stuff that's like something like an insane take that, for example, Hassan has, right? Would you say the same for that?
What do you mean? Like,
would you say the same? Okay. Would you have the same? Would you come away with the same conclusion that, like, ultimately speaking, an insane take that Hassan has is not going to result in much? Because these people are just the same as the incels in Myron's community. They're not politically whatever, right? Like, most of the people are there for entertainment and so on.
Yes.
Like, would you have the same take?
Yeah. Like, very obviously, I'm not one of these people who thinks that, like, I personally think that, when Hassan said America deserved 9/11, sure, fair, go ahead and say it. When he has like the Houthi pirate on, sure, go ahead. I would let people interview literal Hitler. I think that people who are on this website watching quote unquote political, capital E, entertainment are not the types of people that you can actually make direct appeals to. Their decisions, what they do behind the cloak and veil, if they do decide to vote, usually comes down to something material in their real life. Everybody's playing an RPG, like an MMO RPG online when they're inside of these spaces in order to live out a sort of fantasy alt persona most of the time. I don't think that, like, a lot of people inside of these communities are voting Democrat behind the scenes, are voting Republican, and they entertain themselves with this entertainment. And then there are a bunch of people that are true believers of this stuff. They don't do voting. They don't leave their house. They don't do assembly.
But hold on.
There's a filtration mechanism at the heart of the thing where the reasonable people make reasonable decisions and can be reasoned to, but the unreasonable people, they don't do anything. They can't be reasoned to. They're just entertaining themselves. You don't walk in on a person masturbating and say, hey, you really should probably like clean yourself up and XYZ. And also, by the way, don't you think you should like vote for it? They're not voting.
Well, but
they
hold
have
on.
their pants at their ankles.
But tuna, like, okay, I'm just giving you an example, right? Like, and we will take it back to the race. I don't want to go down a Hassan. I don't want to go down a Hassan rabbit hole at all.
No more stipulations.
No
more stipulations.
No. But like, okay. Basically, though, okay, somebody watching this panel who agrees with this woman or like is a Myron fan, right? Like, absolutely, I can see a good chunk of them going over to the freaking Give Send Go page and donating, right? Isn't that like a direct I mean, even if it's not voting, it's still enabling a like woman who has been quite literally being raised like an actual woman, not a grifter, right? Enabling that racism.
What I'm saying is that as soon as her value, as soon as her like ability to be useful as a political actor is, which will be represented by the dollar amount that she can expect to be given, she will easily be bought out by whatever the opposite side is. And until that point, she is just a hemorrhage by which they bleed money.
Wait, real quick. Sorry, Yamada. I know you just came in. I just want to clarify one point real quick. to be clear, Tuna, these are two different women, right? I'm saying that like
I'm not talking about the woman on the street.
No,
I'm talking
no,
about
no,
the
but
woman on the TV show.
No, but what I'm talking about is the woman on the woman on the panel.
Panel?
Hear me out. Hear me out. The woman on the panel is basically enabling and indirectly providing support to the woman on the street, because in going on this panel and arguing her case, of course that Give Send Go link is going to be proliferated everywhere. Go donate if you believe in what we were saying, if you think that W racism, right? And so therefore this results in like a quite literally a direct benefit to the woman on the street.
So
yeah, sure.
Here's what I say concerning this influencer. Like she's the same lady that said the broke ass N-word thing the last time. Like this just seems to be something that she's in. She's just against cancellation to begin with. I think she's one of those people that will take small time victories and turn them into like massive wins. Like, and every time we say something like, oh, we shouldn't take them seriously, these people gain over time. Like, I think
can I be clear? I'm saying that I think that because she's purchasable, and because I think the only reason that she's on the position that she's on right now is because she's purchasable. I also think that she can be bought by AIPAC, Russia. She can be bought by I think that she would take money straight out of any pocket that offered her the best total.
I don't believe that's true. Because she's been doing this for a fucking while. Yes. She's been doing this free speech absolutum shit for like a while. Like, this is no new grift. She's like been completely against the shit since the beginning. Since her very cancellation. I mean, sure, people have given her money, but like, no, this is a chick that's been canceled and took that fucking cancellation and made a small victory out of it. Got massive amount of followers after that, and look, she's on Piers Morgan's thing. Now, if Piers had not been interrupted, would she have actually said it on Pierce's show to the world? I would say no, because on the internet is one thing, but worldwide is different.
Yeah, I understand that the network television, because it cuts her off. A lot more opportunities are cut off when she shows that she's not willing to play ball and follow the rules of the show. Like, you're allowed to do what you do off the show, and we'll pull you on because you're a controversial figure because of that. But if you don't, then other shows are not going to take her on. I understand that. I guess what my main point is, also, she has not been around for very long. So let's be clear. That's like her whole cancellation is like about 5 years tops.
That's a pretty substantial amount of years, bro. That was like
this is that.
Like 5 years tops. That's bro. Like, if she wanted to, she could probably start live streaming. Probably not on Twitch, but on Kick, and get a like huge fucking massive base. The fact that she was already canceled before,
the cancellation is the birth of her career. She specifically went on there and said the things that she went on TikTok and played the dog and pony show of being, oh, look, I'm a white girl who says the N-word in the way that a black person would say it. Specifically, I say it with comfort. She didn't say it with the hard R. She wasn't trying to be racist. And that it was all a guise to make it so that she would get canceled for saying something that, well, black women understand what I'm saying. They know it's true. I'm not being, and all these white people, these sensitive white people are calling me, right? Like, that's the middle ground. That's the grift itself. That her career is the grift. So it's not like cancellation in the traditional sense. Cancellation in the traditional sense is like, she tried to do something. She got in trouble for it in a way that she didn't want. She baited the cancellation. That is like part of her marketing.
Wait,
So just
wait.
Again,
Once again, I feel like we're conflating the two women, though. How did she? Oh, you mean like she baited the cancellation on her influencing? You're not talking about
the very nature of her content is to create a situation where she can be the innocent white girl who is just trying to say something normal and is being called racist, and now she owns being called racist because, well, if it's racist to tell the truth, yada yada yada.
Right? Wasn't she doing the fucking like the tread wife shit? The tread Republican fucking wife thing, and to me, like when she said it the first time, I kind of understood it, right? And then
she's doing a spinoff. She's doing a spinoff because she's also trying to be like Zoomerish and like.
But that was her marketing to begin with. All this shit did was, like you said, all it did was plateau. She had already had like a following of like people who wanted to be the fucking trad wife before then. Like when you look at like her history, she was doing the whole trad white girl thing, right? Like she was doing that, and it was working out for her. She had a massive base already, so like the N-word thing just added to it.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So to be clear,
I don't believe she could be brought. She was already like this. Like,
yeah, I know.
Okay, that makes no sense.
Me and you are not in a disagreement right now. We're not in a disagreement. I'm saying that cancellation has two different meanings.
Oh, yeah.
There's the one that you're thinking.
Yeah.
It's I need this clarification needs to exist for this conversation point to be closed. Cancellation, traditionally, the typical idea of it is that somebody was doing something ingenuine, not with the intent to be canceled, not to bait cancellation, but they got.
You're making shit up.
I'm not making shit up. Shut up, Glitterbell.
People bait cancellation all the time.
There's a fundamental difference when a person intentionally baits out cancellation.
It's still cancellation.
You're
still using the same word in order to make your point. Your own wording demonstrates my
word, comma, other word. Word, comma, other word. Prefix word. Intentional cancellation versus cancellation in the traditional understanding of the sense. Of course, it is in the same bucket, but it expands the bucket.
They're both types of cancellation. One is provoked and the other is natural, but they're both cancellation.
Yeah, one is happening in response to an earnest action, and the other is happening in response to a dishonest, intentional grift action.
Sure, but using racism to make money is still racism.
Okay.
No,
so
I think he. No, Glitter. I don't know if you.
It's not.
Yeah, no, Glitter. He agrees with that. He does agree with that. Yes.
Sure.
That is not.
So she's a racist content creator.
Yes.
Who is weaponizing cancellation for clout.
Yes, but there's.
Are we in agreement on that?
Yes.
Of course.
That's what he has said that. Yes.
Sure.
But she is racist. To be clear, she's racist in that the actions she's doing are racist. I think that if the money shifted,
I don't care.
She would become anti-racist. I don't think that she's racist under a core. I think she believes in capital N nothing.
And you have demonstrated this with what background about her?
Well, number one, the fact that she's gone through multiple stages, all of which were her following the wind. She didn't do the racism until it seemed like that was the way that she could cut through the chaff. Number two, it's the fact that when she does the N-word thing, when she does like the explicit racism part of her personality, she's very stunted. She's not able to perform it well. She also goes out of her way to say it
well.
To say it. Well, yeah, I said it in the chat. Where
could you imagine performing fucking racism at a high level?
This is absolutely psychotic. The things you keep going. I don't want to cut you off.
And I'm not even trying to be mean. I'm not even fucking.
The things you're saying are
trying to be mean or just trying to shit on you at all. No, I'm just like, I'm trying to see what professional racism is like. Like, I need a fucking sport.
Like, are you like, look, trust me, the racism I've surrounded myself with makes this chick look like a fucking amateur.
We get like fucking redneck, we get Nazis, we gotta host a fucking tournament.
Guys, you
I don't even register this racism.
Go ahead, Tuna. What? Wait. Stop doing the virtue signal for a second. And then what was
virtue signal? It's a joke.
No, okay, I understand. It's the outrage. I understand the outrage. Don't get me wrong. It's just that y'all have 30 seconds on the clock.
You're having your fun. My point isn't that she's not a I'm saying that she is a professional racist, but I don't think she believes it deep in her heart. I think that she would turn.
I don't think it matters. I think that people use that to deflect away.
It does matter. The distinction does.
Well,
have a
I guess it matters to
significance.
God when she's judged in heaven. But right now, we have a society that's being impacted by her behavior. And this is an absolute way that people stunlock the conversation in order to prevent action. Is they force people to ruminate on the purity of the Christian soul of apparent racist worship, like fucking Mark.
All right, y'all. They're still in there. Sorry, I had to think fast, okay? I had to use the ice beans late. But here's the question now, okay? Because y'all know... Wait, who brought me back where? Oh, I see, okay. Well, oh, they got moved. Thank you. I think I understand what Tuna is saying. I just don't think... yeah, I don't know. I don't think it matters. I don't think it best $5 I've spent. True! I just don't think it matters if, like, she's doing it for a grift or not. And I'm just saying, because her doing it as a grift will be taken, like, genuinely by the most gullible people. And the people who are not gullible will see the value of having somebody who is in that position and will use her for their own reasons. Right? I mean, that just makes sense to me. It's crazy how at the end of that our question of why say any of this was never answered. I just don't like. Yeah, hold on. Let me catch up. What the heck is happening? I'll go and make sure they aren't breaking anything. Yes, please, thank you. And then you can explain to them that they ran out of time. How long did we even get into the video? I think we didn't even get that far. Okay, hold on. I don't even know where we left off because I went back and... It's fine to say it's fun to consider what our motivations are, but it's not important at all. Well, yeah, I mean, I think her motivate... You should have kept this Hey, no. Yamato, I have a price for keeping this going. That's what I said. I said there's a price for keeping it going, and that price is $5 per 5 minutes. I'm gonna go back to watching the video. That's what I'm gonna do. Oh wait, fuck, Christ. All right, where is it? Hello. Oh, here we go. Thank you.
Person is like that.
So you see somebody racist, and your first thought is, oh,
and also we might. I just went back to 4 minutes. I don't know if that's where we left off. So sorry about that.
About it.
I'm just glad. It's crazy. There's nothing I can do about it. You know what I mean? But at least they are exposing what they are. I don't want to have to deal with someone like you don't know you're doing service to someone and you're like, you're interacting with some people and you're unsure about that person, but you cannot really. I can't pinpoint it.
But you understand that's all you said. All you really just said right now is, I'm glad that she's out and she's saying what she's saying.
I said at least I'm glad that she's out. I'm not
said anything else about it.
No, I said I'm not happy that she's doing that. There's nothing much.
Okay.
What are you getting at? I'm not trying to understand.
I just think it's interesting that you're seeing someone who's unabashedly racist and out here endorsing the idea of calling a young kid, a 5-year-old, the N-word a bunch of times. And all you really had to say so far is, I'm glad she's open about it. That's pretty much most of what you said.
Yes, yeah, that's pretty much what I said. But I mean, of course, c'est sous-entendu que it's not good. Of course, it's not a great thing. I'm not happy that she did that. It's crazy that she did that, but she did something that's not legal. Legally, you can't do much about that thing. It just goes back to, I'm probably the problem, to be honest with you.
If evil doesn't exist, don't use it as a bar to measure your disgust with reality. Oh, okay, also, hold on a second, Parallax, real quick. No, I mean, I think Twitch chat is a different beast altogether, okay? Can I just say that much? What I was asking last night was more of a Discord culture thing, That's hey, chill space where we're bribing and sometimes having spicy debates in the VC. Twitch chat Oh my god. Okay, relax. Like, you can't have a conversation in Twitch chat the same way that you can in Discord. I understand that, okay? So, as long as y'all are abiding by the freaking, like, toss and stuff, you know, that's fine. Like, I can, yeah. I had an epiphany about the failures of communication in dialogues like this, and I see it everywhere now. Wait, I'm actually curious. What's your epiphany? Yeah.
Like it just reminded me of how things were back then. And
cannot escape the moral realism debate.
In the park, you would encounter these people. Like you would
Red radius triggered.
People. You would go in a park. You would be groups apart, and then there would be altercation with people that didn't like you because of the way that you look. At least you know either not to go to the park or at least fight back. But that's when we were kids. Things kind of change while being an adult. And
I was at an 8-minute mark. I'm okay. You know what? It's fine. I if that's okay with everybody, I'm just gonna keep watching from here because otherwise I will lose my train of thought again. Okay.
I wouldn't even know how to handle that. I don't even know how to handle that. I'm happy I know where to stand. That's the thing, is that there's been so many years that you didn't know. You're always like, you're claiming something and everybody's saying like, no, it's not that. And you're like, no, I'm pretty sure it's that. I got signs, but I can't clearly tell you, but it's really the feelings that I got. I'm not saying I'm super happy about what she did. Again, I'm just saying that, well, that's clear. We have that clarified. This is happening. That little boy, it's really unfortunate that it happened, that a little boy has autism. Unfortunately, he's going to be live and you're going to encounter people like that. It's really unfortunate. It's really bad. But you know what? I don't have an answer to this, and I don't even know what to do in those cases. And I don't even know what is the thing. What is the thing to do? What I have to say? Because I've been, after the 43 years of me in my life, I feel like I've been talking about it. I've been on shows. I've been talking about it. I've been talking to people about it, talking against it and stuff like that. I've been doing all these things. Not that nothing is done. It's very slow, and I don't know all these things.
Yamato! I'm assuming. Thank you for the sub. I'm assuming this means we're pulling everybody back in. Oh god. How do I do this? Fuck. How do I do this? I hate... Oh, there we go. Oh, amazing. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's great. I can just do it like this.
Priority and a sense of power over them. Oh wow! Welcome back.
I can give you 15. I can give you 15.
Chip is explaining to us that racism is an immutable trait, and you cannot change minds. And the most effective way to deal with racism is to kill racists.
Not fully true. I said that
sorry.
There are two types. No.
Yeah.
I'm not going to have a conversation start with a misrepresentation. I said that there are two types of racists, and the capital R racists, the people who believe it deep in their soul. The only thing that stops that, the only thing that prevents it, the only thing that changes them. It's not an argument. It's not discourse. It is literally disempowerment, physical.
Okay.
Break their kneecaps.
Is it true or untrue that you said that the most effective way to fight racism was violence and killing people?
Of course, yes, true, definitely.
Okay, there you go.
But
I think that's an abhorrent position.
But the problem
that's the most effective.
Okay. Also keeping.
Also
keeping.
I think it's ahistorical. I think that both the civil rights movement in the United States and the civil rights movement in South Africa demonstrate that there's probably greater long-term efficacy for non-violent reform. I know that for revolutions, non-violent revolutions are like substantially more likely to last. So earlier you're saying you don't mind if racist people be racist, and I characterize that as apathy towards other minorities being subjected to racism. And then you said that the only way to deal with racism, or the most effective way to deal with racism is by killing racists. And I think that this paints a pretty concise picture of my critique of fucking the leftists generally, which is apathetic to real world harm and looking for justification for violence. It's fucking frustrating.
You're missing okay. So key distinctions. When I said capital R racism earlier in the conversation, I made clear that the definition of a capital R racist, as I'm describing it, is Turner Diaries, grab a gun and kill black people racism. That is stopped with violence because it is violence. right? That's dead obvious. You're not going to convince that person.
I think that you're changing your position to try to make it appear less insane.
You are. I literally
but I also don't like what percentage of the population
Well,
do you think that is relevantly applies to? Turner Diary version racist.
I just woke up. Just now.
You think that? Okay, we know that there's a difference between the Ku Klux Klan and a woman who says the N-word, right?
No,
I'm asking what percent.
Angry.
Well, Yamato, go. Sorry.
Yeah, Yamato, please.
Oh, Yamato, were you talking to us? Were you speaking to us, or were you talking to someone else? Oh, okay. Never mind. Go continue.
He's good. He's doing something in the background.
Okay, Tuna, what percent of people who I consider racists do you consider capital R racists?
You didn't do anything. I literally just...
Yamato, I'm gonna just mute him for his own sake. Okay, I'm just gonna mute him for a second for his own sake. Yamato, when you hear this, when you realize you're muted, just say it in chat, okay? I just don't want you to spill anything. Okay, go ahead, Tuna. Glitter, go. Wait, hello? 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 Oh no.
I'm waiting for. I think Tuna has the ball.
Tuna! What were you saying?
Look at me.
Phone overheated! Oh my...
Look at me actually oh great. Okay, so anyways, the shit that Tuna's saying is stupid as fuck. I'm gonna take advantage of the fucking technical malfunction in order to push W. So earlier he was asserting that he doesn't really care about people being racist and the only punishment that they should face is him not liking them, and he used that to defend the wanton platforming of openly racist perspectives. Even though for the majority of our lives we've lived in a society that largely censored that from our media and was also moving towards progress. And beyond that, I think that he's doing the pretty stereotypical thing of trying to shortcut the actual work of engaging with people in order to build coalition and understanding, and just say we have to do violence to solve this, but nobody's gonna do violence, so we can do nothing, so nothing is the key, and that's fucking frustrating. And it's just we have to fucking win elections.
Well, I mean,
that's what we have to do.
Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, Tuna, fine. Okay. Tuna's phone finally, Discord finally kicked him out. Okay. I mean,
okay, I don't want to interrupt his comedy musings, so I'll let him go. Man, I'm on fire today.
No, he's no. His phone overheated, Glitter. Like his phone.
Oh, is he gone?
Yeah, he's been gone. His phone literally overheated.
I thought you said he was back. I guess that's what happens. I'm not surprised given all the hot air he was blowing. Boom! Look at that. Combo.
No, I mean, I think personally, I personally don't think that I don't think that there needs to be any kind of distinction, because why would we want to distinct? Wow, I can use words today. Why would we want to differentiate?
I would want to distinguish.
Yeah, distinguish. Why would we want to distinguish, right? Oh, he's
That's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna keep the time.
Fundamentally, yeah, I totally agree with you. That's my point. Is that it doesn't fucking matter. We can't truly know, and we just need to react in the way that that addresses the impact that they're having. And if they want to change our reaction, all they have to do is fucking change their behavior. Stop using the N-word. I don't know how this is super hard.
What's going on? I didn't hear anything since the overheat.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. Glitter was just throwing.
I just gave you a flattering reintroduction.
Also, Yamato, I'm gonna unmute you now. Yamato, you have been unmuted, just so you know. We muted you for your own safety.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, and thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. I will add 5 more minutes.
Yeah, the 200. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, thanks, Parallax. It super doesn't matter, and the mind reading is whack. There's no fucking way to know for sure, and it's a waste of goddamn time.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It was early. A lot of stuff was happening.
Yeah, you're fine. Move on. We can move right past it. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. So, anyway, the primary discussion that we were having behind the scenes, if it matters, or is just my specific
yeah,
point.
We hear you. We hear you. Can you hear us?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I said a lot of stuff was happening.
Yamato, we can hear you just fine.
I took the bath. You called me. I streamed for a little bit. I didn't.
I'm muting him again. I don't think he's talking to us.
I was gonna say, why is he telling us about taking a bath?
What?
I took a bath.
Yamato!
Streamed for a bit.
I want to let it be known that Yamato is effortlessly bringing the content.
He's been giving me subs to add. He's been giving me subs to add 5 minutes to the clock, and I don't know that he's. Wait, he's turned on his cam.
Scrub-a-dubba.
Okay. Okay, now he's
okay.
Okay.
No, mute him again. He's still on the phone.
Yeah, I see it. Oh my Christ!
Okay.
I'm dying.
Yamato, you can indicate visually when it's time. Anyway, so the whole point is, I do not believe that the capital R racism, the specific type that needs to be violently aggressed, is that common. That was the question you were asking. I am still nonetheless saying that there is a distinction and an importance between the distinction, because when a person holds their guns, is organizing. I have been inside of situations where a person is willing to go covert, and it's not that they are only racist in the public eye because that's what they're paid to do. There's a behavioral difference. There is a threat of harm difference in orders of magnitude.
Okay. Yeah, nobody disagrees with you. We just think that the call to act comes far before then. And you are extremely lenient of stuff that Yamato and I both think probably shouldn't be tolerated in the public sphere. So there you go.
So what is it specifically in the public
Okay,
sphere?
yeah, I got you. You're back, Yamato.
What specifically in the public sphere? Yamato, you could answer if you'd like, since you were gone for a bit.
Okay, so I had to deal with that.
You're fine. You're fine. Yeah,
you're good.
Took the bath. You streamed a bit. You're going.
It's okay. No, just stop. Let him go. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So basically, all right. When we were having a conversation before we got pulled back in, the idea is that, like, when I say they take small wins and turn them into huge victories, and I don't think it takes money. Like, she does shit like this for money, but like the intentions to use the word was already there. So she's getting paid, like me and Glitter said, she's basically just getting paid to do what she's basically already been doing.
Yeah, and indulging the worst instincts
I mean,
more.
it doesn't. To me, I don't think it matters either way. Whether she said it accidentally and she got rewarded for it, or if she said it on purpose and got rewarded for it, or saw somebody else using it accidentally or purposefully and they got rewarded for it. It doesn't matter, because either way, she is contributing towards, like, you know, especially when it blows up like this and like she becomes a big influencer like this, then it, yeah.
Wait. So,
but the scenario that we were given, that I gave before we got pulled in. Hold on, let me mute myself real quick. We'll mute that. Is that, like, what if some Nazi dude, like, he pays like $3,000 to hear like 25 N-bombs on live TV, right? And she does that. That still spreads the message, whether it was good or not, a waste of money. Still spreads racism.
I just don't see an issue with somebody paying somebody to say the N-word. The whole point is,
you don't see an issue with mainstreaming the acceptance of offensive, like, language, which is, we grew up in a society where that had been pushed, like, deliberately pushed out through, like, activist groups, because originally you could totally say the N-word a bunch, right? Like, yeah, like
it's always been a thing. Well, I mean, if you go far back enough, you were, yeah, obviously.
Right.
Everything.
There you go. So I think that what
if you're
doing
going,
is, like, somebody's being like, hey, look at this.
Keep in mind,
this cult keeps fucking banging kids. That's really bad. We're against that. And we think that if people keep letting this cult openly bang kids, then people will start getting increasingly comfortable with banging kids. And you're being like, I've seen Waco. I've seen fucking Waco, man. What you're talking about is nothing. I saw fucking Jim Jones, man. And it's like, dude, but maybe somewhere before Waco, we should get in it and be like, hey, stop this shit behavior. So normalizing, giving people $1 million.
You have
to. Yeah, let him reply. Yeah.
You know, is I would say overly lenient.
What about you're the one being
fairly maximalist free speech position.
Glitter, go ahead. Yeah, Tuna, go ahead.
It's just a false discrepancy. I think that somebody saying something I'm super against people saying it in person because it is always paired as a threat of violence or an implication of the threat of violence. When somebody says it on broadcast, especially when they're being paid, they look like an embarrassment. They look like
but they're also emboldened. No,
behavior.
this is the problem, though. Tuna. What we're trying to say,
Oh,
and
you
what
don't
I was
argue,
saying,
so you would do a voice.
what I was saying
Sorry,
earlier, was that to the stupid, they believe this, and there are quite a bit of not stupid people out there who realize that this is a grift, but nonetheless also understand that stupid people won't know. So they know that this can be they're just going to utilize that phenomenon in order to further.
What are we missing? What is being missed here?
Okay.
Wait.
You're basically okay. Here. No, but no. I know, but this is no. But like, wait, hold on. But you're saying, I agree that this is they're throwing their money into a grift hole. What I think what we're disagreeing on is whether that grift hole will eventually further bolster the actual racist people, or if it won't. And we're saying it will. And you seem to think that it wouldn't.
No, not at all.
Absolutely.
Right, and that's I don't think that that's. I think that the fact that Fresh and Fit are as popular as they are, I feel like signs point to no. Signs point to yes, it will bolster.
Of course.
What do you mean by bolster? Like, what are you worried about?
Racism, cause more racist action, cause more people to be denied jobs and housing due to racism.
I want to hear her.
Okay.
I want to hear what's being said. Bolstering
this idea that if you say the N-word in public, even if it is for a very specific racial connotation, you are saying it as an insult towards a child. That the societal consequences will be mitigated by our support. Therefore, reducing the effectiveness of the societal response.
Yes.
Just like this woman who said the N-word to the child has now $500,000, which for a lot of people is a life-changing amount of money, right? Even if it is the case that one woman alone was affected and that's all that was affected, that woman just got reinforced for saying the N-word to a child.
And it also incentivizes copycats with a financial.
But even if it without that, I guess, can you square that away?
Yeah, it's the racist's money. They're paying a woman to say the N-word. She gets the money, and then they don't have the money anymore.
They don't have the money anymore, but the racist does. The racist has the money. What do you think?
They spent it to amplify racism. They got what they wanted.
Hold on a second. Wait, are you you're heading out? Oh, you want to get in? Okay, go ahead.
No, I want to get in.
Yeah, go ahead. Yamada, go ahead.
Like, listen, Tuna, okay? If I pay somebody to call somebody a fucking idiot, no matter what, right? Like 2,000. Sure. Say I pay Beans like $200 fucking right now to call somebody I dislike a fucking idiot. My message still gets across, no matter, even if it was a waste of money.
Yo, no other. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that.
I think that your position is immoral. So I understand it. It's not incoherent. I just think it's cynical and immoral, and it leads to a society
that is highly exclusionary and that incentivizes predatory behavior at the expense of minorities. So everything you're saying makes sense. I just think that you're describing the morals of a bad person if you fully adhere to them.
So, we agree, because I heard you say yes, right? If my message gets through, right? Yes. And stupid people see that as, oh, well, that was a waste of money. There are also some other people that's like, that was a fucking smart idea. Let me do that too.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like the PewDiePie thing. The PewDiePie with the starving Africans, where you pay the classroom to like say Nazi shit.
Yeah, do you notice that like now there's a whole lot more Nazi shit everywhere?
I mean, okay, hold on. Wait. I don't think that's just because we are. I don't think that it's just because of.
I think the Nazi shit was just a part of meme culture to begin with, and
I think.
Well, no. I'm saying the only reason the only reason I'm like slowing your putting brakes on that is because like that could get into a lot. There's a lot more factors there. That's all. That's really all.
Of course.
I just want a better example. That's all.
I just think that like the normalization of this type of like fucking rhetoric led us to a situation where like we have actual 100-fold spike, like 100% plus spikes in anti-Semitism in like most of the English-speaking world right now, right? I think Australia's was like 600+% of new anti-Semitic incidents or attacks or whatever, and America's is like I think over 200 at least or 300. It's bad. And it's people are like, well, you know, look at all these things happening now. And I'm like, well, now it's shit.
Also, hold on. To be clear, I said at the outset of this video that I would like to not veer into the anti-Semitism debate for one day. So if we can keep this to the race. No. You didn't know. So you're totally fine. I'm just like.
I didn't bring it up either.
No. You're fine. You're fine. I'm just letting everyone.
We can avoid. Okay, the Jews are off the menu. It's fine. We get it. We're not going to talk about like the change in crime around that. What I'm saying is, I believe that base structure. I believe the material world changes and then the language represents it. I do not believe that language is changing the material world in this strong way. I don't have this superstition.
Yes,
I think that people. I'm not done.
A superstition.
Not done.
Okay. Okay.
I'm not done. I believe that people want to say the N-word because they're racist. I think that people pay people to say the N-word because they're racist. It's not that paying people to say the N-word turns that person racist. That person takes the money, if the money is worth the squeeze, and there's a person there that's paying for it. It's easy as it. No one would pay for somebody to say the N-word unless somebody wanted somebody to say the N-word. The problem's already existent. It's already in the room.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter.
No, but
okay,
no,
but that doesn't mean that you can't. Okay, you're just like. You are acting as though the notion of amplification just doesn't exist. Like the things that you're doing are like there's either holes in your brain or you're being deliberately manipulative.
Have a normal conversation with me.
Obviously, you don't want somebody to go around your town and say bad things about you as lies. You would know that that would be damaging, even if the person saying them was getting paid to it and didn't personally believe it. You would understand that if somebody just went around your hometown and was just like, hey, everybody should know if you've got kids, like these things, like you're just being obtuse.
Hey, listen.
Wait. Okay.
Hey,
let him go.
Number one, there is no lie in calling someone a slur. That is not the same thing. Number two, that's their right to spread rumors. I would also be at right to then take them to court. No shit. Like,
so you would care.
You
would fall back on a civil structure that enables recourse to protect yourself from that. Oh, interesting. So in that situation, you do think that society should provide the fucking infrastructure to protect you. But when it comes to things like minorities in the public sphere, you are vehemently opposed to a similar infrastructure or any kind of similar recourse.
Wrong. You are making that up. At what point have I ever said that there should be no legal recourse or no protection for minorities?
It doesn't exist. You haven't advocated for it. Well, okay, so it's a different type of verbal harm, right? So, like, it's not a lie about them. It's using words that imply lies about them.
No,
right?
The reason
so you get to sidestep it slightly by using a word that packs a whole bunch of detrimental stereotypes in as you asserted about a person. And then you haven't technically said the lie. But fundamentally, it achieves the same fucking thing, man. So
no, it doesn't.
Like,
no,
it doesn't. Carving
okay. Why do you think the reason I'm able to sue somebody for telling a lie about me is because I can prove that it has financial damages to me and that I can be recompensated for that.
Did you see the UN report that shows that hate speech often is a precursor to real world atrocities, or do you not care about that type of shit? What would I have to do to demonstrate to you that it matters?
What do you mean?
Like, what standard of evidence will you accept to demonstrate that society's mainstreaming slurs against people has a broad detrimental...
impact
I'm not a preventative law guy. I'm not a preventative law guy. I just don't believe in preventative law.
What do you mean by
No,
that?
I'm not.
Okay,
You don't believe in preventative law.
So again, I think
You
that
only
you're
believe
either
in you only believe in
genuinely-
the reactive law.
I only believe that you should stop people from doing things that are harm. So if somebody tries to assault somebody, self-defense, and then you can shoot them.
So you just have decided that spreading fucking normalizing prejudicial lies about communities doesn't constitute harm.
Where's the lie in the N-word?
So as I previously explained, slurs are used to package damaging stereotypes and misconceptions into single words so that assholes like yourself
Hey, man. Hey, it's true. Like, I guess it's the lie.
I'm 100% right. Like, you're just being like, you're just playing fucking 7th grade word games, and apparently you have a fucking 12th grade vocabulary, and that's impressed you. But the other 3 people on the phone call can see through it, and I think the majority of the audience can too. I feel like you should just take a step forward and grow from this. Spread new leaves. Blossom, Tuna Chip. You don't have to remain a myopic asshole. All right, sorry.
You have a hole bigger than in your head than fucking Abraham Lincoln after he got just. I'm just kidding.
I'm just reacting to the laughter of Beans and Yamato as I preach the truth here. So.
Oh my god.
All I'm saying is glit semper tyrannis or whatever. No, okay. The whole point I'm making is that if I hear somebody say the N-word, I know they're racist. I disagree with them. I disassociate with them.
We just think it's stupid. You're not developing your argument beyond the point that we've already all said we think is fucking.
Okay, no. Okay, wait. Okay, wait.
Beyond that.
Can we?
So
can
you're
I?
not
Can
hurt
I?
by it,
Wait.
but
Can
other
I? I'm
communities
sorry.
are,
Wait.
and you
Can
don't
I?
care about them.
Can I? Can I go back
talk.
to? Yes. Okay. I'm gonna go back real quick because I don't think I understood your response to what Glitter was saying. Where, like, when you say that there's truth in the N-word, I am understanding what you're trying to refer to. I'm understanding what you're trying to refer to, but also the word itself is not. You can't. There is a negative connotation to it. There's a reason we do not use it.
Negative connotation.
There's a reason we don't use it. There's a reason we don't use it anymore. There's a societal reason that we do not use it anymore. Okay, it's not just like she's got brown skin. Right? It's also like I mean I call myself a coconut all the time, and I realize what that sounds like. I would never call another person a coconut. Right? Like because I understand. And even me saying it for myself is pretty fucking edgy.
It just feels like it drags on. The very obvious point is when a person says the N-word, they are being totally honest. They are saying who they are as the speaker. They are saying who the person they're referring to is.
Contrary to the argument you were making earlier, because earlier you were arguing that we couldn't know the honest truth of the person who said the N-word because you were arguing like a fucking moron that we had to differentiate between whether or not she meant it internally or meant it only as a grift. No, I mean now you're just fucking coping, and now you're taking the exact opposite position.
You are mistaken.
Because you're arguing that simple utterance of the word is inherently
she is a mistaken woman. She is a woman who is confused. She is baffled.
You're confused. Okay.
She is missed her Ozempic shot. She is fat-brained and simple.
Wow.
No. The whole point is when somebody says it, hey, when somebody says it, they are themselves saying it. They are making clear that they are a person who says that word. That is what they are being honest about. It's not there. Okay. Yes, we know.
It has no significance as to their internal consequence, according to your earlier argument.
At bare minimum, we know that person doesn't care about the emotions of Black people. That's enough. That's enough for normal people to disassociate. That's enough for normal people to disassociate.
You were arguing that people shouldn't disassociate, and you were arguing that it should be normalized, it should be platformed. No, I'm not wrong.
You're making things up about me. You're a fibber. She's a lying woman.
I'm literally referencing earlier in the conversation when you were advocating for this woman to be platformed on
Her
Piers
nose
Morgan.
is brown. She lies out of every orifice.
Okay, hold on. This is This is very funny, but also like, can we again go back?
I just don't want to be. I just don't want to have mudslinged at me. I'm being very clear about what my opinion is.
Okay.
Is it Beans Yamato? Is it untrue that earlier Tuna Chip was arguing that that woman should be platformed on Piers Morgan? Is it true or untrue?
Wait, I'm sorry. Is this a question directed at me? I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Oh.
He said Yamato, I believe, but whatever.
I said Beans or Yamato. Is it true or untrue that earlier Tuna Chip was arguing in favor of Piers Morgan's platforming the N-word lady?
No, he's not. Okay, he to be clear, I guess you could say yes, but it's not because it's because he thinks that no. He thinks that the negative. He doesn't see our point about the like the danger of such a platforming.
So yes.
Well, he thinks that it's
yes.
Wait, hold on, wait. He thinks it's a win. He thinks it's a win.
5 minutes.
He thinks it's a win in a different way. He thinks that it's a people throwing money into a black hole, and so therefore they are wasting their resources on something that is ultimately going to be like yesterday's news in like 15 minutes.
I understand what you're saying, but the answer is yes. Okay,
sure.
Great. So it's established.
The answer is not
now
yes.
He's arguing that
the answer's not yes. The answer's not yes.
He says that the answer is yes.
Okay, hold on. Then correct us.
You have a negative understanding.
To correct us then, Tuna.
No, I don't.
Wait,
You're
Glitter. Glitter. Let him.
Rhetorical
No, wait. Glitter. Let him finish. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Not everybody's a worm on a hook. You fucking retard. Take a goddamn trip.
Okay, meta conversation over. Go.
Okay. I'm saying that. Well, number one, I don't consider Piers Morgan to be on the left. He's not a person I can make choices for. So it's not like that's something that I can go into and like I'd be in the boardroom with him.
This isn't responsive. This is not responsive.
I don't care whether or not she's on or not.
Right.
I'm not saying that she should or shouldn't. This idea that I'm saying that she should be platformed, it's just so silly.
Okay, but earlier you said that people who are racist should be ostracized just moments ago. And I'm saying that putting her on a panel of 8 is the opposite of ostracization.
No.
I'm saying that that's the opposite of socially ostracization. You're missing the point.
Okay, wait.
It's not a should.
Okay. Yamato's got his hand up.
Wait, no. Yamato, Tuna, finish your point and then Yamato go.
I'm saying that I, as a person who doesn't like racists, don't associate with racists. I think racists should associate with one another. It's within their best interest too. I also think it's within our best interest to keep the people who are not real racists in there, siphoning money from them, grifters.
We should keep the
wait. No, Glitter. Let him finish. Just keep going, Tuna, please, just keep going.
Sorry, I just hate her.
Yeah,
I just hate her, and I wish she would shit out.
It's fine.
Okay.
Just keep going, please.
She's an interrupter. Okay.
Okay, I understand.
I'm just saying.
Muted.
When you have, if we could send women like her into.
No, I'm going to mute you too.
No, not Glitterbell.
Oh, okay.
Shut up. You don't understand what I'm saying.
Okay,
not Glitterbell. This racist woman. If we could send people like that woman into the racist community to dance on TikToks and take all these donations and waste all their money, I would pay for it to be done. It is important to. It's not the same thing as money going to the Daily Stormer to bail out people who are violent insurgents. It's actually taking money out of the pockets of the people who would normally spend their money in that way. You have to admit to yourself that there are racists, there are Nazis, and because there are ones that have financial means to finance projects, you would rather them get so horny and excited about this fucking grifting lady that they waste all their money than them buy AR-15s and send them to, Johnny Mick Hawaiian shirt to go ahead and do some shit in Atlanta.
Okay, all right. Okay, that's your point. I think I understand your point. Okay, Yamato, go. I'm unmuting you, Glitter, but that's only because that doesn't mean it's your turn to go. I'm just unmuting you. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Yamato.
Okay, I understand what you are saying, right? But when we look at it, these things have real tragic outcomes, right? And that the problem with that is, yes, they'll take their money, but people will see this, right? Like All right, I'm just gonna give a whole we all know about
What's the convo today, and can I come in and derail it?
Acting like an asshole, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
TikTok influencer, asshole, racist, whatever.
Right, yeah. And just being an asshole, racist, going around. That emboldened a lot of people to do the same fucking stunts that he was doing for money. Well, that, if we're talking about this lady, people will think it is okay to be a racist piece of shit because you'll always get paid for it. That in terms will spread racism, whether these people aren't actually racist and they'll take the money, doesn't matter. What matters is that racism is being spread. They don't have to have these beliefs, but as long as they say the N-word for fucking $200, like on stream, it doesn't matter, right? Like, and what you're doing is, I would say you're downplaying the effects of what this would do.
Yamato, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Can you bridge because my theory is that imagine a variable X, and it's the budget. It's the sum of money that racists online have that they want to spend on projects, and they can either spend it on material projects or they can spend it on culture war nonsense. Which I'm putting my finger on the scale. Culture war activity. So I'll take my finger off the scale. How is it? Because my understanding is that the influencers influence other people to be influencers. Influencer. Do you believe that people who are influencers influence people to do militant acts of violence? Or not?
No, but that's not how that. But they would know. But they would not. No, but that would not. Okay, it's very rare. Very rare. Okay.
I want one answer.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
What?
Okay.
I want one answer. Like I want one person at a time because I'm hearing multiple people talk at the same time. That's what I'm frustrated.
Sorry, it was at Yamato. Go Yamato. I'm sorry.
Okay, first off, no, because we're not talking about. Listen, okay, we're not talking about acts of violence right now. All right, that's not happening right now. I would say less people would do acts of violence towards a minority group if an influencer did it, right? I don't think that would happen. But on terms of using like hate speech, because that is the best action of nonviolence, yes, they would definitely do it 100%. We're talking about an action of nonviolence. I don't think you can bring up an action of violence. It's to be determined.
Well, to be clear, the reason I bring up violence is because I believe that this money is going to go to one thing or another thing, right? I don't think that the money just appears out of nowhere and goes to the racists, or rather goes to the performers, the people who say the N-word. I think that it comes from racists to them, but that money is sitting in their pockets, ready to be financing any number of projects. And I would much rather it be wasted on something that fundamentally is a net negative comparatively to what the money could be spent on otherwise.
Okay, real quick. Okay, Yamato, I'm gonna jump in. I'm gonna jump in and answer this. Okay. Tuna, I understand what you're literally thinking of it in terms of like somebody has $10 and like $7 of those dollars is being used to spend on like essentials. $3 of those dollars goes towards like this person's GoFundMe or whatever. You would rather them waste their money, whatever. I understand like the point you're trying to make. The problem is that's not how this kind of stuff gets actually financed in the first place. Yeah, the random shitter on the road is going to be giving them like $1 or $2. But the other people especially people who understand the value of boosting these grifters or boosting these, boosting the woman with the GoFundMe, they are going to pour in as much money as they can because it amplifies and like reinforces again that you can say these words without having the social consequence for them. So it doesn't matter if like your random poor like person can only like spend they blow their like cash on a grifter. It doesn't matter. Because ultimately they're going to get
Wait, I have a response before Tuna gets back in.
Yeah,
I also have a thing.
the money is going to come from a variety of places, right? The problem is they are getting that money and so are continuing to spread the message. And if they're big enough, they get to go on Piers Morgan and do it too.
Absolutely. And the other thing is, even if Tuna refuses to acknowledge it, for the benefit of Yamato and Beans in the audience, I think we can all probably agree and understand this. A lot of these people understand that when they pour money into the culture war, orgs like ICE do the violence for them, and then they get to gleefully watch it on TV. Well, you know, a mom and her baby gets arrested, and even though they personally didn't buy the bullets, they contributed to winning the election that makes that shit happen, and they love it. So that is also a way that this money translates into real world harm.
I don't see where the how the money is there translating towards like the election being won.
I said that you wouldn't acknowledge it, but
I'm asking. It's a question. My God.
It's not a question.
It is.
So the way is that influencers influence people. That's why they're called influencers, is because the audience is often responsive to, is often responsive to the messaging. So outsized interest or malicious interests often capitalize on morons like this lady and pour money into them. They also get a bunch of grassroots funding, like people, support fucking megachurches who also influence people. And you can do all kinds of superior signaling, like scoffing or laughing or eye rolling at it. But the truth is that it has an impact, Chip. And so it fucking matters.
To connect
the cumulative effect of this. Yeah, but you're not going to read through a study if I link it, and if I link it, you're going to try to, you're not taking this seriously. You're just acting like language doesn't impact people. No, you're not.
I am having,
you're having fun.
I am, and you stop.
You're not trying to find the truth here.
Okay, wait. No, come on, stop. Okay.
Can a fucking conversation happen where it's not you make an accusation, I deny it, I give my response, you make another accusation. This is the loop we're on. It's very annoying. I am actually interlocuting with you.
Okay.
I don't get where you get this fucking bias.
Well, I'm frustrated with the notion that influencers don't influence people, which seems to be a necessary thing for us to adopt for your fucking
conversation. Fucking sucks.
Yeah, it was me summarizing your position.
Okay, all right, okay. Hello, Leonard. Go ahead.
You making a fucking supposition about me, not something I said. Annoying as hell.
Okay. Leonard,
yes, you're annoyed. I'm offended by your position.
Leonard, go. Okay, come on, Leonard, go.
No, I said what I needed to say. This conversation sucks. Why are we circling around? Why are we circling around this like useless, not helpful thing? We should be asking the question instead: why is it that that people in this conversation are against social consequences for speech? That's really the thing everyone's disagreeing about, right?
Oh, I'm not against if that's what I'm supposed to be on the side of.
That's what, yeah. Well, how else would you disagree with people like deplatforming or ruining the life of this person, right?
I'm not. That's not why I'm in the conversation.
That's how it started.
No,
that's where the call-in began.
Well,
I'm not against the cancellation.
Then why did you initially call in? Explain that in 2 sentences.
I was asked to call in by Beans.
So you had no opinion when you came in.
No. He. Tuna, tell us your position with the essentially the support of the grifting. Like you had a point
I'm
about
saying that
the fake
it's better that you have it's better to let them waste their money on a grifter who will flip sides as soon as the money changes than to have it so that they're giving money to actual like violent interlocutors.
How are we setting up this dichotomy? These are the only 2 choices we have? Either these people are going to give money to a conservative racist GoFundMe or a stupid celebrity GoFundMe. Those are the only. That's what we're dealing with.
We have the ability to try and convince people to spend it on a waste rather than something that has material change.
Who is we here? The original criticism was whether or not this person should have been on Piers Morgan. What the fuck are you talking about? Are you lost?
No, I have. I don't.
What you're saying has nothing to do with this person being on Piers Morgan. That's what you came in to talk about initially.
No,
that's not
no.
what I came to talk about.
Well, no, he again he came
Yeah.
in. No, he came in to talk. He came in to he came in to basically say that like people supporting the racist grifter that's just what they're doing. They're just supporting the racist grifter. It doesn't ultimately contribute towards like the broader spread of racism. If I'm characterizing that correctly, Tuna.
It's more so that it doesn't lead to material successes for racism. I think that it's an expression of their will, and I think that that's the primary thing of it. Obviously, when you pay a person to say the N-word, you're doing it because you're racist, and that's an expression of that. So I think that it pre-exists. That's one clear thing. So I don't think that there's a changing of the social substrate, and secondarily, as opposed to when a person expresses their will via paying somebody like bailing out the guy from the Daily Stormer or bailing out somebody that drives their car into a protester, etc. At least this one is a waste of their money and doesn't take a violent person, put them back on the street to kill another person, to harm another person.
But hold on, but in this case, it quite literally does though. Because, okay, I'm just giving you, okay, not violent, okay, but like in this case, it's doing the thing that is the bad thing, okay? This person, the person who had her life ruined, right, by calling a child an N-word, right, is now been given directly money so that she doesn't have to feel the consequences of her actions at all.
Sure, yes, correct.
Okay. Do you think that in the future she's going to keep saying the N-word or not?
Probably. She might pull out of it and go. It really depends on the amount of money and her own personal choices.
Okay,
but,
just say no. Just use the I will just use the example, right? $500,000. She comes across another situation like that again, where like another black child comes in to take something out of her purse or whatever it is that happened.
Really, what I anticipate,
you think she would call that child an N-word again?
I don't think that she'll be in that circumstance exactly, because what has happened to the situation and the reason that she's being paid and the reason the media spectacle exists to begin with is to kind of lock her into the position that conflict will come to her and she will become a continuous news story. So
I actually fully agree with you that history can't literally repeat in the exact same way twice. So it is it is a fact of the universe that she will never be in the same position twice. Good point.
No. You're missing the point that I'm building towards. I think that what she's put into a position now, the next situation will be somebody saying, "You're that racist white lady," right? Antagonizing her. She'll say it again. She'll probably get paid some amount, but I think that
what about
it's much more likely to be another person. Like I think the copycat is much more likely to happen.
The copycat is much more likely. But again, like.
What about the affiliative responses, though? What about the people who are like, "Oh yeah, you're that racist white lady. Hell yeah, let's do business."
Yeah, he doesn't care.
What about those responses?
What about them?
Well, you seemed to find it was meaningful to indicate that there would be some people who would be like, "You're that racist white lady. Get away from me." Why are we not also indicating the equal number of social interactions they'll have in the United States?
No. That's part of the. I agree. That's part of the whole thing. The idea is that
I just wanted to name that since you had left it out of your analysis.
So my understanding, like the reason that everything is playing out as it is, and the reason to give money is to create outrage about being paid, so that she will be a target of harassment from the normal world. But then over here, the dark world, the money world, will then be the new place for her. It is an attempt to radicalize her and to use her as a punctuated instance that could then perpetuate
I have
culture
been working
war.
on this
That is the game being played.
Perpetuate culture war. What does that mean?
So like she probably shouldn't be on Piers Morgan then, right? Since that appearance kind of feeds the whole.
The woman we're talking about is not the woman that's on Piers Morgan. It's the person that the story is about, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but her story is only featured because of the other guest that is on Piers Morgan. Yeah.
Should it be? I don't know. I don't know how to do the calculus for that, because I personally think.
What would the calculus look like? Like, describe the process of calculating that.
Yeah. So Piers Morgan is a moderate voice that is able to try and like push against the creation of, because that narrative is going to happen in the alternative media no matter what, and it's also going to happen online, and everybody's online now. So for Pierce to respond and to be the person who's saying you're a despicable racist and you're only defending this woman because she's a despicable racist, that does have a positive impact. I don't know how to do the positive versus negative calculation is what I'm saying.
We'll try.
I don't know how you would begin to try, because I don't know what the number of people...
Well, if you don't even know how to begin, like, is there even a coherence to your belief system? Like, how do you even make the rubber meet the road? You have to calculate it.
You're Leonard, this is why I don't have an opinion on whether or not... No, listen. This is why I don't have an opinion on whether or not she should be on Pierce. Whether Pierce should cover the story, because I don't consider myself of the information.
You've been talking about this for like a half an hour. What do you mean you don't have an opinion?
That's not why I'm here, though. You are mistaking why Beans brought me in. I made a comment.
For a half hour.
I made a comment for a very specific thing, which is not talking about Pierce, but talking from the perspective of a person who is like online and is making a discussion about whether or not you should talk about this story, interact with this story from our level, which is much different.
So I'd like to bring I'd like to bring this all the way back to the beginning then. Now that you've said you don't really have an opinion on the subject, why say any of this?
Pierce.
What is the point of saying this? What is the point of sharing the things you've shared? Why did you say this?
In chat?
Yes.
Yeah, basically just said, well, it's better that it be. I'm feeling it's fortunate that this money is being spent on this woman, this grifter woman, rather than being spent on something more material. Because I know the money's out there and the racists are out there that want to spend the money on something. I think it nets positive that this is the situation we're in, and that rather than attempting to, attempting to make a strong attack against that state, that we should feel fortunate that they're wasting their money, and we should spend our time and efforts doing something more productive than trying to change the condition they're in. Because I think the condition they're in is actually suboptimal for them.
Wow. So our mistake is that we aren't adequately grateful that people have paid this woman $1 million to call a child the N-word.
No.
That does sound like kind of what you're saying. I'm just going to let you know to everyone else in the audience, that's what it sounds like.
We're talking about two different things. I'm talking about the grifter woman on the TV. That's what I was talking about, not the woman calling the child the N-word.
Well, but you're also happy that she got GoFundMe dollars from racists, because those people could have spent that money on like more impactful causes, right? It's the same point. It translates perfectly well to her situation.
I don't know enough about the woman that said it to actually know whether or not the money going to her.
Well, you wouldn't need to, right? Because you know that right-wing grifters are the people who are sending her the money, right?
No, she could very easily be you're asking me my opinion on the matter. I don't have control over the money, so I can't do anything about the money. But when you're asking me my opinion about whether or not it is good that woman got the money, I don't know whether or not she is situated with the Klan, whether or not she is going to be in a position to redistribute that money towards material actions, or if she's just going to use it to like fight legal battles.
Who do you think is contributing money to her GoFundMe? Just let's go through that real quick, since you seem unsure of it.
Amazing.
What do you mean?
Who do you think is? I mean, don't ask me. What do you mean for a very plainly English worded question, unless you're ESL.
No, the second part is what I'm asking. What do you mean to? Like, what do you mean I'm unsure?
Who do you think? You just made a statement where you said you're unsure who's contributing money to her GoFundMe.
No, it's not. No, it's not that I'm unsure who's contributing money. I'm unsure about who she is and
who she's affiliated with, right?
Can I finish my sentence?
Well, no, the thing you're saying is a distraction. So I'm cutting you off. It is.
I'm trying to be clear.
It clearly, it transparently is. You're trying to distract from the point that you originally made, which is that the reason you're happy that this woman is getting money, the woman that is on Piers.
Not what I said. I wasn't talking about the money.
Well, you explicitly talked about money when you were talking about places that people in the right wing were sending their money.
Talking the grifter lady. Talking about the grifter lady. Not the lady who said
All right, follow me here. I'm extrapolating the principle of what you said.
There are things, but I know things about the grifter, and I don't know things about the lady. And if I knew things about the lady, which is why I'm bringing it up to answer the question,
but you're invoking the principle to justify the thing, so you can't say it's only the context.
No, it's not the principle.
That doesn't make sense.
No, it does make sense. I'm saying because I know that the grifter lady is, or because I have a strong sense that the grifter lady is not going to redistribute that money towards violent action. I think that it's better that it go there, but I don't know that about the random woman.
I'm talking about the reason. I'm talking about the because. It's the because behind the statement that you're able to accept in the other instance that that's where the money is going. And I'm saying in this instance with the other woman, let's think for a moment. Who do we think is giving money to her GoFundMe?
I would say that the Daily Stormer has had to have had like readers send money, if not they themselves. That'd be bare minimum. I would say a lot of random people on Twitter that are like fans of various right-wing streamers. You'd probably get a decent number of the short guy with the hat in the compound.
Do you think it's a good thing that they sent their money to her instead of like a PAC or like a right-wing political cause that would actually do something? Would you say that would line up with the sentiment of exactly what you originally said about the other woman?
Well, I don't know. Well, I don't know whether or not the woman herself is a violent aggregator. So that's the difficulty, because
a violent aggregator. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know whether or not she's a member of the clan.
No, she's not a member of a clan.
I also want to say, I got something. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, go.
Oh my god.
I just
Great use of air.
I totally agree.
Great use of air. No, I don't know. I don't know whether or not the woman who called the baby the N-word is herself involved and will redistribute the money that was given to her in order to fund violent acts of terror.
Okay.
So we don't know.
Well, you don't know that about any stranger, technically, right?
Well,
you don't know that about like the homeless guy on the corner that just got $20. Like you don't.
I have a much stronger sense, though. Obviously, these things are relative. I have a much stronger sense that this grifter lady, considering the way that she's changed positions multiple times and she is like changed her career trajectory.
No, we're talking about the other lady.
Follow the money.
We're talking about the single mom with the GoFundMe.
But I'm saying this in relativistic. So when I say her, the grifter versus the lady on the ground, because the grifter, I feel confident saying that it's good that she is a black hole of money for the right. I don't know whether or not the woman on the ground is a black hole of money, so I can't actually say a positive or negative statement about the exchange.
You think the random citizen is less potentially of a black hole of money for people to throw into than the grifter appearing on Piers Morgan? That's the argument that you just made to me.
Yes.
You're retarded. You understand that, right? You are a retard.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have brain
Don't use that word.
You think that it's less useful to put money into the random citizen with a child who probably lives in fucking Missouri than it is to put money into the social influencer appearing on a Piers Morgan panel. Did you graduate high school?
Okay,
yes,
hold
man.
on. Okay, hold on.
Yes,
you just
man.
established a racist lottery.
For you to actually like take this seriously.
I am
you have to think about this for 5 seconds and realize that obviously the grifter has more influence with the money that she uses than the random woman who's probably going to spend half of that money on her debt. Really?
I disagree.
What is the social impact of the two parties spending their money here?
Because I think that the woman on the ground could easily give her money to
who?
She's not going to give. No, she's not going to give her money.
She could,
no, she's not going to give her money to the clan. To be clear, she's not going to give her money to the clan. She could, but she's not. No. She's going to use this money.
She could literally turn it into crypto and then just send it to human traffickers.
I mean, literally, she could just invest it and then live off of the money that her money makes. Okay, that's realistically speaking. If she's smart, that's what she would do. If she's even smarter, she'll turn this into an opportunity to go on the media tour, go on all of the talk shows, go on this lady's talk show. By the way, get her own damn talk show, get her own damn meme coin, and then like even if she is ultimately like flies away into irrelevancy, she has enough money for the rest of her life. And again, going back to say the consequences of her actions will not touch her negatively. That is the point.
I understand that she might go in the direction of like a slur Tua. I understand that she might do N Tua or something, but I'm also of the belief that she could do something much more dangerous because she's not in the public eye. She doesn't face the same catastrophic attack to her financial stability that an influencer does. While simultaneously influencers influence people, I also think that influencers survive off of the will of those people. This woman can spend that money to, like, you're not able to get away with redirecting funds and not having your accounts closed in the way that people who are financing the like actual militant actions. You can't do that as an influencer. That's why these parties are like separated in two things.
No, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Could you restate that?
Yeah, my brain also was unable to process that word salad.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, well, okay.
Okay.
Could you say that again,
It's
please,
just yeah.
I mean, what Bean said. Sorry, sometimes yeah.
No, I'll just try it again. Because I could rephrase. Maybe there's a simpler way. I'm saying that because she's an unknown entity, I can't make a statement about her because the other person is a known entity, and I believe that she is a net negative in terms of the money that goes into her. Like the money that goes into her, I think it disappears from the
but it doesn't disappear.
Like the pool of money that can be spent on violent action.
Yeah.
That is the reason that I think that I can make a claim about her. I'm not making a relativistic claim because I can't, because I don't know.
Your whole argument is based on you evaluating one thing is worse than the other. But then when we ask you to evaluate another portion of the exact same situation, you're suddenly incapable of doing so. It's infuriating.
It depends on what the two things I'm comparing are. Can I make an evaluation or not? I just told you I don't have the things necessary in place for the calculus.
Yeah.
Tuna, the person, okay, the person who is the grifter, right? Do you think that, like, that, again, I think I just keep coming back to this point because I don't understand how you don't see this. Do you not see how, like, them going on a media tour and them, getting as big as to go on to Piers Morgan, do you really think that no one would take the message away that they can say N-words with impunity? Like, do you really think that wouldn't happen?
No, I think that some people are going to get that, but
you don't think that you just don't think that it's. Oh, sorry.
I'm not. I'm finishing. I think that nonetheless, I think that the losses. I think that they're not getting their return on investment.
What are the losses?
The money, the financial money that has to be thrown at this woman. I don't think they're getting ROI. I think they are getting a net negative ROI, and beyond that, I think that once she grows to a significant enough size.
So is your only eye in this situation like dead minorities? Is it like, are you like, is like the only way that you think racism can be expressed is like actual fucking violence against minorities? And so your idea is that like, if money is spent in ways that produce other discriminatory fucking obstacles to the lives of minorities, as long as you're not seeing the corpses pile up, that doesn't count as I. So in your mental calculus, it's like literal lynchings versus like 0-0, and so it's a win. Like that's what I like blowing my mind. Or do I misunderstand?
It's not that it's the only thing. It's just that I think that death is extremely, extremely, extremely higher value.
But do you think that that only is achieved by means of direct violence? Don't you think that like forcing minority communities out of safe and secure housing and into places where they have fucking lead pipes and are next to like downwind from chemical plants, aren't all of these ways that actually do result in the one thing that you are willing to care about? Because apparently any suffering prior to death is irrelevant to you.
It's not the
Don't
one
these
thing
things also have direct impact on killing minorities?
Wait, okay, he gets it. Go ahead.
You never stop shadowboxing. It's insane.
Go ahead, too. I don't think that's what you're saying, but go ahead.
Murder is not the only fucking line for me. I just said that it's not, and then you acted like it was to say your next piece. Find a creek. Put a brick in your goddamn shoe.
The creek is that you've said it's not. You said it's not the line for you, but you won't say where your lines are.
Because
So
you-
you're
to be
taking
fair, to
a
be fair, you haven't- to
obstructionist,
be fair,
fucking
you
snaky
haven't-
position.
Okay. What is your line then, Tuna? Like, what would be the line, or what would be the material harm that you would need to see coming out directly from this in order to be able to say, okay, yes, maybe we shouldn't support, or we shouldn't allow the grifter people to be supported in this way?
Well, I would never prevent people from spending money between one another. That doesn't seem like.
No. I'm not. Okay, no. Hold on. Hold on.
Yes.
Hold on.
Not
Wait.
even
No.
to
Let me
exchange
cook.
uranium.
Let me cook. It's not about you preventing the spread, like the transfer of money. It's about it's about like doing what you can to not let that type of thing be platformed. And here I'll even you know what, here I'm even going to pause the timer so that I can call out Parallax right the fuck now. This is the difference between the two panels. We're not talking about whether it's okay to say the N-word. We're talking about the implications of whether this grifter lady is like harmful, right? That's fundamentally different. It is. I don't have any racists on this panel. Nobody here
It
is
is
a
one
racist.
layer abstracted away. Yeah,
No,
it's one layer abstracted away.
I'm not even.
which is significant.
I'm not even abstracting it. I'm just saying that.
Well, no, okay.
Like,
be clear.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it's an abstract form of the same thing. It's on a different layer of abstraction. We're having discussion not about what it's okay for people to do. We're having discussion about what it is okay or what media should platform. That's a different layer. That's a different.
okay,
like,
right. Fine. I don't care. I'm just saying that like I fundamentally
Yeah,
disagree to the first layer. Okay, so here's the thing though.
Sure.
Like, bye Yamato. Here's the thing. I think basically that like I guess okay, sorry, I got derailed. What is the line? Like, because for me it's I would not want to, for example, platform this type of lady at all, right? And even though I can't stop people from spending their money, I can make sure that, for example, like if I found out that somebody that I knew was donating to this like Gives and Go or whatever, that would be somebody that I would treat them as racist. Because they are fundamentally, they are quite fundamentally like they
It
are.
seems like a reasonable situation to use the normal mechanisms of social pressure, which is what you're describing, which is like, ew, gross.
Yes.
I don't like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I've already said. I would disassociate with anybody who's racist. I don't like racists. It's very
Hello,
clear.
friends.
Hello, Parallax.
I was called out by name.
Yeah, I know.
Weird. Interestingly enough, Wick hasn't held a panel on this.
Okay, cool.
So he also didn't have racists on. You didn't point out a difference at all.
Okay, cool. My criticism would still stand because you're basically saying I'm the same as the thing I was criticizing.
Yeah, I'm just picking on you. It's okay.
Okay. All right.
Just like I'm picking on Tuna for having this absurd take.
I know that people disagree with me. That's fine.
Yeah, I figured.
And it's not even like I think that this is like my best take, and I didn't come on here. I came on here because I was asked to, and frankly, I like talking with beans. But it's a throwaway comment in chat. I will still stand by because I do believe it, but I just don't even think that it's the thing that's the strongest. My line is.
What is your line?
It's a difficult thing to say because like obviously I'm not going to associate with anybody that's racist. I'm going to what'd you say?
No. I was just go ahead, acknowledging. Go ahead.
I'm not gonna associate with someone who's racist. I'm not gonna give them.
No. Let him.
Okay.
Yeah. Why?
I'm gonna go.
This is not a normal thing to think about.
Bye, Para.
Okay. See you, Para. Yeah. I wouldn't finance it. I wouldn't associate. If I owned a media conglomerate, I would fire them. but like, I'm not a person with a lot of social influence, so I don't think about that a lot. I don't have like, there's nothing, there aren't situations like this that I get put in. So yeah, I don't think about them very often, but it would be within that sphere of influence. Like if I had a boss, we have ways to deal with that. If somebody was an employee and they were being racist, we have ways to deal with that. So I would use those means. They exist. Very normal stuff. Now, when it comes to somebody on the TV on a show, because I don't have control over broadcast in that sense. But if I did, yeah, I wouldn't have them on my show. But I'm not Piers Morgan.
That's great.
So you
okay,
would
yeah,
actually deplatform them.
Right, like that's, I guess, like,
Should we
that's,
shame you for
I mean,
that?
okay, no, okay, yeah, I guess that is the, like, no, that's a good question, I suppose. Is like, you would essentially not allow them on the platform because you still, like, recognize that there's, you would still judge them because they said an N-word, even if they were Christian.
Well, yeah, of course, I don't like racists. I've already been clear about that.
Okay, and that is time. Oh my god. Perfect. Perfect ending. Knockout. Okay, I am cutting it off here. I'm gonna be completely and utterly honest with you. I love y'all all. But that, hold on. How do I, I'm gonna put them in general so that they can talk if they want. To be clear, I'm cutting off the donation for, extending timer here, okay? Jesus Christ. and also to be clear, by the way, Parallax, that was a joke, okay? That, like, me calling you out. It was just in good fun, buddy. W panel brown wick. Oh my god. Worth every penny? God damn. What the hell is, when you see the community you've created has never been more appropriate. That was certainly a conversation between people who used words to convey ideas. Noid avoided, that is sometimes what happens on my stream. Jesus Christ. Only one person really conveyed an idea. I'm back. Welcome back. Well, thank you very much. Thank you everybody for all the money. But you know, I'm joining the ward slurs on the side of slurs. Yeah. I've said my piece, okay? I don't even know if we should go back to the video. We can go back to the video, actually. We could go back to the video. But I feel like it would be, you know, a bit of an anticlimactic end after that. Wait, what did you say? You're gonna play Stellaris? No. Me? Unless you're talking to somebody else. You should have invited a European to this debate. Mr. Geek was available? Oh my gosh. Jesus Christ. Who was... Okay, listen. I'm not gonna read that out. That is maybe a little bit on edge, okay? Come on, y'all. I don't know if N-word deserves to use emotes. Okay. Jesus Christ. That... I don't know about, okay. Yeah, the edge is it's a little too much edge for me. I'm gonna be real. Okay, hold on. That. But let's do this real quick, and let's... Whoop. Okay, cool. Thank you. Am I new to Twitch? No, I'm not new to Twitch. I don't know. You look at the community you've created, Art, yeah. And also, no, guys, stop. We don't know who it is. We don't know who it is. We're not accusing anybody. We do not know who it is. We're not accusing anybody. Please stop. I don't want that kind of talk. Stop. Sephiric Neuron, as Madlad has demonstrated, there are quite a few things that you can put into the. I mean, there's quite a few things that can be accepted as usernames. Let's put it that way. Like there's quite a few creative names that have come through. The end part of that video is hilarious. Okay, cool. Also, okay, real quick, I think also, just in case, there is actually a way to I missed most of that debate and I feel grateful. I need to chill out a bit. I used to be in a community where when we wanted to communicate as mods with the streamer while they were live, we'd ban the account Feet and type something in the message. Feet joined the chat one day. Oh no. What did they say, Para? Did they just like, do you get like a notification when you get banned? They were curious as to why they had 300 plus bans. Need to decompress? Yeah, maybe a little bit. The bird. Oh my god, I need to get rid of... Here, I'm getting rid of these things now. You don't get a notification when you're banned from a channel? That's what I thought, but like, how did they know to come in, you know? I assume someone reached out to them? Also, by the way, I'm just letting y'all know for right now, alerts are off. Might have been notified by one of those connected bots. Sephiric, I thought that too, but also... Oh, that tracks bans. Okay, you know what? Actually, never mind. I thought you were gonna say like something like Chatterino, but like... Imagine having the username of Feet. And... like... You know? People sit up. Why alerts off? Even with the Para, because I don't know who it is, and the one after the other, I'm just being careful. But thank you to gifting a sub to Feet. Enjoy your people sit okay, so what I was saying was that, like, okay, imagine that you're someone named Feet and you have, like, Chatterino or something. You would probably just get tagged all the fucking time, right? Like, anytime your name is used. I need to make a meme account like that and see what see what kind of subs I get. People gifting his alt? True! Okay, I will say, okay, listen, I know y'all were making fun of me. I saw y'all making fun of me, but, I did actually get, like, I did get pretty far with this. I did get pretty far, like, maybe not as far as I would have if I weren't, like, you know, if I weren't freaking, distracted, but, I got pretty damn far, with it. I basically have all but the last frame colored. You got all like 5 minutes of work done on it? No, this is no. I will say this is more than 5 minutes of work. Like the coloring would have taken me at least like 20 minutes at least to half an hour, right? At the very least. So props. Listen, I'm giving myself props to this. Okay, it looks sick. We're bounce. I want beans to make me shit like this. Oh, yeah, remember how you were supposed to tell me what you wanted? Like, you were supposed to make me a mood board? Rave time, yes. I'm sorry. That's okay. That's okay. I need to finish up some other stuff, too. I have, Leonard, actually, never mind. No, I'll say it. I have Leonard's, penguin tuber that I need to set up with him, and I have Gloggy that I need to do like a laugh face for. I already have the laugh face, I just need to like actually do it. Here, let me see if I can have that bird is hypnotic. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you think so. Save image as. Pull that up real quick. This is Gloggy. This is gonna be Gloggy's, I actually don't know how... I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how, Gust is gonna use this. Because he already has the screaming face to be set up for when the bot goes into scream mode. But I don't know how he's gonna set it up so that the bot sometimes will go into laugh face mode. You know? I think he implied that there's a way to do that at a lower level, but I don't actually know if RahiTuber will let you do that. Like, I suspect that he'll have to, like, essentially, create another, like, state of the RahiTuber where instead of going into the screaming mode, it goes into the laugh mode. I mean, maybe he played around with RahiTuber and figured it out. Like, I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, because either way, I think it'd be a good, like, it would be a good face to add regardless, right? Okay, what are we yapping about? Oh my gosh, my brain. That's getting turned into a YouTube video, just so y'all know. When are you making the inflated Gloggy? No, I'm not making inflated Gloggy. Bird needs twice as many frames it has? No. No, it does not. Oh yeah, Lurker, that's right. The other thing, Lurker, is the other one. Do Zionism now? What? Okay. Here, I will finish the racist video. The video that started this whole damn conversation. Here, let me get rid of Gloggy too. Bye, Gloggy. Okay. Here, let's get the art back on the side.
A lot of time, but really...
7 hour stream? Oh god, it's 7... What is the... It's been 7 hours? What? Oh no! Okay, alright, y'all. We're gonna... Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna finish this Abon Preach video, and then I'm gonna go eat something. I have not eaten... apart from like some crackers and some like one ice cream sandwich. Okay.
Be done. You got that person in the park doing that and saying that, which is the police is gonna show up and be like, well, shit, don't do that, or else we're gonna come back and slap you back on the wrist and then leave again. The person's not harassing the kid. She's just...
How much for a 24-hour stream? No, we're not doing a 24 hours. The only way I'll do another 24-hour stream is if, like, Mr. Beans has to go for a work trip, like he did, you know, before, and it's over the weekend, so I can't, like, hang out with him. That's really the only way I'll do another 24-hour stream, at least in the near future. I need my Mr. Beans time. And also, I think he would go absolutely fucking stir crazy if he had to stay in the, like, in his office, like, for 24 hours, you know what I mean?
saying blah, 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 blah. When the person came back and confronted her, I saw a bit of the video, she's leaving, and then she's keep asking the questions. Like, okay, I understand the confrontation, but there's nothing, I don't feel like there's much more that you could do about that, except what we're doing and what they're doing, talking about it, and after that, people are gonna choose a side. My point of when I'm saying I'm glad she's so, at least she's saying it's really just a part of the whole life that I've been through.
Sorry, no, that is not Rowan Atkinson. No, Mr. Beans is who that's who I call my husband Mr. Beans on the stream, because, you know, Ice Beans and Mr. Beans. That's really it. Arguably, Mr. Beans is more popular than I am. At least as it relates to my chat.
I'm happy that shit is clear and I can clearly say, "Ha, bitch! Okay! I'm not crazy. You are that. You claim that you're that. You're not like trying to hide behind something.
Mr.
You're
Beans
saying that.
name.
So I know that
Probably,
when I see you, you're a giant red flag. I'm not going to interact with you. But I'm not happy she said that. You know what I mean?
And I guess my point wasn't that I think you're happy she said that. I'm asking you what it is that you feel. What is it you actually think? That's all. And I think now I understand a lot better. I was just saying I only got one glimpse of it, and I get where you come from. I don't disagree.
Sure. It's just that the rest was very, of course, you know what I mean? Duh.
I mean, it's okay to say what's of course, because you know what? Common sense is not common to everybody.
Sure.
Oh my
and
gosh,
sometimes until they
Sarah.
hear it from you, they don't know how you feel.
Fair.
You know?
Fair.
So that's one of them ones where better to explain the things instead of assuming that people understand it.
You know, I follow trends and stuff like that sometimes, like with the clothes and stuff like that. I like things that that look good and that in the moment. I never in my life bought Duck Martens. And my mom back in the days bought me like the low Duck Martens, and they were not the real ones, right? They were free. But even then, since then, I had PTSD because I was told when I was in school that I couldn't wear that because I was black. Some black people, when I came in, and when I went in a black school, they all said like, "Oh shit, nah, B, that's a no." And then I still get PTSD when I high-rise Duck Martens, especially if you got white laces. It does something to me. If you got a bomber jacket, EBGBs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I used to fight those people. We used to walk around with our belts around our knuckles. And then it switched to people being scared of just saying it. They were that, but saying they had to fucking not say it in order to be able. But now I'm not glad. I'm not like, the good old days of racism. It's not that. It's just that.
It's easier to identify.
At least I know.
Oh, I see what he's saying.
I want to live in a country where people are allowed to say what they want unashamedly, and you will
Well, go
not
on then,
have
say it. Say
you
the
will
M-
not have
Go on,
free
say. Go on. Say the M word. Go on.
No,
hang on.
Invite. No. I don't want you to invite this woman to say a racially harmful term in front of me, because I'm the only on here. So if she says it, I'm the victim of it. So please don't invite her for to call me the N-word, because that's basically what it's going to be.
I agree with
Yeah. Okay, that's I guess that's part of it, right? Like that's part of the. This is part of the, I would say, what is like the danger of doing this kind of thing, right? The actual, I mean, you invite, especially if it's in it, like, of course, that kind of, like, imagine if he'd actually gone ahead and said it, okay? And what is the black man on the panel supposed to do? Right? If he stays, then it reinforces this idea of like, okay, I was just called an N-word on live TV, and I stayed because, I don't know, I stayed. And if he leaves, it might even be better if he leaves because that's pushing the black man out of the conversation. And it was funny. It was a gotcha moment. Right? Isn't this literally just a panel you had? No, but I think that, like, I mean, I'm not saying that the panel that I had is, like, unproblematic, right? Like, to some degree, it is problematic. I'm just saying there's a different type of problematic. I would say that is a step up in the problematic nature of it. like if someone thinks I'm capping on that specific part, then please tell me, right? Because the panel that we had was essentially like, what is the harm of allowing grifters to grift? Right? I mean, like one black guy, a brown guy, and a bunch of white people. Do you mean like, you know? Do you mean like, you know, the one black guy, like one brown woman, and you know the other people, the other white people? No, okay, but like I think that it's just I do think there's a difference. Again, you know, open to the possibility that it is more problematic. Or it's just a false question because it mind reads her and assumes she's grifting and not a racist piece of shit. Well, yes, that too, right? That too. And again, like that was my position from the beginning, is that it doesn't, to me, it doesn't matter. Even if it's quite obvious that she's a grifter, I don't see I don't see a functional difference.
Yeah. I don't want you to start telling other people to call me a slur.
It's like,
because then I'm gonna look at you crazy.
Yeah, you're crazy.
I understand what Pierce is saying. It's like, oh, if you're really that, then just come out and say it. But
no, in circus.
But no.
Just the fact that you say I'm comfortable into saying it, you don't have to say it.
There's a bunch of white people up here. You and one Uncle Tom on the left here. And
oh no! He called him Uncle Tom. Holy shit!
He's an Uncle Ruckus, bro. This dude, I've never heard someone who let it like throatily slip that they want to be white so bad, other than Myron Gaines.
I've noticed with black dudes, they don't like doing that shit. White guys, we're all like, yeah, well, I said we. Yeah, but
he's white, Justin.
Read the caption out loud.
The boys plus our token. Golly.
Holy shit.
What the fuck? I heard that some of y'all were raising the salute, so I decided to come back.
Uncle Ruckus never slipped in his knife.
You know.
Maybe one time she was a white lady, her name was Roxanne.
And to ask her to say the N-word while I'm here is ridiculous. You would not sit here with a Jewish person and say, please use a Jewish slur in front of this Jewish. It's ridiculous. I understand you don't have any bad intent, Pierce. I understand what you're trying to do. But we already know she's racist. And I don't want to invite a racial harm to me.
I hear you, and I accept that, and we'll leave it there.
Shout out to Pierce. At least he accepted it. Okay.
At least.
She said something. I said,
wow. I don't know that he gets that much.
I got her words right. I want to play it back.
I want to live in a country where people are allowed to say what they want unashamedly.
Okay. You should be ashamed. Shame is not a bad thing. Not always. You should feel shame. You should feel shame for looking at a 5-year-old who went through your diaper bag and then calling them a bunch of slurs. Absolutely. The idea that this is somehow some kind of virtue is crazy. I don't know. Twitter is basically the place where a bunch of adults go to be edgy teens and essentially use every slur in the book because they think it makes them cool, and they talk about like it's a fashion of free speech. Listen, I have no problem with people wanting to be able to say these things anywhere they want to say them. Fine, say it. But don't act like it's some virtue that you're saying it all the time. No, you just want to be edgy and you think it's cool to be yelling slurs every single day, every minute. That's all it is. Now, going back to the original lady.
Yeah, the bar is in hell.
When we talk about the topic of shame.
To be clear.
The idea that she's going to make $500,000 from this incident and everyone supporting her. You know, these are a lot of the incidents that make me super comfortable with saying I will never be a conservative in my life. You will never. Ever. When I'm seeing all these conservative creators donating to her thing, talking about, oh, we just want to be able to take our place back. So let me, growing up for me, a conservative person embodied a lot of traditional values. They embodied the ideas of chivalry. They embodied the ideas of being well-mannered, of being God-fearing, a lot of these good things that I thought in a lot of ways could be very good. Okay? And we get to 2025, and it's just say the most offensive things
I hope you enjoy your touching
grass. Have the biggest potty mouth possible. If you get a chance, yell at children and call them all kinds of slurs. It's so bizarre to me how much that is flipped, right? They used to say the irrational, crazy ones were the basically SJW types, and now you have grown women yelling at 4-year-old slurs because they went through a diaper bag. It is crazy how things have changed. But then to have conservative creators in mass defending a lot of this nonsense, it's just like, oh yeah, that's why I'll never be anywhere near this shit. And for all the people who will be like, oh, you guys are the dumb, you will have to be a fucking idiot to sit there alongside these creators who basically look at you as third-class citizens. You know what? I bet you anything if these motherfuckers With still in power, they keep you Negroes as slaves. That's what I really believe. Because the way that they talk about y'all is nuts. And they don't even do it in hiding. You know, watching Myron sit up there and talk about, oh, you know, we have to take back our country. And then having the white supremacists look him dead in the eyes and be like, yeah, but when we do, you means you got to leave.
Myron, you were in MySpace the other day.
I mean, okay,
said,
like,
you know,
the thing is like, real quick, the, hold on, I actually want to go back to that real quick. Where was he? 1407. I guess I could just listen to the part again, but I think I need to... I'm sorry, I was going to respond to something and then it kind of went out. I'll think about.
you're doing a great job calling out these Jews, but you know, if we take this country back, we want it for white folks. And would you go home and you said I was born here and I'm not going anywhere? And this is where I think the problem is with working with non-whites is that once you think you help us, that you're just going to stay in our country. Do you still stand? Why do you Browns think you could stay in my country? This is the issue with whites working with non-whites.
We're over here talking about a problem, then you bring it right back into, you know, this whole white thing. Like, dude, shut the fuck up.
This whole white thing is what built...
Why would I ever?
And he's still trying to...
What does right? Okay, wait. Yeah, it's annoying. We're just reality TV with a veneer of politics so people can feel better about it. Okay, listen. No, don't get me wrong, okay? Don't get it twisted, okay? Don't get it twisted. What you just watched was reality TV with a veneer of politics so people can feel better about it, okay? Like, to be clear, don't get it twisted. Like, my stream isn't some, like, deep cutting, like, political place where somebody's going to have a revelation and, you know, change the way that they vote or think, okay? To be clear, this is what you are saying, like the reality dear. No, I know you're talking about peers. No, I know you're talking about peers, right? I'm just saying that, like, don't let the fact that peers is, like, obviously a trash version of this let you think that somehow what you saw was not, like, a version of that. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. Like, and I'm not faulting you for watching the reality TV, by the way, just so you know. If you weren't here for the reality TV, maybe you would have dipped during the conversation, you know, and, like, you didn't. And I appreciate you for that because, you know, you're still here participating in everything. But it is entertainment. It is, and it is funny to watch the people shout at each other. And it just happened to be on a level that I personally find more appropriate than whatever level this is, right? Beans will always twist her words, so we don't have to. True! Okay, but, like, but that's kind of the point, right? My issue isn't with the overall format. Yeah. I'm just saying that, like, I do think that to a certain degree, I don't know how much of this degree I would really argue, right? I think there are people who consume this stuff on, like, on a lower level. You know, it's the I'm just watching them casually argument, right? Oh, Talos has woken up. It's the way some people exclusively ingest their politics this way. Yeah, I understand that. But also that in itself is a whole, like, I feel like that in itself is a whole topic, right? I don't know how I feel about that anymore. I would have to, like, chew on that idea, you know? Because on one hand, there are more responsible ways that I personally am trying to do the whole, like, Twitch thing, but then also I'm cognizant of the fact that it's not like I'm going to replace whatever time I fill with slop with like productive things. I'm probably going to replace the slop with more slop, right? I'm not trying to start nothing, and I didn't mean to disrespect you for it. No, not at all. No, I just used your words to like point out like an important point that I think needs to be said, right? I don't think that this isn't praxis. You know, I like Testy said. and it's just a pointing out of like, you know, I'm not actually above this. I'm above like certain aspects of it, I guess. Like not actually wanting to say the N-word on stream, kind of. Look at how much time she spent not working on her art. Meanwhile, emote's almost done. Slop with more slop. Are we on a farm? I mean, we're not on a farm. Okay, also, I just realized that, hold on. Oh, this arm needs to be, like, over here. And Destiny's allowed to show up? Oh, God.
And he's still trying to defend it. It's like, they don't want y'all there, but y'all be begging for scraps. It's crazy. So, this kind of stuff, when I see the whole GoFundMe, all this other stuff, it's just more reason to stray away from all these conservative folks, because you recognize that a lot of the things that they embody don't have space for people that look like me. And I have to say very clearly, they're going to say otherwise, they can yap about it, but until they start condemning the people who say all that nutty shit, I don't want to hear it. Until I start seeing creators on that side of the spectrum coming out and actively speaking about that, the way they speak about fucking blue-haired feminists that nobody really cares about, I don't want to hear it.
Funny thing about what you just said is that it's crazy because they're fighting it like when they finally take over the country, you're going to have a special place in the house.
And we need to have a majority of white people, and white people need to be running America.
You're not going to be in the fields. You're going to be in the house. It's like they're going to shoot you back in the fields. They don't want you in the house.
You guys should feel shame. Absolutely. Shame is a good thing. Right. Shame means that you're not living to the values that you profess to have, or not living in a way that's becoming of the bare minimum of somebody who's part of society. I mean, yeah, you should feel shame. You out here talking about, I want to moon kids, or I want to yell slurs at kids. You should feel shame. In what world is it not shameful to look at a young kid who can barely talk and then call them a bunch of slurs trying to destroy their self-esteem? Are you mad? Of course you should feel shame. You should feel shame for donating to that fucking thing too. Absolutely. And I don't want to hear this is equivalent to like the whole, the whole case with the stabbing. There's no relation to it. If you feel the need to donate to some just because there's a self-defense claim that's being funded somewhere else, these things are not parallel at all. They're not analogous. You can say, I don't agree with that kid, what he did to that man and stabbing, killing him, he deserves to go to jail. Fine. Why are you donating to in contrast? Why? Because people did a GoFundMe for his legal fund? To me, it's so bizarre what I'm watching. And to watch grown adults trying to convince me these things are the same, or that, because one person or these people did bad, I'm going to go and yell at a 5-year-old and support people. So you guys just basically said it's great to go up to kids and yell whatever you want at them. That's what I'm understanding. That you should go up to kids, and if you want to call them the most foul things as an adult, that we're going to financially support you if you have any backlash for that.
Okay, hold on. I need to swap cats, but he just said something. I'll be right back. Hold on. Oh, okay. So he literally he literally just said what I've been saying the whole time.
That, because one person or these people did bad, I'm going to go and yell at a 5-year-old and support people. So you guys just basically said it's great to go up to kids and yell whatever you want at them. That's what I'm understanding. That you should go up to kids, and if you want to call them the most foul things as an adult, that we're going to financially support you if you have any backlash for that.
They do understand what shame is. They're just hypocrite about it. Because they're the same.
Then shouldn't the man who filmed that lady at the park be ashamed because he was convicted of first and degree third-degree sexual misconduct against a child? Wait, what? I'm sorry, what? Also 3 hours need a new video? Ooh. Which one is ABBA and which one is Preach? This is Preach, this is ABBA. Welcome in, Nampar. How are you doing? Mr. Trash, I do not know what you're talking about. Like, Piers Morgan is your average Twitch poll panel, but with better production value, basically. What's funny is that I think, I remember, whenever Danabo came onto Rezzies one time, like, this was, like, right after, the Hippy Dippy was, like, brought on and then canceled again, you know? I think, like, Rezzy actually told him that they should do this format, this kind of format, you know, like, the format like this, and Danabo basically said that, like, the problems that plagued Hippy Dippy essentially get amplified when it's only 2 or 3 people, because essentially they were having problems with, like, canceling and stuff like that, right? Like, you put all this effort into, like, recruiting and, like, scheduling and everything, and then people, like, either flake off or they don't show up, or there are other issues, right? And especially if you're, like, marketing, right? Like, you're banking on, like, such a big name to be there, and they're not suddenly there. Well, who the fuck is, like, gonna, you know, like, if Lauren Southern's going to come on, and then Lauren Southern can't suddenly come on, then, you know, like, who's gonna sit around for the, like, replacement for Lauren Southern? Third one you hear is the floor? True, Lead Vitamin. Good one. MRA, Wayne, men's right activist. Talos would be a men's right activist, to be real. Hey, you gonna come say hi to chat? Yeah? Uh-huh. You wanna come sit with me? The man who filmed that lady at the park who was Mark Omar. Okay. What? If that's Preach and what that's ABBA, why is it called ABBA and Preach? It's bars. Okay, hold on a second. Alright, if you're saying that, like, that man was a, no, you're just, no, actually, you know what? I need something from you that's like a link. I don't need
people that say, "Oh, we need to bring back bullying." That is their version of shame. They want people to be ashamed of you. You have to be ashamed of certain, so they do understand it, but they don't understand it when it doesn't fit with what they feel. You understand what I'm saying? So it's just being hypocrite about the shame thing. They understand that. They want to apply it to others, but not to them. They want to have a lack of accountability with the shame as well.
Yeah, I will say. Also, people on the right are much better about being loyal to each other, irrespective of what the other people do. Because you don't see leftist creators will spend a lot of time talking about trans people, talking about how crazy a lot of this shit is. Very comfortable. I mean, I've done it on this channel for the longest time period. And then I realized at one point, I was like, oh, while we might do that in terms of talking about what's going on our end of the spectrum, did you ever see them spend time talking about racism?
No.
I don't think I've ever seen them condemn it a single time.
No.
I will never ever endorse a movement that means that me, my kids, my community would be exiled out of here or treated as second-class citizen. If that's what you're about, you can get the fuck up out of here too. So when I see this goofy shit online, it's getting more and more popular, hey man, keep that shit away from me. But that's all from me.
That's all from me.
Yeah? You don't want to say nothing about the Lady of the Kids?
I said what I said, bro.
Okay.
Like, I'm not fazed by anything, and you're gonna say, "Well, you're not fazed by anything anyway."
That's facts.
But I've seen a lot of these. It's the same shit repeating itself. You understand what I'm saying? If we walk in the street, right? We walk in the street in Brazil, and you see someone with a gun, you're gonna be like, "Huh?" No, you see, I've seen that. I've seen that before. We were in Haiti. There's some fucked up shit that happened. It's like, yo, you went what? Yo, I've been through shit like that. Not that you were unfazed, but you were like, I know what this is. I know what this is. I know the way they're looking at me. The way you looked at me and you said like, hey, if they jump here and you jump over, that the mechanism that you had is because you've seen this shit before. So it's not so much that I'm not phased about a lot of shit. It's just, I've seen shit. I've seen that. This whole situation screamed 1988, 1993. It's that. And I was 6. It's very familiar. That's it.
Yep.
Well, let us know what you think in the comments below.
His scene shit. Alright, let's take a look at this. Leonard, I love you, buddy, but digging a hole is going to be... We're going to watch that tomorrow, okay? Let me look at this. And Mr. Thrash and Thrash, I am very sorry, but this is... I can already tell. Now, social media users are speculating whether the man who recorded her is a Sharmake of Rochester, alleged rap sheet, criminal sexual okay, back in 2023, 2 Rochester men, Mohammed Hussein Omar and Shamaki Bail Omar, appeared on court on charges of criminal sexual conduct. However, the Olmsted County Attorney's Office dismissed charges in March 2025. Court documents state that the case was dismissed in the interest of justice. Republican state delegate and precinct chair Sarah Fields tweeted identifying the man who recorded the video as blah blah blah. Many are calling him a pedo due to an older case where he was accused of assaulting a 16-year-old. However, according to court documents, the accusations were dropped and he was cleared of all allegations. He has several children and was allowing him to play at the park when the incident occurred. Okay, I'm just gonna go back. I just want to see what you said. I wouldn't normally do this, but I'm gonna do this. Okay, Sharmaka Omar. Okay, cool. Says he filmed the man, woman, boy. Okay, cool. All right. Recently, a charge was dropped on March 14th, 2025. While Omar wasn't convicted of that crime, his commenters on social media are using the initial arrest to harass them on. Okay. Trash and trash. Again, what is this? You need some time. You need some time to think about, like, you need some time, buddy. Take a time out. He has children. He's at the park. Like, the 5-year-old boy is a child his kids play with at the park. Who the fuck cares? He wasn't even convicted. Oh, there were criminal records for the person they're trying to pin this on? Wait, this is wait, hold on. Wait, hold on a second. Everything I'm seeing so far is that he was recently arrested in connection with a sexual and that charges were dropped. Why? Okay. Alright, I'm done. Ay, I live in the same state. Oh no, female eunuchs. We did it, chat. We beat racism. No, we didn't. Okay. Just for posterity, and because, you know, okay, I know I said I was gonna end stream, but I think what I'm gonna do, because I'm almost done with this bird, I mean, no, the problem is I'm not actually done with the bird because, like, the, okay, here's the problem with this bird, okay? Right now, the, it looks fine. End of the 8-hour mark. Actually, that's not a bad idea. But I just would then, I mean, honestly, I'm fine with just chilling out and, like, chatting with chat for a bit while I finish up the emote, because otherwise, I don't think any video will take less than half an hour, just generally speaking, right? But also, I love how unfortunately correct it is that, like, the N-word panel brings in the views. You know. Okay, here, let me bring this up. Best Aberrant Preach React. Oh my god, the stun lock in the middle. Alright, chat, how are we doing? Oh, okay. So this is what I was gonna say, was that I feel like I'm not done with this, as much as I would have liked to say I'm, like, done and I can upload it right now, the fact of the matter is that there's still lots of things that I need to go in and clean up about the bird, and, so it's not, like, ready, you know? Otherwise I would have liked to put it in. Like, for instance, the feet are great, but, like, they're going to probably disappear on, like, dark backgrounds, you know what I mean? So either I have to figure out, like, either I have to do feet like the normal way that I do feet, like my bird box, you know? Instead of, like, the doodle feet. Watch this. I'll consider it people pseudo, but we might be... Okay. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. As I was clicking it, I was like, it's an I Love Israel gone. Don't birds usually have their feet tucked in? Do you mean like when they're sitting? Yeah. When they're sitting, it actually normally looks like this, you know? I was gonna ask, can I speak to this Grackle person? Wait, why Black Yamato? I don't think Grackle's not he doesn't debate like that, if that makes sense. Okay. Here, let's watch this. Oh my god, my right ear. Dude. Wait, is this a random lady? Is this his actual girlfriend? Okay, Cho. No, stop, Cho. Bad. No, Cho. That's not okay either, bud. Can we not? That doesn't mean we get to, like, please, I just want to move on. Beans, we can't see it. Okay. Just points at a like a rock that costs like 10 grand and just does it. He just wiped the face off. What a butt face. Also here, it doesn't need to be this loud, I think.
No, my phone. No.
Okay, did I just like miss the arc that that Mr. Bean had a girlfriend? Like, did I just miss this arc? When did this happen? Why wasn't I informed? I don't remember this episode at all. Like, I do not have a memory of this. I don't have a memory of this at all.
Oh, look. Oh, a classic ship. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's lovely.
Okay, did he get her anything? While he's gooning over the ship, did he get her anything? Also, why does she have bandages on her head? Hey, Red Radius.
I've got it here. There.
Aww. He was not expecting that. Oh, I see. Oh no!
It's got this cardboard thing on the back, so it can stand there, or it can stand there, or it can even stand just here.
He speaks in the English version? Damn. Oh no. Oh, she's gonna toss it into the fire, isn't she? Why is she... Oh my god. You know Mr. Beans only has 15 episodes?
Oh, I forgot the main bit. There.
Okay, hold on. I'm not convinced. It's gonna be... What? Oh my fucking Christ. Bro, they cut it out there. They cut it out there because they had to, okay? They had to because she killed him, okay? She killed him. There were no more episodes of Mr. Bean after this. She just killed him. Holy. The debating is crazy. Okay, also.
I think this is Portugal. This black and white is very common in Portugal. I can't read the bollard though. I think this is Portugal.
Bro, okay, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like, How were you supposed to know? How he's bad everybody. Okay, to be fair, this is one thing that I'm also very bad at this. I don't even play these games. It is a common joke that Parse will make me play these like the Wordle type games, and I'm very fucking bad at them. Even though I shouldn't be, you know? Okay, what is this? What is this? I swear to God, if this ends up being an N-word at the end of this. I'm trying to decide if this is a ban-worthy offense. Get Rick cubed, nerd. Why would it be an N-word? Oh no. Oh no, chat. Oh no, chat. He doesn't know. This is the community you made! Oh no. Here, where is it? Where is it? When you see the community you've created. He doesn't know. I'm just gonna keep that there for a while, you know? Oh my god. Okay, hold on. I just want to make sure that I didn't, like, accidentally screw... Okay, alright, cool. I just wanted to make sure I didn't, like, screw something up. Wait, is this the N-word article you were trying to get me to read? No, that was a completely different thing. That was a completely different thing. That was... Well, we weren't trying to get you to read it. We were trying to get, like, we were trying to get you to come watch Shadow lose his mind while he read it. That was what we were trying to get you to do. But, you know, what it is. Demons? We're demons? True! Okay. Oh, what is this? Oh my gosh, you're actually trying to... Mosh, holy shit! What the fuck? I'm so glad it doesn't pull up, like, on my actual stream. Holy shit, Mosh! My god, how is that a thing that's even allowed on... How is... What is happening, y'all? Chill, yeah, chill. Okay. Alright. 7:53. I am dragging it out, but I am also like, I'm about ready. I'm about ready, y'all. I'm about ready. I need to chill out. My brain is just hurting now. What? It's an anti-racist song by a Swedish band, Kappa. What is this?
Israel.
There you go, People Sito.
I love Israel. Israel.
Yeah, I do need... Why is it replaying? Jesus. Why is it replaying? It doesn't need to replay. Okay. I'm gonna do the thing where I... Okay, I guess actually... Nope. Nope, I know what I'm gonna do, okay? I think I know what we're gonna do. I'm gonna drop y'all off. I would normally do Mr. Geek, but you know what? I don't think I've ever rated our friend Interrupter. You're gonna eat on stream? No, I'm not gonna eat on stream. I don't think I've ever rated my friend Interrupter, and he comes by all the time. So we're gonna raid him. He's a DJ. He does like Indian music. He's Indian. And you know, go give him a follow. No, we are not raiding Asmongold. That is not what we're doing. Alright? So just go give him a follow, like say hi to him. Nepo raid. Shut up. We are going to be okay, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna try to stream tomorrow, and I probably will at least for the video, but also I desperately need to decompress and figure shit out. So we can do that. Either way, I'll say hi. And also if you're not on Discord, please get into the Discord, okay? Alright, bye, be good.